Give me that. The emperor read the jade himself before frowning. This is too fast. So many men in just a few days? There's no way Luo clan's name is enough to pull it off. A taunting smile crossed Zhuge Changfeng's face. Your Majesty, it seems you forget about Zhuo Fan's ingenious tricks during the last war, welcoming the other house's experts. With their deep roots, even when homeless, their names would live on in their lands. They just had to show themselves and their vassals would flock over in droves. They must think the war is over and are now grasping the winning leg. I dare say 1 million is on the low side. Ha ha ha. The mockery grated the emperor's ears with him lashing out. That mongrel came up with this move to put me on the spot. After inciting so many clashes between him and Regent Estate, I figured he'd be the weakest even if a winner. But he has gone beyond any forecast, becoming the biggest threat, taking the whole of Tianyu to war with me. The emperor's teeth grinding echoed out and Zhuge Changfeng sighed. Oh, Your Majesty, it is both of our mistakes. We each wanted to use Zhuo Fan and throw Tianyu in even more chaos for our own benefit. I, for the chance at rebellion and Your Majesty, to cleanse it of all other factions. But at the end of it all, I fell for Your Majesty's scheme and now the kid has gotten all those factions Your Majesty wanted gone. Ha ha ha, a pawn turning into a player, taking advantage of others. Your Majesty, he just cooked your goose. Shut your yap. The emperor bit back in anger. I am the son of heaven. I will not lose cough. After a harsh coughing fit, he looked to see the handkerchief stained in blood. The emperor hid it in his chest and stormed out. Zhuge Changfeng, watch closely. The final winner shall be me. Zhuo Fan will die beyond any shadow of a doubt. Ha ha ha, show me. Just whose hands will these lands fall into? Zhuge Changfeng replied. Yu Ming smiled and went after the emperor. The jail had regained tranquility, with water dripping to Zhuge Changfeng's humming, thump. The emperor burst into the imperial study and sat down. Guard! Yes, Your Majesty. Someone was already bowing. Is Shadow King back yet? No, Your Majesty. At this critical juncture he isn't back? Just what is he doing? The emperor slapped the table. Report. A soldier fell to his knee. Your Majesty, Sir Shadow King requests an audience. Chuanrong's high commander and his generals await outside the palace as well. Send them in. The emperor rushed. Shadow King brought with him the echelons of Chuanrong army. Taoba Lianer and Tuoba Lufeng heard of their father's arrival and were now together with him, along with the 8 wolf wardens and the imperial tutor. All of them were here before the emperor. Greetings, Your Majesty. Tuoba Taizhan hinted at a bow, while others offered a full one. The emperor smiled. Commander, your reputation precedes your name. Now that I see you, it doesn't do you justice, ha ha ha. The emperor went to the heart of things. Commander, how did it go at your end? Is it done? Everyone looked hopefully at Tuoba Taizhan. It was about the fight between him and Dugu Zhantian. Everyone wished to know the result. Blushing, Tuoba Taizhan hesitated. Shadow King took charge with a sigh. Your Majesty, I have taken Dugu Zhantian down from the shadows. Oh! The emperor interjected and Shadow King continued. But Zhuo Fan showed up just then, becoming Dugu army's new marshal and took the struggling soldiers away. What? The emperor shouted. That punk took Dugu army? It's bad enough with his strength, but now he's even more of a pain. How is it that you didn't stop him? Or Dugu army at least? Shadow King sighed. Your Majesty is aware of his uncanny skills and I alone am not a match. But I don't know how he even got Commander Tauba's beast army to cower. He even took Commander Tauba hostage. Hey him. Tuoba Taizhan interjected. That might very well be the worst humiliation of his life. The children looked astonished. Their undefeated father lost to a boy. Taoba Lianer was worried. Father? Did he hurt you? Ha ha ha. He was only acting tough but could do nothing to me. Tuoba Taizhan shirked it off. Jalahan glared at the other 5 wolves. Is this how you guard the commander? Letting the enemy take our leader? What a disgrace! The wolves snorted, with Slaughter Wolf glumly saying, "The brat has creepy skills. In that moment of chaos you'd fare no better. But to a cocky man like you, it will fall on deaf ears, having not clashed with him." "Who said I haven't? I and Jabi had him cornered 3-on-1. Yet Jabi ended up bedridden for a month. Ah hey him." Jabi nudged Jalahan, though a little late. The 8 wolf wardens looked around and saw familiar looks. "Ah, the kid got all our asses handed to us." Their mood hit rock bottom. Coming to Tianyu had given them the worst defeat of their careers. Tuoba Han frowned. "Your Majesty, just what on earth is he? How come we've never heard of someone with such skill?" "Father, allow me. I've been in Tianyu for months now and had him investigated." Tuoba Lufeng said, "Zhuofan came from a no-name clan. He was born a servant and when the clan was on the brink of destruction, became its steward when all that was left of the clan was 2 children and a guard. From then on, he made deals with powerful figures, taking him 10 years to bring that clan from the brink of collapse to what we see today, leading the enemy faction. His Majesty even gave him Best Steward Beneath Heaven title as evidence of his remarkable skills in leading. He knows how to handle his men, taking the house's experts for himself. His allies have complete trust in him, bearing heavy responsibility. Yet even so, everyone respects and fears him. Enemies and friends alike have the same view. Cunning as a weasel, sadistic as a wolf, shifty as a snake and grand like a dragon. He may show off every chance he gets, but inside is an unscrupulous twisted mind waiting for the chance to pounce. Correct. The brat has become the biggest thorn in my side, the Emperor admitted. Tuoba Han said, "I knew he was something but never this much. I need to be even more cautious with him than with Dugujantian. To that end, I asked Commander Tauba to march on Windgaze City," the Emperor urged. Tuoba Han jerked. "But I only just got to the imperial capital. My army. The kid is just too deceitful. In the name of his lord, he is amassing power. I can't denounce him either. Not when you've strutted into Tianyu for everyone to see. Any delay will have him at the helm of millions of soldiers. If the Empire's 3 guardian sects get wind of this, our deal will fall through." "What?" They all gasped at Zhuofan's quick reaction. "To guarantee a favorable resolution of this war, I'll be sending my divine dragons and Shadow King. Alas, the enemy has its own share of capable experts." The Emperor frowned. "It's fine." Imperial Tutor spoke at last. 3 experts from the beast-taming sect have come as well. No matter how tough the enemy is, it will prove for naught. On the morrow, the clear dew glistening in the sunrise crumbled under the footsteps of a large procession. Soldiers marching with discipline to a remote town at the borders. The bloodlust and warmongering blended into a chilly and choking atmosphere, snuffing out nature's tranquility. The predators on the prowl sensed the change and burrowed deeper into their caves, shivering out of fright. We, animals, don't have any prophetic devices, but we do have our 6th sense. We know today is a bad day to hunt. Fine, we'll just fast in our cribs. As their bellies expressed fierce disapproval, no animal dared to even peek outside, opting to go to bed hungry. Tuoba Lufeng gazed at the distant city. "Lord Father, that is Windgaze City. It took us 2 months to meet our main army and travel our 3 million men at full speed." Tuoba Han said, "Where are the masters Tianyu's Majesty sent to help us break the arrays?" "Have them inspect the situation." "Understood." Tuoba Lufeng bowed. 10 men flew towards Windgaze City, profound heaven experts and 6th-grade array masters. There was hardly any array in Tianyu that could stand after their passing. They were soon back with a report though. "Commander, the lands are covered in 500 arrays. 200 3rd grade with plenty of 5th and 6th grade. It will take time and effort to unravel. I just knew it was Zhuofan's trick, forcing me to fight him here." Tuoba Han sighed. Tuoba Liufeng's face fell at the implications. Zhuofan is vile and twisted, adhering to the art of war in choosing the right location, right time and right men. The drafting is not as important as forcing father to come here. We have to strike hard and fast. He holds down the city and has a terrain advantage. That's not all, Tuoba Taizhan sighed. We have the numerical advantage, but he can cower our beasts, thwarting our beast armies. On top of that, he has arrays on his side. Numbers will do us no good here, but the outcome can go either way in this case. This Zhuofan has played on his strengths to the utmost and cut ours. I can even venture to say he'll have the battlefield under control from the start and string us along. Tuoba Lufeng was uneasy. Looking at the city, all he saw was a steel bastion. Zhuofan is horrifying. Father, what do we do? Let the array masters do their work for now and then we'll see his reaction. Tuoba Taizhan looked at those 10 men. Break the arrays, hurry. Eh? Put on the spot, one of them bowed. Commander, there are 500 arrays there, with some special ones mixed in between. It will take years, decades. That's your problem. Military orders are paramount, go. Tuoba Taizhan barked. The men grew downcast. For God's sake, this amateur only knows how to bark orders. With so many arrays they'd soon be caught dead instead of breaking them, quite literally. To say nothing of someone coming out and taking their lives. Chuanrong, god of war, my foot. You know nothing of arrays. Since using force is out of the question, you stick us in? Good cover-up. Where there's arrays, send in the breakers, is that it? The men cursed and cursed, but still obeyed. Whoosh. Arriving at the edge of Windgaze City, they got to work. Hoping to high heavens no one would come out to kill the poor saps. Yet was there ever an array owner who didn't know his stuff was being tampered with? In Luo Clan's hall, discussions of recruitment were ongoing when Zhuofan jerked and smiled. Steward Zhua, what is it? Grandmother asked. Zhuofan shook his head. Just then, a Luo Clan disciple rushed in. Steward Zhua, 10 old men are outside making signs. I can't make out any of it, but it seems to be cracking the arrays. Of course they are. You may go, it's fine. Just act as usual. Zhuofan waved. The man left while the house lords were panicking. Long Yifi said, Does that mean Tuoba Taizhan is here? It's too fast. We're nowhere near ready. So what if it is fast? Zhuofan snickered. Let's go for a walk. See the fogies hard at work. The others were puzzled. The enemy's at the gates and you're in the mood for a stroll. Then they eased up. With the kid always playing cool. Chilling means all is in the bag, so why worry? The men followed Zhuofan. They flew above the town and saw the 10 oldies shifting through gestures. Faces red and cursing all the while. Jesus Christ! Who the hell set this up? How is a second-grade array so damn complicated? And what kind of style is this? I've never seen it before in my life. They must have some array grandmaster to pull such precise arrays. Nothing works at breaking it. Enough chatter and more elbow grease. The oldies grumbled at the task turned impossible, making no headway all this time. These grand 6th-grade array masters balked before a 2nd-grade array. It was anything but normal. Long Yifi's group nodded up above, with even more admiration for Zhuofan. Steward Zhuo's skills are uncanny, vexing those coots to death. Ha ha ha. Long Yifi laughed. The others bobbed their heads. Zhuofan chuckled. I may be competent in arrays, but not enough to make a 2nd-grade array have the power of a 6th. They can't break it because they don't understand it. Zhuofan yelled, trying to break a mere 2nd-grade array with gestures? You're profound heaven experts for crying out loud, why not use force? Are you brain dead? Why didn't I think of that? The 10 men nodded and smiled above. They were curious to see their savior. Though Zhuofan's cold smile scared them witless. Zizia Fan, he has come to kill us. One man wailed, his knees shaking from fear. Zhuofan waved. It's fine. Keep up the good work. You have all the time in the world. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan chuckled, landing on the town gate stairs. The house lords were stunned. Following him, the most shocked were the fogies. One collected his meager courage. Old friends? Do we continue? Another nodded. And why not? With both sides giving us the go-ahead, we'll do just that. The others exclaimed. Yeah, it's rare enough to have both sides in agreement, so let's just do it. Not doing so might get us a quicker death. The 10 made signs again but soon opted for Zhuofan's idea, to force their way through the second-grade arrays. The House Lords turned from them to Zhuofan. Steward Zhuo, what's this all about? I'm waiting. For what? The experts to show up. Zhuofan snickered. Tuoba Taizhan isn't charging because of the arrays. He had these 10 bags of bones take a crack at them first. Killing them is within right but shows nervousness, while sparing them raises the suspicion of using the empty city tactic. It's a classic war tactic, blending truth and lies. The odder my reactions, the more confused he will be and less prone to act. But time waits for no one. The longer he waits, the bigger our power in Tianyu grows. He will act, and with experts, in the fastest and hardest way. The House Lords thought. Steward Zhuo has been aiming for those experts from the start. I'm just dying to see what counter the Emperor has, now that he knows young Sanzi is with me. Zhuofan's eyes were a sucking abyss. Lord Father, just what on earth is Zhuofan thinking? Someone's cracking his defenses, yet he just stands there to watch? He's looking down on us. Tuoba Lufeng pointed at the House Lords with an odd look. Tuoba Taizhan frowned. Are those arrays real or not? Is he buying time? His actions are baffling and hard to make sense of. Lufeng, come with me to see the elders. Tuoba Taizhan spoke. Tuoba Lufeng cried. So soon? Aren't they our trump card? Speed is of the essence in war. Tuoba Taizhan walked and Tuoba Lufeng hurried after. The two came upon a tent when they heard a nasty voice. Liener, you have a wonderful and fine constitution, so young and yet so able in beast taming. 2 years under my tutelage and you'll surpass even me. I thank you, Elder Shi, for your kind words, but I can't bear to leave my family, Liener said with difficulty. Another voice cut her off. Commander Tauba will not stand in the way of Liener's brilliant future. Tuoba Taizhan was outraged. That coot is being fresh with my daughter. Tuoba Lufeng was just as annoyed, but they both bottled the rage as they entered. Commander, young master. The 8 wolf wardens bowed, though just as outraged. While above the main seat were 3 extra-wide chairs, occupied by bare-chested men showing their muscles. One man had silky black hair, with big eyebrows and big eyes. On his chest was a huge and ferocious tiger. The father and son bowed. Elder who? On his right was a bearded elder with narrow eyes and knit brows. Yet he let out an eerie green gaze, instilling fear. On his chest was a mangy wolf. Elder Lang. The two bowed again. The last one had a sinister face, with a handlebar mustache and vulgar eyes. His hand was caressing Tauba Liener's soft hand as he showed a content look. On his chest was a viper with savage eyes. The father and son clenched their fists and bowed. Elder Shi. Ha ha ha. Commander Tauba. Elder Shi never drew his hand. Liener couldn't take hers back even if she wanted to either. He was taking advantage of the commander's daughter in broad daylight. These 3 never cared much about him anyway. Imperial Tutor saw Tuoba Taizhan on the brink of exploding. Brother Taizhan, have you come to ask the elders to step in? Yes. Tuoba Taizhan cupped his hands. Elders, please break the city's arrays and help my army enter Windgaze City. The 3 elders snorted. Elder She was still holding that oh-so-fine hand. Commander Tauba, I thought I told you, we are ethereal stage experts, not your soldiers. Breaking arrays is your job. We're only here to deal with any unforeseen expert that may crop up. The other elders nodded. Pretentious pricks. Breaking the defense isn't your duty, but hitting on my little girl is. Tuoba Taizhan fumed. The 8 wolf wardens glowered with bloodlust. But the elders had no care in the world. Radiant stage experts could come and score at them and it'd still do nothing. Han Tianma mediated. Elders, it involves Tianyu giving us 1/10 of its lands, rich in spirit mines, of interest to beast-taming sect. With the arrays in place, Commander Tauba's attacks will be for naught, and the more time passes the worse it will get, leading to defeat. When you return to the sect, it will be hard to explain it. Imperial Tutor, is that a threat? Elder Hu glared. Han Tianma waved. I would never. It is only a conclusion of mine. The longer we take, the more likely it is for Tianyu's 3 guardian sects to hear of this. It will blow the easy credit elders will take into smoke and return empty-handed. Sigh, I just can't bear to see it. The 3 changed expressions at last. It was Elder Hu who nodded. Imperial Tutor, you have a good head on your shoulders. Right then, we better get it over with. Obscene snake, jackal, let's go. We'll have plenty of time for fun when we get Tianyu's land. Elder Hu left. Elder Lang was fast behind while Elder Shi sighed at his breakup with Lianer's hand. Though not forgetting to give Lianer a once-over, filled with unmentionable promises. Lianer, I want you as my disciple. Hi hi hi. All 3 left the tent. Tuoba Taizhan shuddered in pure anger. Jalahan roared. You call those beasts taming sect elders? They're a joke. Lianer sobbed in silence, with Tuoba Lufeng hugging her. Han Tianma sighed. Brother Taizhan. Come, you know about conquering cities best. Your experience is needed. The 8 wolf wardens have to come as well. Conquering? How can I ever say that when I am so powerless, as a commander of Chuanrong, to even protect my own daughter? Tuoba Taizhan blustered. Han Tianma sighed. There was no way to know they'd send these childish men when we asked the beast-taming sect for help. Hu Xiongming, Lang Canbao and Xianxia are the worst allies to have. I heard Shi even has a coupling skill, robbing countless women of their Brother Taizhan, danger will come now that he has his eyes on your daughter. I advise you to take her someplace else, where he can't find her. Tuoba Taizhan looked at Lianer with worry. Lianer was nervous, watching him lost. Han Tianma, His Highness, the Crown Prince, had asked for Lianer last year. If I agree. Tuoba Taizhan hesitated. That she won't dare make a move on the Crown Prince's woman. Han Tianma nodded. But His Highness is lustful and reckless. There will be no way out from this. At least Lianer will be safe. When a girl's will be robbed, her life will go with it. Tuoba Taizhan sighed. Lianer was heartbroken. With big tears streaming down her cheek knowing her impossible fate, moving on to the elders flying to Windgaze City, they showed unprecedented mockery at the 500 arrays shining on the clouds above. Hee, is this what has made Tuoba Taizhan so jittery? Humph. A snap from us and it'll be all over. Elder Hu laughed. That old fool must be scared of taking too many losses to send us. Meng Hu, just get on with it already. Elder Lang hurried him on. I'll do it then, since everyone knows arrays beneath 7th grade are pointless. They can't do anything to ethereal stage experts. Breaking these arrays is a cinch. Just as he moved, a voice came. Commander Tauba sent you? It's no use with these strange arrays. You can only do it by force. One old man said, taking them for allies. Zhuo Fan's gang heard him as well. They jerked, noticing the 3 elders. They must be really strong to come so close yet for us to not notice them. Grandmother said. Zhuo Fan frowned. The experts are here. Elder Lang snorted at the old men and flicked a blue wind. Zhuo Fan watched as the fogies fell to the ground with empty eyes. Soul destruction. An ethereal stage expert. Zhuo Fan shouted. Ethereal stage experts? The House Lords cried. Tianyu had never seen the likes of an ethereal stage expert in its history. Not until Li Jingtian. Yet finding 3 of them in one place had them all shell-shocked. Zhuo Fan knew this conflict was bound to lead to this. Grandmother, please call Elder Li and the couple. I'll stall them. Steward Zhuo, can't all these arrays stall them? Why must you go yourself? Grandmother asked. A kaboom sound gave the answer. A simple wave of Elder Lang's sleeve made all the impervious arrays crumble. The House Lords were dumbstruck, staring into nothing. The arrays weren't worth even a roadblock to ethereal stage experts. Zhuo Fan was sweating. Does that answer you? There's a saying, beneath 7th grade, everything is ethereal. No array under the 7th grade can hold back an ethereal stage expert. The House Lords stared dully at Shuofan, their minds still catching up to reality. What are you looking at me for? Go get the elders. Shuofan barked and they shot for Blackwind Mountain. Against ethereal stage experts, Li Jingtian was the only one who could fight them. Elder Lang mocked them. 3 profound heaven ants trying to crawl away? Think again. He flicked again just as Shuofan blocked him. Elder Lang was taken aback for a second there, as were the others. The only profound heaven cultivators they saw were the kind to flee at their sight. This sole exception had them lost. Elder Lang faltered mid-attack. Tuoba Taizhan was coming over, leading his army with the fall of the arrays when he stumbled upon this scene. They were just as dumbstruck. That's Shuofan. What's this new marshal doing? Stopping the old guys. Looking to die. Xialahan blurted. It was the unanimous reaction on everyone's faces. Only the veteran Tuoba Taizhan had a bad feeling from his honed instincts through decades of bloodshed. Kid, do you have any idea who we are? Elder Lang snorted. Shuofan mocked. How should I know? You didn't tell me. And not to forget, who do you think you are to have the gall to destroy my 500 arrays? Ha ha ha, only an ignorant fool would block me. Elder Lang cackled. Xialahan was baffled. Wasn't this guy always clever? Even without knowing how to identify an ethereal stage expert from the crowd, that demonstration is obvious enough to make a difference. He should be running right about now. The others thought Shuofan an idiot as well. Only a handful, Tuoba Taizhan included, sensed something odd. Then perk up your ignorant ears, fool. We are ethereal stage experts. Elder Lang stuck out his chin with boundless confidence. By his reckoning, the kid should now be soiling his pants and wailing in horror. After all, ethereal stage was the peak of power in the Western lands. And he, with his wolfish temper, just loved to toy with his food. First drive fear into their hearts, then hunt them down in the cruelest way imaginable. Shuofan wouldn't play ball though. The only look on his face was a long one. Ethereal stage expert. What's that? I've only heard radiant stage expert as the strongest. Tianyu only has radiant stage experts also. My life's goal has always been to reach it and become the best in the world. Ugh. Elder Lang felt like talking to a wall. This kid's ignorance is mind-blowing. Taking radiant stage as the peak of cultivation. Which clan is he from? How sad that they know so little of the world. His plan to act the blowhard went down the drain now that the audience was too dumb to acknowledge his greatness. Elder Lang clenched his fist to get rid of this eyesore. And yet, he just couldn't have the fool die without knowing his swag. That would be immoral. And so, the fiend in him doubled down on giving him the ins and outs of ethereal stage with utmost patience. Kid, ethereal stage is a level beyond the radiant stage. Even 100 radiant stage experts can't beat a single one. Oh, so that's how it is. That makes you awesomer than radiant stage experts. Shuofan bobbed his head. Enlightened. Elder Lang chuckled with pride. Now that he knows to recognize greatness, next should be fear. Once he runs, we'll hunt him down. Hi hi hi. Shuofan had no such intention though. Ever calm and ever baffling. Boy, don't you know our greatness? Elder Lang blinked. Shuofan nodded. Of course, you're ethereal stage experts. Able to beat 100 radiant stage experts. No? You already said that. Don't tell me you forgot. Is senility setting in already? Elder Lang choked on his words and exploded. Why aren't you running scared? Where's the horror, the panic? Why are your pants dry still? Because... Looking back to see the House Lords gone, Shuofan snickered. Because I can't let you pass. Say what? The trio cried. When a radiant stage expert goes ethereal, his soul achieves enlightenment, free of the world's bindings, crushing anything beneath 7th grade. Shuofan shook his head, his tone sarcastic. I knew the instant you broke my arrays how strong you were. I was only faking it, play pretend, act the fool to yank your chain. How else would those old buddies of mine make a run for it? What a stroke of dumb luck that I got stuck with you 3 morons to play 20 questions with. PFF. Lianer giggled and the others chortled. The old ones were their helpers, but they didn't win Tauba army's respect in the least. It sure livened them up seeing them toyed by a child. Tuoba Taizhan nodded. Old Dugu made the right choice, brave and shrewd, honorable and noble. He is the best choice to be Dugu army's marshal. And yet, Tuoba Taizhan frowned. Rotten piece of scat. You dare to play me? Elder Lang blustered, slapping. A vile air gathered around his hand and that simple palm turned into a savage wolf, entering Zhuofan. With a fierce headache, his soul felt gnawed at, his mind fading. It was a perk of reaching the ethereal stage, soul destruction. Radiant stage could launch soul attacks, while ethereal stage took it one step further, making it materialize and even turn into a spirit. Take Elder Lang for example. His soul turned into that of a wolf. It would enter the target and feast on his soul. Bam! Zhuofan slammed into the city wall and got buried under the rubble. Elder Lang wrote him off, turning away. A puny profound heaven ant dares toy with us? Ahem, he only played you. We've got nothing to do with it. Fierce Tiger excused himself. Obscene Snake nodded. With how an ethereal stage expert was duped by a profound heaven pup, he'd have no honor left to face the world. The best way out of it was to get that lame wolf to be the patsy. Elder Lang was speechless, realizing how honorless they were. Like you saw through the kid's act of stalling. But weren't we all taken in? You're no better. How childish. Alas, this shall be the second time in my long life that I shall mourn over the death of my adversary. Tuoba Taizhan sighed. First was old Dugu, and when I thought of Zhuofan to be my next adversary, he would meet his end before we could even test ourselves. Heroes always die young. This victory brings me no joy. The others nodded. Even as their enemy, Zhuofan had earned their respect. Taubalianer sighed, recalling their fond first encounter, and was touched by sadness. He did save me once, I guess. The rubble lit up with a flash of azure. How could this be? Elder Lang stared at the rubble with palpable shock. Why do I still sense life force from it? Did he survive? The other elders mimicked his shock. Boom! Zhuofan unfolded his wings and shot into the sky. He had an azure flame hovering on his forehead. How the hell did he survive Elder Lang's strike? Xialahan was in denial. An ethereal stage expert using soul destruction on a profound heaven cultivator was tantamount to squashing a bug, an overkill. Yet to survive such a devastating blow, Zhuofan had garnered everyone's odd looks. Even those elders considered him a freak. Huff. Gasping, Zhuofan bled from his mouth, though the azure flame grew in intensity. Reaching out to feel the heat, Zhuofan rejoiced. The azure flame was his soul guardian. Elder Lang squinted and said, Fierce Tiger. Something is seriously off about him. He took my palm, yet all he got was a flesh wound. It just doesn't make sense. Elder Hu ventured. He must have a soul spiritual weapon or a demonic treasure. That's the only explanation. A fire burned in Elder Hu and Elder Shi's eyes, their looks full of greed. Soul treasures were as scarce as hen's teeth, even for ethereal stage experts. Elder Hu had lost his bloodlust, now turned into lust for wealth. Zhuofan, reading them like an open book, made a stealthy sign. Heaven-cracking howl. Elder Lang cut right to the chase, unleashing a huge wolf image around him that pounced at Zhuofan as he shot forward with his palm. He unleashed all his soul power with a soul martial art. Such overkill was unheard of, an ethereal stage expert using a martial art on a tiny profound heaven cultivator. It went to show that Elder Lang cared for nothing but to kill his quarry outright, even forgoing his status, to get his hands on that treasure as soon as possible. All the treasures in the world wouldn't protect Zhuofan this time, giving him a one-way trip down under. Elder Hu and Elder Shi snorted. Tuoba Tieshan's side's mood was heavy, with Lianer even showing worry. Zhuofan's sign completed as he shouted, Wraith Style's third move, modified Necro Dragon Screech, Kuin Phoenix Lightning, Shriek. A resounding cry announced the appearance of an odd and humongous bird. Covered in azure flames and with purple lightning streaking its body, it got even the space to warp. Zhuofan used the traits of two sacred beasts in unleashing this new move, specialized in souls. The azure flame was a gem in refining the soul, while the purple lightning was its opposite, rampant and savage in its deadly destructive power. Zhuofan was confident his move could help him hold his own against an ethereal stage expert. What is that thing? Elder Lang shuddered. Whoosh! The odd bird shot straight for the wolf before he could react. Bam! On impact, the bird scattered and Zhuofan spat blood. He got a killer headache while the azure flame burned hotter. Yet the scattering motes of azure stuck to the wolf, making it howl in agony. Purple lightning shot like a snake through it, punching hundreds of holes and pulverizing the rest. Elder Lang was trembling, gawking at the impossible made possible as blood seeped from his mouth. Then came a world of hurt, a searing pain lacing through his head. Jackal! His friends turned from him to the weakened Zhuofan, having lost their contempt. A profound heaven cultivator and an ethereal stage expert went head to head. The result? The ethereal stage expert was badly wounded. It was unprecedented. No matter the soul martial art used, nothing could have bridged the abyss between them. It made no sense at all. The elders were floored and Tuoba Tieshan's side was dumbstruck. They had written Zhuofan off in the last strike, but the cunning kid not only fought Elder Lang back, but gave him a blow he wouldn't soon forget. Their eyes held unspeakable horror when watching this abomination. Is he even a bloody human? Zhuofan took a deep breath, his face pale and hands shaking. He had one-upped Elder Lang good with that move, but there was no denying it, their gap was just too huge. He took that soul-destruction martial art and lived, but he was in an even sorrier state, about to break. A casual strike would kill him at this point. He was in the worst danger of his life. Elder Lang bore through the soul pain, and despite the soul scarring he went through, it paled compared to Zhuofan's precarious state. But it carried a far heavier weight, the greatest humiliation of his life. Rotten punk! I'll kill you! Elder Lang spat through clenched teeth, stomping towards him. Each step shook the earth. Elder Hu reminded, Jackal, he's on his last leg. Another soul attack will finish him. I know that, but I won't give him the satisfaction of a quick death. Elder Lang flicked and a blue wind shot for Zhuofan. The incoming storm howled like countless beasts. It went beyond mere wind, but became a horde of thumb-sized wolves, clawing for their prey. Profound ranked martial art, devouring wolf pack. I will tear your soul one mote at a time to let you taste unspeakable torture. Elder Lang roared. Lianer covered her mouth, tearing up. The rest lamented. Zhuofan is an unrivaled warrior of his generation. Instead of respect, he is met with a cruel death. Zhuofan shook, his mind going a mile a minute. Maybe shift will work. But the soul attack didn't give him any room to wiggle. It was then that a shout came. Soaring demonic dragon. Roar. With a rumble, a black dragon appeared around Zhuofan, whipping the wolf storm away. Elder Lang stepped back, watching the imposing man shielding Zhuofan and oozing black energy. Elder Li, took you long enough. Zhuofan grinned. Steward Zhua, forgive the delay. Li Jingtian saw his weakened state and turned his bloodshot eyes at Elder Lang. Did you hurt Steward Zhua? I'll tear you to pieces. Li Jingtian shouted. Elder Lang mocked. You're fresh into the ethereal stage. You've barely focused your soul to be able to take that tone with me, you blowhard. The only reason you pushed me back is because I'm wounded. Be a good boy and scram. It'd be a pity for a stray attack to end you. It'll make reaching ethereal stage a waste. Ha ha ha. Elderly. See that? They're in the ethereal stage yet their brains on the fritz. Especially that white beard with his wolf soul. He takes the cake. Here we are at war and the imbecile spills the beans on his condition. He has more value as an enemy than an ally. Zhuofan was full of contempt. Elder Hu and Elder Shi glared at Elder Lang. They had to admit, the kid is friggin' right. PFF. Lianer giggled again while the rest smiled and nodded. In this precarious moment, Zhuofan keeps his cool like a true marshal and hero. Only Elder Lang's face grew hotter with every jab. About to pop, punk-ass brat. I'll cut you from stem to stern. Elder Lang spat, but Elder Hu held him back. Jackal, you're wounded. Let me handle it. Elder Hu exploded with power, enveloped by a tiger image. His mighty and imposing figure made it hard for even the wounded Zhuofan to breathe. Third layer of ethereal stage is no pushover. I can feel it even from behind Elder Li. Li Jingtian tensed, face hard but eyes raging, typical martial fanatic stuff. Ha ha ha, right on time. Li Jingtian stepped up, surrounded by a black dragon. Its aura wasn't on par with the tiger, but didn't lose much either. Fierce Tiger grumbled. What the hell is wrong with this place? They're all freaks of nature. I have 2 layers on him and should hold the advantage. Yet this advantage is barely visible. There's no way he's 2 layers under me. Elder Hu looked on with suspicion. How was he to know Li Jingtian was a martial fanatic through and through? When the going got tough, he got more going. Besides, he had the heaven-reaching pill on his side. With Yuan Qi surging like a sea, he wielded the power to jump layers, from first to third. Bam! The dragon and tiger clashed, shuddering the space around them. With both of them stepping back from the clash, 5 steps on Elder Hu's corner and 10 on Li Jingtian's. Though the most shocked were Fierce Tiger and his gang, their eyes popping out. A fresh ethereal stage cultivator just stood up to a seasoned 3rd layer one. For crying out loud, what do they feed these guys? First was the profound heaven prick and now this. Is this a worldly sect or what? How are they all talents? The trio was speechless. Fierce Tiger grumbled but still wouldn't accept it, rushing with another tiger at Li Jingtian. I refuse to frickin' believe the great me can't handle an ethereal stage newbie. Li Jingtian obliged Fierce Tiger with another black dragon. The same thing happened, but this time Li Jingtian fell only 7 steps back. Fierce Tiger was even more annoyed. Li Jingtian was growing as he fought. His 2 other elders watched shell-shocked. Is Windgaze City a den of fiends? Not one of them is human. Again. Li Jingtian was perky, going for another strike. Fierce Tiger shuddered but had to meet him. Black Dragon and Tiger tackled each other till the sky turned dark and the earth rumbled, meeting at every turn with no one having the advantage. Soul waves filled the sky, causing even the jackal and obscene snake to grumble. Weren't they claiming there was no ethereal stage expert in Tianyu? We came here for a stroll, killing the enemy left and right. Yet an ethereal stage cultivator had just shown up to stand up to Fierce Tiger, and stand up he did. Intelligence said Tianyu is a small fry. Wait till I get my hands on them. At least the situation wasn't completely out of control, since they had the numbers advantage. Jackal swiveled his insidious eyes on Zhuofan. Wounded whelp, you've lost your shield. Be good and drop dead. Jackal sent blue howling winds with bared fangs and maws. Zhuofan stood still out of lack of strength, if nothing else. Li Jingtian had no way to help, not when tangled with Fierce Tiger. It was then that a couple shouted, fire and water combine, life and death art. Who? A white and blinding ray shined through the clouds, running over Elder Lang's attack and going for him. The Elder defended with his hand. But the white ray was a fusion of blazing heat and icy water, turning it into an unstoppable force, driving pain into the depths of his soul. He clenched and the ray scattered into motes, yet his face switched between burning hot and ice cold, shuddering all the while. Jackal, are you all right? Obscene snake cried. Elder Lang gnashed his teeth, shaking off the ice and scorching heat, but not the killer headache. He found 2 people shielding Zhuofan, the power couple, Qiu Yanhai and Xue Qingjian. For God's sake, this place is a freak show. How can 2 peak radiant stage experts hurt me? Gasping, Elder Lang spat. They are close to the ethereal stage, but they haven't given their soul form and can't use soul destruction. That strike is only a pseudo-ethereal stage's attack at best. I'll wipe the floor with these ignorant fools. Hold on. Obscene Snake called, his lustful eyes roaming over Xianxia's exquisite form and gulping. Leave the two, especially the woman, to me. Jackal knew his sick hobby had reared its ugly head and nodded. Xianxia saw he was after his old gal with those foul eyes and roared. Biddy, let's take that old coot down together. Hi hi hi. Why, jealous much? Xianxia giggled with love. Xianxia felt like spitting fire from rage. Zhuofan reminded, Elder Qiu, Sister Xue, he's in the second layer of ethereal stage. It will be hard even if you are together. Steward Zhua, we got this. Xianxia snorted. Xianxia beamed. My old codger is just that feisty. Not even I can hold him back. Zhuofan glanced at Obscene Snake. Sister Xue, lend me your ear. Xianxia was dazed for a moment and nodded at his message before flying after Xianxia. Obscene Snake laughed when the couple came. Just what he wanted. Elder Lang saw that Zhuofan was by himself at long last and grinned. Though Zhuofan snickered. You crusty old coot. Haven't you had enough? Bring it if you're so confident that I'm alone. You've gotten hurt thrice now, so let's see how many hits can a second layer of ethereal stage expert take. Jackal frowned. Thinking back, all his wounds came from taking his enemy lightly. First at Zhuofan's hand, second at Li Jingtian coming to the kid's rescue whipping him away, and third by the power couple. Each of these beatdowns wasn't much by itself, but they compounded. Sooner or later he'd have so many. His soul would be damaged, making it dangerous. This would never have happened if they all came at him from the front and open. I just had to be careless. Jackal scanned his surroundings, showing utmost caution to not fall for any more cons. Zhuofan smiled, figuring him out. Say, who do you think will win, my side or yours? Your new ethereal stage cultivator looks tough, but there's no way he can stand up to Fierce Tiger in the third layer. It's only a matter of time. As for the other two, they're just at peak radiant stage. They may attack with ethereal stage power when united, but are in no way up to Obscene Snake's second layer's standard. Jackal mocked. Zhuofan nodded. That makes it easy then. I'm barely hanging on and you're waiting for their outcome. When you'll have them taken care of by your flanks? Getting me should be easy peasy, no? True. I must say, the kid is only in profound heaven stage and wounded to boot yet makes a whole lot of sense. He won't go anywhere. And when his buddies have finished their matches, he'd have no problem taking the punk out, tormenting and running him through a hell only his twisted mind could conceive. Jackal nodded and took on the air of a true expert. Tuoba Taizhan shook his head. Elder Lang's brain must be missing something to get stiff again. How? Tuoba Lufeng asked. Tuoba Taizhan explained. Stalling. I don't know what the kid's game is, but one thing is certain. He's buying time for something. Lufeng, whenever you encounter a situation like this, you don't chat your enemy up and be firm in your decision. Fear is the mind killer. Tuoba Lufeng nodded. Should we tell him? Absolutely not. Tuoba Taizhan and Han Tianma spoke in tandem and then burst out laughing. The others were clueless to the inside joke. From what they saw, the commander and imperial tutor were worried Tuoba Lufeng might spill the beans. All of them grumbled at the old foxes. Han Tianma said, Lufeng, what do you suppose will happen by going to Elder Lang and telling him he's stupid to his face? I'll be ground to a pulp. Tuoba Lufeng said, puzzled. Han Tianma added, and that's the truth of it. The elders are selfish, rash and on a high horse. Reminding them that they've been fooled again is the same as calling them dim-witted. They'll see the light all right, but only after taking your life. That being said, Zhuofan's one smooth talker, prepping Elder Lang in just a few short words to attack you if you ever try ruining his plan. Tuoba Lufeng was soaked in sweat, bowing many times in thanks. Tuoba Taizhan said, These three are foul men. They may be our helpers, but one should stay as far away as possible from them. The worse they are, the better. Just look at Zhuofan making them suffer at every turn. Our great commander wants Zhuofan to take these foul bastards down a peg. They all sported a sneaky smile, like first-row seaters to a great show. They were even rooting for Zhuofan. Marshal Zhuo, hold nothing back. Don't even show us respect. Waste he. Han Tianma shook his head at their stance. Anyways, back to the fight, the power couple versus elder she was in progress. Qiu Yanhai and Xue Qingjian touched palms as they used the life and death art, gathering an incredible power in between. Not that elder she had a mind to care, getting hot and bothered over Xue Qingjian's body, even wiggling his eyebrows. Xue Qingjian batted her eyes in reply. Qiu Yanhai was outraged and with a swing of his arm, he shot the soul power attack. The white light warped the air as it shot for Obscene Snake's chest. Elder she was still grinning, surrounded now by snake images woven into a net. PFF. The white light stopped dead in its tracks and its power faded. It thinned down from a bowl-thick width all the way to that of a spear. Qiu Yanhai saw the snakes sucking on his ray. He, foolish juniors, peak radiant stage is worlds below ethereal stage. You use soul power while ethereal stage can use their very soul. It's beyond your comprehension. Surrender if you know what's good for you. Obscene Snake laughed and resumed leering at Xue Qingjian's perfect form. Especially you, my pretty. I'd hate to kill you. You'd make a much finer contribution as my disciple. What do you say? You dirty old man. She's my hag. So don't waste your friggin' breath. Qiu Yanhai blustered. Elder she waved a python at him. It coiled around him, and opened its maw and spat miasma. Qiu Yanhai's eyes grew hazy, making him lethargic. His mind started drifting. Old codger, Xue Qingjian shouted. Obscene Snake snickered. Dearie, your old man is fine, but since my soul is the king python, now that he's poisoned, it will rot his soul to death. No one can save him. No! Xue Qingjian panicked. Obscene Snake curled his finger at her. I can spare him, sure, but you have to become mine. So what do you say to coming over? Xue Qingjian saw Qiu Yanhai in the clutches of the python and sighed, walking over to that wretched Obscene Snake. Jackal laughed. One battle we've already won. When Fierce Tiger finishes that old guy, I will deal with you. I'll give you a taste of living hell. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan opted for silence. His eyes focused on Xue Qingjian. Come, my pretty, hi. As she got close, Obscene Snake yanked her into his embrace. Xue Qingjian struggled to shake him off, to no avail. Her eyes darted around, her voice soft and soothing. Be gentle. You're hurting me. Bag of dead bones. Let my hag go. Qiu Yanhai should have been put under from the python's poison. Obscene Snake gave him a taunting look, turning back to his prey. My pretty. I'll let you go but don't go anywhere. Where can I go? I'll always be with you, ha ha ha. Xue Qingjian giggled. Obscene Snake let go of her and Xue Qingjian's eyes turned cold, striking his chest. Obscene Snake easily held her palm, grabbing Xue Qingjian tighter. Ha ha ha. I just knew you're sassy. I like you. Plenty of sassy girls have wanted to kill me or kill themselves, but all of them ended up in my hands. You're no different. Go to hell. Xue Qingjian lashed. That only got Obscene Snake more excited. My pretty, the feistier you are, the more you turn me on. Now give me a big kiss. Obscene Snake puckered his lips, closing in on Xue Qingjian's pristine face. Stop, pervert. Qiu Yanhai roared, still trapped. Obscene Snake's lips did touch a face, but when he looked at that face, the sight scared him to death. What are you doing here? Obscene Snake, hugging Zhuofan, felt like taking a bite out of something foul and rotten. Elder Lang was dumbstruck, finding Xue Qingjian in Zhuofan's place. Old coot, how do you like my eyes? Are they nice? Zhuofan cooed. Obscene Snake was all shaken up, to the point of parting with his lunch. I'm here to kiss a hottie, not a guy. And you're asking me about your eyes? Shove off. Zhuofan was glued to him before Obscene Snake could shake him off. Zhuofan grabbed his head and stared into his eyes in a touching moment. Hey, are little old me's eyes pretty? You damn pervert, you like playing around, is it? See how I'll knock you dead. Obscene Snake roared, his rage breaking the vault of heaven. as if Xuefan had killed his mama and then asked him if he liked it. Xuefan stuck to him like a koala, his eyes flashing golden. "They are pretty, you know. Look closer. Look at your—" Obscene Snake's head simply vanished. It was all part of Xuefan's clever ploy. Xianxia was the honeypot. Then they'd use the old switcheroo to catch him on the wrong foot, or with the wrong beauty. All that was left was for Xuefan to use that eye of his, void annihilation, and deprive the old man of the useless decoration on his shoulders. Blood spurted like a fountain and his body hit dirt. "Obscene Snake!" Elder Lang cried. Tuoba Tieshan's side was just as stunned. They knew Xuefan was up to no good, but they had failed to grasp how high Xuefan would shoot. A profound heaven cultivator taking down an ethereal stage expert's head. He first neutralized Elder Lang with words while aiming for Elder Shi. "Xuefan is insidious." Tuoba Taizhan gasped. The others were on the same page about that. Taubeliener was dazed looking at the slumping corpse as her heart gave an odd thump. Xuefan jumped away and shouted, "Elderly, they're enraged. Flee!" Li Jingtian's ears twitched and he broke away. While chasing them, Fierce Tiger sensed danger from the spatial fluctuations and dodged. He saw Xuefan's right eye's 2 golden rings. Whoosh! Li Jingtian grabbed Xuefan and flew away. With Obscene Snake losing his head, the python around Qiu Yanhai faded away. He rejoined Xue Qingjian and they were right behind Li Jingtian. Fierce Tiger went over to Obscene Snake's body, then glared at Jackal. What the hell happened? How did they get his head? Elder Lang was still shaken up, stomping. How should I know? 1 second he was here in front of me and then the next second the punk was in Obscene Snake's arms, taking his head. He was dead before I even saw it. He got what he deserved, looking down on his enemy and going mad with lust. I've told him time and time again, lust ain't all fun and games. This is the result. Enough of your useless advice. It's all your fault for not having a hold on the brat. With a bellow, Obscene Snake's corpse flopped around and a brown python came out of it. It had cruel eyes, always hissing and equipped with a pair of poisonous fangs ready to tear its prey. That rotten bastard ruined my body. I will tear his soul and take his body as revenge. The python raved, its tail lashing everywhere. Elder Hu and Jackal shrugged, then watched Xuefan go, "Old Lang, should we help Obscene Snake get a new body?" "Of course. Even without that damn snake's issue. I'd still tear the punk limb from limb." Elder Lang gnashed his teeth. Obscene Snake's body flopped some more, his voice howling, "What are you waiting for? Get him. Without a body, I'm losing 1/10 of my strength every quarter of an hour. I need to get him fast. Why not just pick anyone? Get yourself a body first and then we'll go." Fierce Tiger proposed. But Obscene Snake shook his huge head in anger. "Screw that. The kid ruined my body and it'll be his body that I'll have. Anything short will make me a laughing stock back at the sect. Like you aren't already a laughing stock." A grand ethereal stage expert got his head popped by a profound heaven pup is the joke of the millennium. Getting revenge won't ever change that. This damn snake is the shame of our beast-taming sect. Fierce Tiger and Jackal snickered inside. But as fellow sect members, letting the enemy just waltz away would throw them in the same boat. Without further ado, they chased, be it for the glory of their sect, or for personal vendetta, they went after the devilish Xuefan. 2 men and 1 snake soul flew away. Tuoba Taizhan grew heavy. These elders have been duped again. This allure. From Xuefan's movements, it's clear that this was premeditated. From the start he has targeted our aces, getting them out of the picture before letting the armies fight. But they're weaker in that regard, Tuoba Lufeng said. Tuoba Taizhan spoke with wisdom. The lesser of 2 evils. Their army may be on the disadvantage, but it is far better than letting the ethereal stage experts turn the battlefield into a killing field. That is to say, Xuefan has even more plans. Tuoba Taizhan drifted off with a frown. Han Tianma exclaimed, "Brother Taizhan, you mean Xuefan is not only luring them, but also going to trap them?" "Correct, to trap the elders they have to be lured first. I fear that their fate is already sealed. Tuoba Taizhan sighed. They say not to push a cornered enemy. Yet these elders. But they're all in the ethereal stage, with anything beneath a 7th grade array turned moot. What kind of snare could hold them? Tuoba Lufeng asked. Tuoba Taizhan shook his head. Shuafan exceeds all expectations, with his countless tricks. Did any of us imagine he'd be ruining Elder Shi's body? Everyone faltered, recalling Elder Shi turning into a snake and his rage. Shuafan was outstanding in his skills and devices. Anything was possible with him around. Lord Father, what do we do? Help them? No. Tuoba Taizhan shot him down. Better finish this war fast. Shuafan wants to end our experts then deal with us. Before he comes back, we will throw everything we have into Windgaze City. He will deal with the elders, but I will take the city. It will be our victory. All-out assault. Capture Windgaze City. Tuoba Taizhan barked orders and his generals bowed. Yes, Commander. Within 15 minutes the Chuanrong army was in formation, moving like a black swarm towards Windgaze City. The 8 wolf wardens led their divisions to lay a powerful siege. The 4 tigers of Tianyu turned to the million men behind them and sighed. 600,000 of them were veterans of Dugu army while the rest were draftees, no different from a rabble. The odds were way stacked against them, yet they showed no concern. Not when everything went according to a certain plan. Just like Marshall said, Tuoba Taizhan is out to end it fast. The 8 wolf wardens are all sent into battle too. An all-out assault. Dugu Feng smiled. Dugu Lin nodded and turned to the grumbling Dugu Hua. Since we'll be the bait. Not worthy of our skills. Third brother sure is sour, ha ha ha. When has it ever been like this? We're about to go to war with the enemy commander, yet we can't even take a swing? Marshall is so unfair. Dugu Hua huffed and stomped. Dugu Feng stated. True. It's not like Marshall is old 5th steward for nothing. He has to make him look good. Besides, if there's one team that can cut through the enemy like butter, it's that creepy division. With our men, we won't even get past the wardens. Just the mention of their 5th brother had Dugu Hua whining again. Each soldier should be placed according to their skills. Giving me that division would allow it to reach its true potential, unlike under 5th. Can't Marshall see this simple truth? Dad isn't blind, he just doesn't care about you. Gu Santong chomped out an ingredient to the side. Bored. Dad is a nepotist. Who are you to him, that he would just give you those hard refined war puppets? Dugu Hua didn't take it well. Gu Santong? Are you any different? You're his son, tough and strong. So why is it that he chose the elders over you in dealing with those ethereal stage experts? Because you're that much of a burden. Dad asked me to look after you. Never to leave you out of my sight. Afraid that you worthless generals need babysitting. That's why I'm stuck here instead of wasting that friggin' old foggy who messed with Dad. Gu Santong fumed. Dugu Feng intervened before Dugu Hua blew a gasket. Now, we're all on the same side, following Marshall's orders. Moreover, Gu Santong is right. The enemy is sending specialists after our heads. Take a look. The others followed Dugu Feng's finger and found a fleeting black mist among the Chuanrong army. Shadow guards. With the shadow guard so close, the others mustn't be far behind. Dugu Feng stood up and shouted, Prepare for battle! Sir Gu Santong, please provide assistance. Gu Santong nodded, munching on his herb. That's what Dad told me anyway. Dugu Feng turned stern and the 4 brothers led their divisions out of the city. This imbalanced battle made even these seasoned tigers feel the pressure. Tuoba Lufeng was acting as the stand-in commander, directing the wolf wardens when he noticed the million men and tigers coming out. It made no sense for them to abandon the advantage of the walls, even without arrays, and opt for a frontal assault. He understood their plan soon enough. Only outside the city walls would the army of 4 tigers be able to gather to form a wedge and strike into the heart of his camp. Shuafan is cocky, throwing everything in a single risky move. We aren't good with soldier formations, but we have the spiritual beasts to give you a world of hurt. Tuoba Lufeng ordered, Steel Arm Wolf and Ironback Wolf. Move in front to block them. Howling Wind Wolf and Blood Shadow Wolf will punch through behind the two. Throw this battle into chaos once Tianyu's imperial family's support breaks their formation. Understood. The messenger left. The fanned-out wolves changed formation. Ironback Wolf and Steel Arm Wolf's divisions combined, forming a wall in front of Tuoba Lufeng. Dugu Feng laughed. Give your all, charge. With their numbers short, their best bet was to finish this battle quickly. They had to brave the danger of a trap to get to the commander and hold him hostage. Roar! The fearless shouts of soldiers shook the sky. At the same time, hundreds of black trails flitted over with eerie movements. They entered their formation and mowed down these men with their black blades. Their barely formed formation collapsed in an instant. Way above them, Sima Hui bombed them with chess pieces. They whistled through the air and left behind craters and mournful cries. Thousands fell with every strike. Howling Wind Wolf and Blood Shadow Wolf, who were on standby, laughed with glee. Without Dugu Zhantian, they're nothing. Look how easily their formation fell. The invincible army will fall even without our help. Howling Wind Wolf laughed. Blood Shadow Wolf snickered. That Marshal Zhu's mind is only filled with machinations, yet is lacking in the military department. Ha ha ha. When it comes to wars, what's important is to use your full strength in a clash. Getting tangled up with court politics and cloak and daggers every day makes you weak in directing soldiers. No matter how shrewd he is, Dugu army will die in his hands. Only Tuoba Lufeng knew just how intricate Zhu Fan's thinking was. So much so that he felt it was all going too easy here. Strange, was Dugu army ever this weak? They're not up to par with the average Chuanrong soldiers. With a reverberating shout, a red flash landed on the battlefield. A 7-year-old kid. Sima Hui shook all over and even dropped his readied pieces. Senile old man. Rather than play chess all day back at the capital, you've come here to fight? Gu Santong shone red as he punched at the sky. The space warped. Sima Hui felt his vision swim as the relentless force slammed into him. Sima Hui didn't even have the time to make a peep. All he could do was bring out his Yuan Qi. Bam! The ringing explosion made Sima Hui spill blood, his clothes a mess as he barreled through the air, bleeding from every inch of his body. Invincible scamp Gu Santong's punch was that of a monster. Not even the monochrome chess sage could take a hit. Snorting, Gu Santong grinned, turning to the shadow guards. With his uncanny speed, he punched every one of them into a pulp, even if they weren't exactly human. The power of that cutesy fist warped the space so much that he didn't even need soul power to finish the job. And now that he had Vaulting Kuanping as his guide, he used that ridiculous strength to its utmost potential. The shadow guards didn't stand a chance. Gu Santong ran to and fro, nailing shadows at every corner. When Gu Santong touched down, his tiny fist was soaked in blood, his sharp eyes staring down Ironback Wolf and Steel Arm Wolf's divisions. Dugu Feng shouted, "The bastards are dead! Attack! Roar!" His brothers gathered over, leading 600,000 men to form a new formation. Unlike before, these soldiers were of different metal, hardened and tough. They were the remnants of Dugu army. Charge! Dugu Feng shouted. With the tigers in the lead, the army's Yuan Qi fused. The soldiers formed a sharp blade that could cut any shield. Ironback Wolf and Steel Arm Wolf jerked, finding this formation a much worse enemy than the previous larger one they had formed. This is Dugu army. The previous one was bait. Tuoba Lufeng shouted. Dugu army was right on top of the two enemy divisions when Gu Santong timed his fist just right. Soaring fist, splitting heaven. Roar. His attack and Dugu army's aura combined. Ironback Wolf and Steel Arm Wolf felt the heavens dropping on them. The sheer might of this attack robbed the air from their lungs and stopped their hearts. Boom! The million men of the two wolves were flung all over the place, with many in pieces, as the tigers cut through them like paper. Ironback Wolf and Steel Arm Wolf puked blood. They had to thank their formation for still being alive. although now the divisions were crippled. 30% died from impact while 60% lay in critical condition. This is impossible. Tuoba Lufeng was slack-jawed. Dugu army didn't have such strength even at full power. How did it break 2 wolf divisions? Tuoba Lufeng glanced at the flying kid and gulped. I invincible scamp Gu Santong. He alone broke 1,000,000 soldiers. Someone call the experts to get rid of the kid or we're finished, Tuoba Lufeng ordered. The 4 tigers were too close though, coming up on Blood Shadow Wolf and Howling Wind Wolf's divisions. Gu Santong was flying in circles overhead. The 2 wolves gulped, paling from fear. No matter how strong they were in the past, Dugu army was never such a freak. Not a minute ago they had mocked Zhuofan's military ignorance, being only good at schemes. How ironic that a scheme was what had 2 divisions routed. The tigers would need but moments to charge through to their young commander and run them over. As for stopping them, well, they didn't even dream of it. They were attack divisions, best used while the enemy was busy pushing back Steel Arm Wolf and Ironback Wolf. They weren't built for defense. It was then that 3 men flew over before Gu Santong. You again. Gu Santong spat. You rotten sack of meat, you've always pushed me around. Last time I let you off yet you still dare to come back. Is it your time to die? Covered in black robes, with black mist around him, Shadow King was back. On his side were Gu Santong's old acquaintances from 300 years ago, Zhuge Chongfeng's old elders. The 2 were filled with bloodlust. Shadow King grinned. Gu Santong, the only reason I'm here is because this time I've come prepared. Look around you, they're all old friends of yours. Recognize them? Gu Santong snorted. I don't have time to waste on nameless juniors. Quite the mouth you have. We fought so hard 300 years ago, and after all this time the noble Sir Gu acting as divine dragon must have forgotten his friends of old. One mocked. Gu Santong stared back. You were there? Wait. All of them are dead, so how are you 2 men still alive? Men? Shadow King's hatred burned hotter. Since you forgot, allow me to refresh your memory. These 2 fought alongside me back then and faked death when the moment was right. Why else would you still have the gall to saunter all over the place? Shadow King's anger targeted these 2 sages. The 2 were bashful, sighing. Shadow King, our team of 3 hadn't formed yet. Showing up would have only worked against us. So we decided to buy some time to train our teamwork for the next time we fought Gu Santong. That's why we faked death. You ran, but what about me? Shadow King glared. Heaven Sage sighed. Shadow King, you've always been true and loyal. You'd never agree with our plan and even fight our attempt. That's why we didn't say anything. You left me for dead. Shadow King gnashed his teeth. It's because I thought you were dead that I resorted to stake it all on taking Gu Santong's 10 punches. It's what got me these creepy ghoulish threads. Aren't we the same? After the battle, Gu Santong broke our spirit root, dashing our hopes for the ethereal stage and sealing our lifespan. We could only drag our miserable existences as crippled husks. How's that any worse than me? You're still human. As a spirit puppet, I am stuck at the same spot. Forever. I even have to eat souls to survive, for crying out loud. I'm neither man nor shade, but an abomination. Shadow King and the sages were digging up ancient history, and any baggage it carried. Gu Santong just stood there with a frown as he considered the 2's past. Tuoba Lufeng was fuming below, wishing for nothing more than to go up there and slap some sense into them. You're here as backup, not to quarrel. Is this how Tianyu's experts act? Have some sense of duty for God's sake. By the time you finish your spat, my men will be gone. Gu Santong had heard enough to ring some bells. Oh, you're not dead. There's still some lively ones from back then. How embarrassing. And you even faked death. That's the same as duping me. You 3 rotten cheaters deserve nothing but death. The 3 turned to the kid, now dawning on them why they were here in the first place, and their faces sank. Heaven and earth sages. Let's leave the rancor for now and get back to our mission. It's time we end what we started 300 years ago. Shadow King squinted. The 2 nodded. Our teamwork is perfect and the kid will make a perfect target. Gu Santong grinned. I had wiped the floor with you then, and I'll do the same to you now. Hee, who knows? As they say, time changes everything. And we had 3 centuries on our side to prepare for the day we'll crush you. We've trained our teamwork for this moment. Heaven's Sage exploded with power, releasing blinding light, while Earth's Sage turned into a black light, the opposite, and gave off an eerie and dangerous vibe. Under shocked gazes, the 2 lights blended together, forming a huge spinning taiji. Gu Santong's instinct told him something was off about that sucking circle. The 2 had yet to finish their combo and he was already feeling danger. The 2 actually have an ace. Dad said the first to strike has the advantage. I'll break their move before they complete it. Gu Santong's fist glowed red and he punched. The 2 sages only reached out and the 2 lights formed a vortex, blocking the attack. Gu Santong's attack faded away, chipping away at its power. My punch! Gu Santong widened his eyes. Heaven Sage laughed. The great invincible scamp Gu Santong actually struck first. So you do sense you're no match for us. Why else would you do it? As if, I just got tired of your prattle. Gu Santong stuck his chin out and barked. I'll send you 3 to the hereafter just like I did 300 years ago. Humph! Angry about being found out. The 2 sages sneered, sending the black and white vortex at Gu Santong. Gu Santong jerked, finding the attack was already upon him. The vortex turned into black and white chains, tightening around him. The chains were weird to be able to withstand his strength. No amount of struggle helped. Heaven Sage grinned. Save it. Our yin-yang chains use the breath of the world feeding into each other and are tied to the world itself. Nothing will ever get out of them. Unless you can break the world. Ha ha ha. The other 2 laughed at Gu Santong's expense. The prick's day had finally come. We're finally free of that insufferable torment. Ha ha ha. Their minds drifted out to all kinds of regrets Gu Santong was having. When the kid burned red and bellowed, I am soaring Qilin. Tearing the world couldn't be easier. Roar. Gu Santong's roar shook the heavens. Origin form, Qilin. Gu Santong exploded in a scarlet light and his tiny and adorable face warped. His arms grew, scales covered his skin and his power multiplied. Gu Santong turned from a cute child into a sacred beast. Even when chained, his aura drove fear into the sages. For God's sake, he's a freak through and through. Heaven Sage gasped as the beast's every movement contained unmeasurable power, snapping a chain every time. The entire battlefield was shell-shocked while looking at the beast. Zhuo Fan's son, the one who wrecked Tianyu centuries ago, invincible scamp Gu Santong, was in fact a wild beast. Human sage, don't just stand there. We can't hold on for much longer. Heaven and Earth sages were bearing through the strain with clenched teeth and twisted expressions. Shadow King was peachy on the sidelines, not lifting a finger. Shadow King mocked. This would have never happened in the first place if we had dealt with him together 3 centuries ago. Shadow King was really thinking of backstabbing these 2, but one thing was clear, only together could they handle Gu Santong. For the bigger picture. Shadow King made a sign and a golden chain shot towards the yin-yang chains, making them shine as well. The chains grew tougher and Gu Santong could only wail in distress, unable to break his binds even as Qilin. Heaven, Earth and Man, Tri-Barrier. The 3 sages made the same sign. Du Gufeng looked up with a frown. He was freaked out by Gu Santong's form as much as the next guy, but he was their ally, their support. With Gu Santong sealed up, his army's wings were cut off. Charging forward now would only net them heavy casualties. Howling Wind Wolf and Blood Shadow Wolf perked up. Gu Santong's loss was their gain. With their numerical advantage, they could easily hold the 600,000 Dugu army back. Come, 4 tigers of Tianyu. Blood Shadow Wolf laughed. Du Gufeng shouted. Howling Wind Wolf, Blood Shadow Wolf, get on the damn side. Make me. Howling Wind Wolf and Blood Shadow Wolf bit back. Boom! The 2 armies ran into each other, But without their buff, Dugu army's advance fell. Though not to a complete halt, their formation gave them enough strength to push on against the fierce opposition. The enemy fell back one step at a time, getting on the brink of collapsing. The wolves were amazed by how just half of Dugu army could wield so much power as to push their 1,000,000 men back. They were this close to crumbling and letting them have a clear way for the leader. It was then that a piercing cry resounded. Dugu Feng watched the sky fill with thousands of golden arrows, falling down like rain. It's sky-piercing wolf's division. Dugu Feng cried. Change formation. Shields up, mountain formation. Whoosh. Dugu army halted and took a defensive stance. Their Yuan-Chi turned into an impenetrable wall, just in time to welcome the rain of arrows clanking on their shields. Howling Wind Wolf and Blood Shadow Wolf's morale lifted. Jabi was timely with his aid. Divine archers, get ready for another volley, Jabi ordered, and his men opened the floodgates. Dugu army could only duck under their shields and hold on against the constant hammering. When the attack finally let up, Dugu army found Howling Wind Wolf and Blood Shadow Wolf teaming up with Sky-Piercing Wolf by surrounding them. Advancing now was out of the question. Dugu Feng sighed. The risk was high with this move. It was either win or lose. Flanked as we are, this is where we will meet our end. Brother, what do we do? Dugu Lin asked. Dugu Feng shook his head. Our task is done. We just have to hold our ground and keep their men busy. That is the role of bait. Fifth holds the true force. Dugu Feng looked towards Tuoba Tieshan's tent with a smile. In Windgaze City, the House Lords were watching Dugu army get pinned down. Gu Santong bound and were worried with anxiety. Pavilion Lord Long, what do we do? We have to save them or everyone in the city will die, Grandmother said. Long Yifi sighed. And how do you suppose we do that? Get Gu Santong freed up? We don't have the manpower. Support the army? How do we do that when we've always operated alone? We will be stuck there with them. All we can do is wait for Zhuofan. The others sighed. Xia Xiaofeng shook his head. Did we ever stop to think the day would come when we, the mighty leaders of 7 houses of boundless prestige, will end up so powerless? We are reduced to nothing more than spectators in the battle that will decide our fates. Ha ha ha. Now I see just how weak the House Lords really are. The others echoed his sentiment with a strained chuckle. On Li Jingtian's side, the elders were running for their lives. Steward Zhua, they don't seem to be buying it. Maybe they don't care about us and are now slaughtering Windgaze City. No. Zhuofan was resolute. I broke his meat suit and the guy must be boiling mad. The other 2 will be with him for appearance's sake, to save their names. They're overconfident in their ethereal stage power, thinking in their thick heads that revenge couldn't be easier. They'll never go with feints to draw us out by attacking Windgaze City. It's too much of a pain when they don't have to. Qiu Yanhai grumbled. Steward Zhua, next time if a twisted trick like honey trap comes to your mind, could you please leave my biddy out of it? Ha ha ha, you think I wanted to do that? She's a victim of circumstances. Zhuofan said. The plan was to draw the experts away by pissing them off and give the 4 tigers of Tianyu some breathing room. As to how we go about doing that, it all came down to the adversary. It's not my fault that a pervert showed up, even kissing me with that foul mouth of his. So why are you so upset? No one touched your biddy. In fact, I'm the victim here. The others laughed. Qiu Yanhai bowed. Many thanks, Steward Zhua, for saving my biddy. That's what teammates do. Don't mind it, Elder Qiu. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan waved him off. A bellow came from behind them. You rotten son of a bitch. Don't move a muscle. I'll flay you alive. Burn your soul and take that meat sack for my own. Turning around, they found 2 men and 1 python coming over at full speed. Li Jingtian turned to Zhuofan. The steward looked below and pointed at a valley. That's where we land, Elder Li. Someone's expecting us. Sure thing. Li Jingtian nodded and flew with the couple behind him. The 4 of them landed in this picturesque landscape, surrounded by mountains on all sides. The blissful sound of a stream and the forest animals made it paradise. The three ethereal stage experts touched down as well. Obscene Snake snorted. An ethereal stage cultivator, some radiant stage experts, and a puny profound heaven cultivator think of running from us? Well, think again. Who said we're running? Think we're scared? Is that it? Zhuofan mocked with an obnoxious tone. We just recalled that we had prior engagements and had to visit some friends. What are you doing coming with us? Hi, cut the bull. Talk trash all you want. But at the end of the day, I'll peel your skin and wear you like a suit. Back up a little? Zhuofan cut him off and sneered. Here I thought only the white-mustached Foggy was slow, but now it seems you aren't so bright yourself. How would you look if you wore me without skin? Didn't think of that, did you? Ugh. The python burned with fury, looking lost all over the place. He was only spitting insults, not minding the contradictions. What would I ever do with a skinned body? Holding his head, Elder whose savage eyes glared at Obscene Snake. Are you here to kill him, or to chat up with him? What are you doing getting tongue-tied in crap? You're dragging the intellect of our whole sect through the mud. Elder who roared at Obscene Snake and Jackal. All he got was a huff and puff from them, focusing their angry glares on Zhuofan. It was all this piece of crap's fault for them ending like this. One in a sorry state and the other without a body. Their reputation as an ethereal stage expert aside, he had now attacked another angle, their brains. Obscene Snake snarled, Rotten punk. I will crack your skin, take your bones and torture you. I'll make you suffer until you beg for death. Did you give up on possessing me? Zhuofan grinned. Obscene Snake's tail was whistling in rage. None of your goddamn business. Just remember, I will make your life a living hell. You will live a long and painful life. Hi. Zhuofan merely shook his head. Dumbass. Boy, are these people the target? An aged voice resounded. The elders jerked around but saw nothing. Fear creeped into their hearts for how much weaker they were compared to the owner of this voice. The three felt perhaps more than a little uneasy. Did we just get played, again? We, the great ethereal stage experts. An expert ambush. But Tianyu has nobody stronger than us. Even Li Jingtian's case took 1,000 years to pass, yet now there's another ethereal stage expert in hiding. The three gulped, their common sense defeated. Zhuofan sneered at them, cupping his hands. I thank the elder for his support. They are all here, please begin. Fine. The aged voice came again. From all around the mountains, space twisted until 5 aged robes came into view, having the group surrounded. Every single one of them had a handicap. One with atrophied ears, one was blind, one had a cut-off nose and one with the tied lips, even though his voice still came out. The last one was looking quite healthy, if one ignored his other crippled senses. He didn't even have a tongue, only groaning as he talked. Following the trend, the 5 men each missed sensory organs, yet, through a twisted logic, still had the sense that the other guys were missing. Even Li Jingtian twitched a bit after looking at the creepy 5. While the 3 elders were downright stumped, even falling back in fear. Fierce Tiger's teeth chattered. Demon Scheming Sex Impermanence 5? What are you doing here? Last I checked, Demon Scheming Sect is one of Tianyu Empire's 3 guardian sections. Going about our domain is only natural. That being said, I can't help but wonder, what's Beast Taming Sect doing here? Are you here to mess with our disciples? For elders simply meditated on a rock, with only the blind, deaf and sealed mouth elder speaking. The terror was growing within the 3 beast elders, evident by their sweat. Fierce Tiger wiped his brow and bowed. Elders, we had been taunted by some insidious lowlife. We have never touched any of your great sect's disciples. Never, is it? Then what was that flaying our disciple and taking his body all about? My ears are frail, but I can hear just fine. The same one spoke. The trio were panicking now, crying at Zhuofan. You're a Demon Scheming Sect disciple? Yep, in the making. Zhuofan shrugged. The trio shook like leaves and hatred exploded within. Oh, not out of regret, but with malice directed at their intelligence reports. They did it on purpose. How else could they not find out that our target is with the demon scheming sect? What was supposed to be a simple in and out job, beneath the prying eyes of Tianyu's guardian sects, had now become a task of targeting demon scheming sect's disciple. They were as smooth as a lummox. Tianyu's emperor in particular. You fool, going around targeting demon scheming sect's men with your pranks? Is life too good for you? The three elders were close to bawling. Impermanence 5 are veterans. We should have had an easy time, but we just came here and have already hit a wall. Fierce Tiger bowed at once. Elders, we did not know the kid was yours. We ask that you overlook our transgressions out of the goodness of your hearts. Ha ha ha, what's the point of sect rules if a simple apology would suffice? You messed with our disciple and think you can walk away just like that? Who do you take the demon scheming sect for? The same elder taunted. As tears welled up in their eyes, Obscene Snake had to show his dissatisfaction. Elders, just look at us. It's him who has messed with us. He is still alive and kicking even after taking out my body. Ha ha ha, a profound heaven kid destroyed a great ethereal stage expert's body. What a shame. And now you have the nerve to own up to it? The way I see it, death will look much better on you. The elder mocked. The other four elders shook a little, each expressing joy in their own creepy way. Fierce Tiger barked. Obscene Snake, are you so damn blind? This is a trap. Demon scheming sect is splitting hairs just to fish for leverage. We can beg all we want, but they won't ever let us go. Ha ha ha. Everyone is a product of their environment. You haven't been around this kid for long, yet you already have the kid's brain rubbing off on you, if only a little. I think congratulations are in order. The elder mocked. Fierce Tiger turned savage. Impermanence 5, you're famous in Western lands, but you're not much different from us. Don't push it or we'll take you down with us. Now I really want to see just how three nobodies would go about doing that. Ha ha ha. The elder shot back. Kid, take your men away before they tie us down. Yes, elder. Zhuofan bowed, giving Li Jingtian a look. The four flew away but didn't go too far, watching from the sidelines at the edge of the valley. A fight of this degree would do the fresh ethereal stage Li Jingtian and the power couple a world of good. Qiu Yanhai frowned at the still-sitting elders. Steward Zhua, what's the deal with them? Their senses are wilted, but not by accident. Ha ha ha, true. It came about from their cultivation method. Zhuofan explained, it is a combination art, vicissitudes art. It is said, a year of vicissitudes, a time of blossoms and a time of wilting. When the year turns, vicissitudes begin anew. This is the natural cycle. Everything in this world rises and falls in a never-ending cycle. These five elders emulate it through their sensory organs. But the cycle can sometimes thrive and sometimes degrade. To compensate for this glaring weakness, they each gave up all their sensory organs except one. Thus, together they will only thrive, to the point that many experts stronger than them have fallen to their combination art. The elders are named after the sensory organ they picked. Take that talking elder for instance, he is Elder Shi because of his tongue. The others nodded, with Xue Qingjian found their creepy looks not at all inviting. But they're so damn ugly. No matter how great the art is, I'll never practice it. The others laughed. Zhuofan continued, Sister Xue, you're underestimating the vicissitudes art. Not anyone can train in it. The least you should be ready for is to give up your face, but you also have to join four others in using it. While each of them has a sense still working, it is at the group's discretion to use it. And therein lies the kicker, you can't control it. In reply to their shock, Zhuofan smiled. Anyway, there are three reckless fools trying it out. You best peel your eyes to a true ethereal stage expert. Impermanence 5, you're seasoned experts, but we're no pushovers either. Must we do this? Push us hard enough and we'll stoop to anything. Yeah. We're so ruthless that we even scare ourselves. Elder who watched the enemy with tense and sweaty brow, though still talked tough in the hopes of scaring them. The other two threw in a helping hand. The five elders sat still like before, letting these three talk to the walls. Elder, she began after a while. Ha ha ha. There's a saying, all bark and no bite. I gotta say, the more you hoot, the more relieved I feel. PFF. Xue Qingjian giggled. Steward Zhua, that guy's just like you, throwing biting remarks. Of course, why do you think he kept his tongue and earned his nickname, Elder Shi? Ha ha ha. Shuofan chuckled. The tiger, wolf, and snake were fuming. Like pretty much anyone else, these three were fierce believers of death before dishonor. Now that Elder Shi had taunted and mocked them, he was wiping the floor with their name as even ethereal stage experts. It came as no surprise when Elder Hu exploded with power as a golden-eyed tiger image appeared around him. The sky darkened, the wind howled, like a tiger on the prowl. Li Jingtian shook, the roar infecting him. It was many times stronger than the one he felt when fighting Fierce Tiger. Only in danger would Fierce Tiger show his true power, in order to fight for his life. Elder Lang had a mighty wolf around him, baring his claws and fangs, growling at the five elders with bloodshot eyes. As for the runt of the litter, Obscene Snake, powering up proved a tiny bit difficult without a body. In fact, he was decaying as time went by. He'd better get a meat suit fast before a breeze blew him over. No pressure though, as an ethereal stage expert's soul could survive for a long time. Then again, the weaker the soul got, the harder it would be to get a new body. Impermanence 5 just sat there, chilling with no intent of attacking or leaving, just stalling. The three elders were clamoring to get away, though none tried to leave by force, just struggling only to find themselves stuck. Elder Hu snapped first under the pressure and flew into a rage. Jackal and Obscene Snake followed. The five elders acted right away as well, though only in the form of one elder. Whoosh! The elder who could open his mouth appeared in front of them. The trio were exuberant. No matter how much fear they had for the five, just one elder presented them with a high chance of survival. Of course they'd take it. Three souls joined together, the auras combining into a might that could crush mountains. Even Li Jingtian felt fear. Their combined power came from how well they knew each other, how perfectly in tune they were. While the elder just stood there, opening his mouth only when the attack was on top of him to release a dreadful howl. Ah! Bam! A ripple like a sonic boom ripped apart the attack like paper. Hu and Lang puffed blood from the searing headache and their soul forms vanished. While Obscene Snake had it worse, his already faint form was much closer to fading away. This attack had sapped his soul energy. The three groaned, falling on the ground like bricks, while the attacking elder returned to his spot. Li Jingtian's side was bug-eyed. A mere shout routed three grand ethereal stage experts' combo soul attack. No matter how great the gap in strength, it should never be this great. They were all in the ethereal stage at the end. Just like how divine dragons didn't have much of an upper hand against plain radiant stage experts. Shuofan smiled. It's too soon to be shocked. That was just a warm-up. Elder Ko merely opened his mouth. That's all. What? They all cried out. What will a full-blown attack look like then? Shuofan explained. The greatest difference between ethereal stage and radiant stage is soul form. They all rely on their souls. Using anything less means sparring. What Elder Ko used was the power of the vicissitudes art trained to its peak. A skill called Demon Echo. The others are no different. Elder Shi's beguiling, Elder Yan's deluding sight, Elder Air's omnipresent hearing, Elder Bai's uncanny smell. Each of them is just as amazing. Together, they cover their glaring weaknesses, never waning and ever thriving, flawless. No one would take them on unless they had an unfair advantage. This is the demon scheming sect's personal elders, Impermanence 5's power. They nodded, but then asked, Steward Zhua, what do you mean by personal elders? Ha ha ha, rumor has it that the high venerables of demon scheming sect are lofty positions that the disciples have endless respect for. But only the oldest are worthy of such title and can even grow to have the power to remove the sect leader. That makes having personal guards natural, hence they are called personal elders. People who should have been the sect's venerables have now become high venerables' personal guards, thus reduced to mere elders. even as their power goes beyond a mere venerable. Li Jingtian gave a thumbs up. And you just asked for their help, Steward Zhua? Are you sure you're going to the demon scheming sect as a disciple and not as a venerable? Zhua Fan chuckled. This is all courtesy of demon scheming sect's sect leader, Xia Wue. Maybe he values me just that much. Be that as it may, by sending these 5, his intentions are loud and clear. The way I see it, these 5 would find it a cinch to deal with 30 of these 3 experts. The others were so shocked that they just bobbed their heads. The 3 in question crawled to their feet at long last. No matter how much they'd heard of the 5's prowess, it still topped their imagination. Just one of them had handled the 3 of them like children. Wiping the blood on his mouth, Elder who cupped his hands. Impermanence 5's vicissitudes formation lives up to its name. I accept my defeat. Though it's not much of a contest, ganging up on the few of us. Ha ha ha, what are you spouting? Vicissitudes formation? We haven't even used it. That was all Elder Co. As for ganging up on you, it's your side outnumbering him. But I get it, trying to talk your way out of it. A shame that's the most useless approach when it comes to demonic cultivators like us. While righteous cultivators like you would go the extra mile for stuff like honor and whatever, for us the end justifies the means. A loss won't change no matter how few or many are attacking. It's all about strength. Elder, she didn't buy into the taunt. Fierce Tiger's face fell. Damn unreasonable demonic cultivators. They don't give a hoot about their names, wanting our lives even in a 5 against 1. Against righteous cultivators, they'd already be ashamed by now, going for a fair fight instead. Elder, she mocked. Since you're so keen on seeing our formation, though unworthy, we're happy to make an exception for your ignorant eyes. Oh no, we'd like our eyes to be ignorant, thank you. Elder who waved around. The trio together couldn't even deal with one of them. While all 5 would kill them with a flick, it was an overkill, plain as day. Like a 9-foot-tall mean thug towering a 3-year-old. A slap would do him in, but the thug just had to take the kid through the full course of his arsenal. The 3 lamented their fates. Impermanence 5 couldn't care less. They began with hand signs, clearly deciding to torture these 3 bastards good. Zhuofan's eyes lit up like a good audience. Impermanence 5's formation was a novelty, rarely observed. To witness it was a chance that appeared once in a blue moon. Especially for Li Jingtian and company, the peak of the ethereal stage would be a good demonstration of this stage's true potential. Ripples came out of the 5 elders one after the other, and the sky above them turned a bright green. It enveloped the whole valley, just like a barrier. The beast elders were tense and scared. It was Elder who decided to act and bellowed as he rushed to the skies to leave this damn place. 3 meters, that was how far he got. Green light flashed on him and held him steady. Fierce Tiger was aware of his predicament and unleashed every ounce of power in his being. With a roar, a golden tiger came out of him, soaring away. Elder who? Don't you want your body? Elder Lang cried. All that work pumping iron to get to this stage. It was a shame just letting it go. And now he'd have to do it all over again with his next body. So despite his love for the chiseled body, desperate times called for desperate measures. While Elder whose mind was set, using his body as a lure to get his soul to survive, Elder Lang was overcome by mixed emotions. Fierce Tiger never gave them a hint of his plan and just left them there. The 5 were sure to address this oversight the second time. Elder who was the sole exception. Who could blame him? Any attempt to let his pals in on his plan would be foiled. Omnipresent hearing was just that amazing, picking up the tiniest sounds, even transmission. Not that Elder Lang knew any of this. As for Obscene Snake, he was outraged, since this plan would never have worked for him in the first place. He had no shell to shed, being a soul and all. The snake and the wolf stared slack-jawed at the sky. With Fierce Tiger moments away from leaving the valley and getting his freedom, the leftover felt forlorn. Just then green vines shot from beneath and coiled Fierce Tiger tightly like a bow-wrapped gift. Fierce Tiger roared, an exercise in futility. The green vines got him back down to earth one step at a time. Ha ha ha, We'd have no name to speak of if even you three nobodies could escape us. Elder, she mocked. The others nodded, sitting on their rock and doing what felt like light work of catching him. She and Lang's faces fell. If even Fierce Tiger's surprise plan failed, what did that mean for them? Yet another ripple covered the green valley and thousands of vines came from all sides at the two. They had no hope at all of fighting back. Any struggle was just wasted energy, tightened among the glowing vines. Fierce Tiger roared in his feeble attempts, feeling himself growing weaker. The tiger soul was slowly fading as well, while the green glow on the vines only got stronger. The same happened to Obscene Snake. Without a body to shield him, his soul was taking the brunt. Elder Lang was shaking in his boots, his body drying up like a raisin and the vines pulling his soul out into the open, awaiting the same fate. They were officially in hell, experiencing a world of pain and endless remorse. Elders, have mercy. We'll never come near your precious disciples again. There's nothing personal between us. There'll be no revenge. I beg of you to let us go. We will never forget this kindness. Spare us, elders. The three whined across the whole valley in a sappy and tearful voice, but the 5 elders were like rocks. Li Jingtian's side knew the 5 elders were way better than the 3, but not by this degree. They didn't even move and the 3 were already dying. How are they same stage cultivators? The least you can do is twitch a finger. Qiu Yanhai said in shock. Steward Zhua, what are those things? Is it a grand skill of theirs from cultivating? That's their soul, Zhua Fan said. Soul? Was the unanimous question. In the ethereal stage, the soul takes shape and can be molded into any form through cultivation methods. Like those 3, they trained in a method that made their soul animals. Elder Li should be a black dragon, because of the wraith art he used to achieve advancement. Zhua Fan explained. While Impermanence 5 have the vicissitudes art and have combined their strengths. This made their souls not the vines, but that green glow you see covering the valley and sealing this place, the vicissitudes world. They have the control of every root, every blade of grass at their fingertips, thriving and waning, translating into their enemies' flourishing or decaying states. Taking away another's life is what they are best at. With this lesson and practical demonstration, they came to the obvious conclusion that in the ethereal stage, the soul's strength ultimately decides victory. Xue Qingjian said, Steward Zhua, what about mine and Geezer's souls? What will they be like? Zhua Fan surmised, Sister Xue and Elder Qiu train in fire and water arts, so you ought to become fire and water, in constant growth. Better than those 3? Xue Qingjian lit up. Zhua Fan shook his head. It means no set form, like an illusion, though I can't say for sure. We'll just have to see it first. If those 3 animals were tough, they'd be breaking away by now. The soul can take any shape in the ethereal stage, each with its own advantage, all depending on their cultivation. They all nodded. The 3 soul beasts' pleadings stopped at last, their voices cut. It was now a matter of time before their souls died. Elder, she took out a gourd and with a flick, the vines threw the tamed pets inside. Putting the cork on, Elder, she stashed the gourd and the green glow faded with another sign from the 5 elders. Zhua Fan and the others went to them and bowed. Thank you for everything, elders. However, I didn't understand something. Why did you let them live as prisoners? Ha ha ha, this is a sect matter, Junior. Killing them is easy, as well as missing out on a huge harvest. We'd rather take them to the sect leader first and let him decide their fate. Elder, she spoke. Zhua Fan nodded. Xiaowue wants to stir things up, I see, and to take it out on beast taming sect. I reckon he'll reap a plenty. What will that make of the elder's support, him helping me or me helping him? Elder, she looked hard at Zhua Fan and nodded. You've got quite the brain, Junior. I see why the sect leader likes you and sent us over. Though keep it in mind to show him some courtesy. Sect leader is no saint either. Thank you for the reminder. I will keep that in mind. Zhua Fan bowed. The elders nodded. Since that is all, we'll be returning. I will handle the rest. Thank you for all you have done, elders. Zhua Fan bowed and they flew away. Li Jingtian muttered, Nice guys, those seniors. Unlike any demonic cultivator I've ever seen. There are plenty of freaks of nature around. But that doesn't mean they're all savage and twisted. Many just walk their own path and care not for others. Because of this, they're lumped in with demonic cultivators. These 5 hardly talk with anyone else beside themselves. Their shrewdness isn't too sharp. They're the closest thing to a saint, as far as demonic cultivators go. Zhuofan explained. He looked towards Windgaze City and shouted, "Now we just have to win this battle and everything will fall in place." On the battlefield, the elite remnants of Dugu army with its tigers were going all out to hold back 3 wolf wardens and their massive army of 1,000,000 men. Blood Shadow Wolf snickered and shouted, "Tigers, you have my full respect for your valor and for not losing your head in panic. In my name as Blood Shadow Wolf, I promise the commander will take you in. Just surrender. Dream on, we are Dugu Army's 4 tiger generals. We don't surrender to the likes of savages." Dugu Feng snorted. Howling Wind Wolf mocked. "Your lord threw you to the wolves, so why do you still insist on fighting? Our commander cherishes talent. Join us and your army with you at its helm will win us all the battles. Your future will be glorious. Why must you throw it all away? And for what, that twisted emperor of yours? Is he worth dying for?" Chuanrong and Tianyu's emperor's deal was just that, business. It had no clause saying that they had to like the guy for his foul schemes. It worked against him in fact, making them admire Dugu army's valor instead. It went without saying, when the situation called for it, the Chuanrong army would rather flip these intrepid warriors to their side. A shame that the one thing standing in their way was the same element that had made the Dugu army invincible for all these years, their resolve and undying loyalty. Marshall had fallen at the Emperor's underhanded attack. But if there was one thing these men couldn't do, it was to become traitors. Howling Wind Wolf, Blood Shadow Wolf, save your breath. We will defend our home and every soul in it, to our dying breaths. Tianyu isn't the land, it is its people, Dugu Feng shouted. Dugu army echoed his will. Even when surrounded, they held strong, like true warriors. The 3 wolves nodded. Such fine men, a darn shame too. The wolves gave the signal. Sky-piercing wolf shouted, "For tigers of Tianyu, today is the day we'll end you and give you a proper burial. Much appreciated, ha ha ha." Dugu Feng laughed. They were mere bait in this battle, but with death lurking at every turn, the brothers had made peace with it. The wolves were hesitating. Fighting their rivals for so many years got them to understand their character. But a soldier's duty was above sympathy and individual will, and they had to cut down their enemies without remorse. Crush them. The wolves ordered while the 4 tigers of Tianyu got ready for a 3-pronged assault. The heavy and heroic mood broke suddenly due to a wail in the forest. The flames reached the heavens. The wolves cried, "It's the commanding tent! An ambush! Ha ha ha! 5th brother made his move." Dugu Feng laughed. The wolves shouted, "You had someone go after our base? Your entire army is trapped. What other men are there to make a sudden strike? He never saw that coming. Did you? We have one more division, led by the 5th Tiger of Tianyu, the Flying Tiger Army. We're just bait. Marshall figured out that you're out for a quick strike, going all out. So we baited you and you bought it, leaving the 5th brother free to attack your commanding tent. To capture an enemy, first take their head. Ha ha ha." Dugu Feng laughed and the wolves exploded in rage. The full might of the 8 wolf wardens was here, leaving the commanding tent in solitude and defenseless, going where the fire burned hottest. Luo Yunhai led his steel war puppets, cutting through the remnants like butter. With their capacity as freaks, Luo Yunhai found that a formation at this point was overkill. Charging was enough to mow the enemy down. They were an unstoppable killing machine. Luo Yunhai wasn't quite happy though. He knew Zhuofan was using this war to establish his position, a cinch with this ridiculous army, but it was so easy that it made the wind feel flat. All those years he spent in Dugu army learning formations, tactics, maneuvers and counters were flushed down the drain. With an army like this, they acted like a locust plague, tearing everything to shreds and leaving only a mess behind. It mowed down even the likes of Tuoba personal guards. No order, no tactic, just head-on attack like a deranged murderous fanatic. It finally dawned on him as to why Zhuofan kept saying power trumps everything. Young master, there are no more enemies. All that's left is the commanding tent. We await your orders. A peak radiant stage war puppet bowed. Luo Yunhai muttered, with your strength, just go in there and grab him. What are you asking me for? Young master, it's steward Zhuo's will. Take the commander yourself, sir, and your name will spread. It will be on everyone's lips and in their hearts. Brother Zhuo is so thoughtful. Even though this achievement brings me no joy. Luo Yunhai shook his head and walked to Tuoba Tieshan's tent. The place was surrounded by war puppets. Luo Yunhai walked in to see a lone stalwart man, sitting in the high seat without fear or anxiety. Saluting, Luo Yunhai spoke. I've long since heard Godfather say that Commander is his adversary for life. Today I can attest to that. But now I've taken your camp. You've lost, so I will have to ask you to come with me. Ha ha ha. Where did this egotistical brat come from? Wanna beat my Chuanrong army and take me down? You have another thing coming. Luo Yunhai stared at his back. You're not Tuoba Taizhan? Of course not. Swinging around, it was just some youth in the commander's robe. Commander knew about your side's weak position. The only way to win was by taking him out. You've been had, ha ha ha. Young master. There are enemy soldiers crawling all over the place. We're surrounded. A shout came from outside. Luo Yunhai nodded and sighed. Just like Big Brother Zhuo said, the first plan only had a 10% chance of success. We'll just switch to plan B and see if the old guy is confident enough to show up. Time to pay those brothers of mine a visit. Ha ha ha. Why are you so calm? The fake commander jerked. Luo Yunhai grinned. Unrest has never helped anyone. To get Tuoba Taizhan, we have exhausted everything to anticipate anything. In any case, all I need is his location and Flying Tiger Army will get him in under a minute. Ha ha ha. Luo Yunhai left a stunned fake commander behind. Why don't you kill me? I'm ready for you to take my head. Why kill a nobody? Just like Big Brother Zhuo said. You can't stop me, so it makes no difference. Luo Yunhai's last laugh echoed in the youth's ears. He contemplated before nodding. The mettle of a great general. Luo Yunhai signaled for the men to follow him out of the camp. He then heard a laughter approaching him. Savage Wolf met him with his division bursting with bloodthirst. Ha ha ha. Damn punk. You took our camp and now you want to just walk out? Where do you think this place is? Xianxia was bursting with power. Though a peak radiant stage war puppet blocked the shockwave. Luo Yunhai snickered. It's the enemy camp, of course. What else could it be? A scenic route. Cocky little prick. Talking smack even as your death nears. You're just like Zhuofan. Xianxia pointed behind him. See these? Do you think a few 100,000 men can't wipe the floor with you in minutes? Luo Yunhai made a mock copy of his gesture. See this Flying Tiger Army? Do you think it can't flatten you in seconds? Xianxia was stumped. Are all Zhuofan's underlings brash and obnoxious? He looked at the enemy once again but snorted in the end. Rube whelp, that's just 100,000 men. While I have 500,000 men with me. Why are you so cocky? Give up for the sake of both our men and your puny life. TCH, you're the dingleberry. You'll see soon enough that numbers aren't everything. Tell me something I don't know. The greatest army Tianyu has ever seen has always been the Dugu army. Those men behind you might be the same, but they still won't top my 500,000 elites. With Luo Yunhai still acting tough, Xianxia resorted to intimidation. The kid wasn't buying it, grinning from ear to ear. Then you're just narrow-minded. Formation. Let's show this savage wolf just how wrong he is. Luo Yunhai shouted. The war puppets moved into the formation they had practiced for a short couple of months. The awkwardness was still there, but the foundation was steady as each soldier was an expert by himself. The sky was saturated with raw power, its volatile nature stabbing Xianxia and his men into backing away. Xianxia was speechless and sweat poured down on him. What the hell kind of division is this? How is it so monstrous? They're only 100,000 men, yet are proving to be more than enough to offset the numerical disadvantage. It's like fighting 1,000,000 veterans. He was better off not knowing. This display of power had him on the verge of wetting himself. 5,000 radiant stage experts, close to 40,000 profound heaven experts, and the rest were in the bone tempering stage. Such a lineup had long since stopped being a band of freaks and monsters. It was downright cheating. Bone tempering experts were the cream of an army to begin with. Profound heaven experts would be generals, rarer than rare, while radiant stage experts would be gods of war, unstoppable high generals. That was where the 8 wolf wardens and 4 tigers of Tianyu stood. Your common soldier would only ever be in the chi condensation stage. An army's power had nothing to do with strength per se, but relied on formations, combining their meager efforts into a well-oiled killing machine. But the sight of close to 50,000 men being made up of radiant stage and profound heaven experts had this veteran of countless bloody battles and gruesome slaughters soiling himself. Dude, don't tease me. Since when did the world have such an army? Who in their right mind accepts becoming a common soldier with that power in them? A venerable or an elder has a better future. The likes of those joining the war effort were the great minority, and that was only because they were raised in a military environment. But this division here is an abomination. Finding further explanation unnecessary thanks to Xiaolahan's dumb look, Luo Yunhai grinned. Savage wolf? See that? This is the flying tiger army that our dear Marshal Zhua has trained personally and gave to me to command. Do you mind taking it for a spin? Star Reader. The character for train here has multiple meanings, including refining. So think of it as refined by fire. While in this army's case it is quite literal. Zizhua fans soldiers. Xiaolahan's mouth fell, not liking his situation one bit. Damn you, Zhua fan! Keep your freakiness to yourself. Don't spread it around. How did he train them? And how the hell am I supposed to win? Taking a deep breath to gather a semblance of reason, he shouted, "Fall back!" Like a good wolf, he led by example, taking flight first. The Chuanrong soldiers were still out of it. The sight of the savage and brash great General Xiaolahan fleeing in panic was a first for them. Moments later they followed suit. For even the general to abandon ship, it only went to show that the enemy was far above their station. This had never happened to the Chuanrong army before, and by God, was it embarrassing. Luo Yunhai smiled and shouted, "A team of 100 radiant stage experts is to go get me that savage wolf. Crush the rest." "Yes, sir." With a brief salute they got to work. Like demons from hell, Luo Yunhai's men dove into the savage wolf's division. And all they had was but a crushing advantage in terms of cultivation to initiate the culling. The sky sang with the mournful cries of the defeated. Savage Wolf lost half his men in a jiffy. Though the fleeing general had a big part to play, the division had lost the will to hold their formation. Not that it would have made much of a difference. The war puppets would still cut through them. Xiaolahan sped like a wild beast, an exercise in futility against radiant stage experts. They still caught up. Xiaolahan was devastated. These experts weren't just many in numbers, they even had wings. How was he supposed to even escape? Rotten piece of filth, Zhuofan. How filthy rich are you? Did you feed them money as training? There was no way out. Xiaolahan sighed at the sky, finding heaven against him. What should have been an easy job laying in wait for rats to swarm the camp. Those little rats turned on him like tigers. Now he'd be chewed down to nothing. He should have let someone else take this job. Hindsight never was much help to anyone, not in his position at least. All that was left for him was to go down in a blaze of glory. Xiaolahan exploded with power. I am one of the 8 wolf wardens, my strength divine, tearing at spiritual beasts for as long as I can remember, and the best warrior in Chuanrong. Come and get me. His audience chuckled with a playful look. Zhuofan had refined these war puppets. Besides the soul, every single cell had gone through inhuman refining. Let's see you tear steel. One war puppet shot towards him. Xiaolahan grabbed him and pulled. Crack. The snapping of bones was music to his ears. When teammates saw one of them getting torn apart, they'd be wrecked with fear thinking they'd be next. No matter how many they were, the panic would leave room for error and a way out. But his smile was short-lived, disillusioned with his plan. His arms hung powerless from his shoulders. That snapping sound had come from his arms. Xianxia watched him with shock. Dude, you're a body cultivating expert? Never done it in my life. This steel body is courtesy of Steward Zhua, to all of us. All that raw power won't do you good here. You won't be tearing anything, he laughed. Xianxia was dumbstruck, watching the 100 men with an ashen face. The grand numero uno Chuanrong warrior just got kicked 100 paces back in Tianyu. Scratch that, 100,000. Xianxia made such a funny face, like a kicked puppy. Is Luo clan a realm of freaks? Why are you all so damn abnormal? The others laughed in pride. It was finally their turn to mess with others. This is the feeling of strength. They sealed Xianxia's cultivation, making him captive. Back at the battlefield, the 3 wolves watched their camp with worry. The wails and cries weren't helping either, though it did bring a smile to the tigers. Howling Wind Wolf. Leave it to us and go save Commander, Zhibi said. Howling Wind Wolf nodded, just as he heard Dugufeng's mockery. Too little too late, but by all means go for it, you'll just find your dear Commander Tauba in Fifth's chains. You'll only be making it easier for us, going there to surrender. This battle is our win. Don't bet on it. The wolves turned towards the voice in shock. To the commander? Men made way for the incoming Slaughter Wolf's division. Next to him was a man in a deputy's clothes. Taking off his helmet, the Grand Commander of the Chuanrong army revealed his location. Around him were Taoba Liener and his guards. Tuoba Taizhan. So that's where you are, Dugufeng cried. Tuoba Taizhan nodded in pride. I've studied Zhua Fan's style and know he is good at using tricks. And since you're at a disadvantage, the only way to win is by taking the head. That being said, I laid an ambush in my place at the camp. And just like I figured, you went for it. Dugufeng fell silent. Zhibi and the other 2 were lost. Slaughter Wolf explained. The deployment of all 8 wolf wardens was a ruse. Commander and young miss had been by my side, while the young master was the stand-in to draw your attention. While Xianxia's division was fake, he was in fact waiting to spring the trap on the camp. Everything went just like Commander anticipated. This way their strength will fall and taking Windgaze City will be even easier. This explanation shed light on the situation while filling the wardens with utmost respect for Tuoba Taizhan. It was then that a flash of fire covered the sky, unleashing a monumental explosion and adding its own, particular, light to the battlefield. Tuoba Taizhan frowned at the flaming corona and a bad feeling overcame him. Just what are you planning? Is that an ambush? Ha ha ha, the few you see here are the only ones that can fight. What ambush? Then, Tuoba Taizhan looked Dugufeng dead in the eye. Dugufeng's mouth perked up. Ha ha ha. Tuoba Taizhan. You fell for it. There's no getting out of this one. Tuoba Taizhan squinted. Forgive this old man for not making sense of anything you just said. Tuoba Taizhan, just like you said, we're short on manpower, robbed of the option to meet you in open battle. Victory can only come by taking the leader. No matter how important the main camp is, the commander had to be safe at all times to lead the army. Marshal Zhua figured you'd ditch the camp and hide among your troops. Dugufeng snorted. Tuoba Taizhan gasped. What's the point of striking my camp then? Bait. Dugufeng laughed. In Marshall's immortal words, all big guys like to work it, either openly or hidden. Whether we stormed the stand-in commander's camp or Fifth went for it, both would achieve their purpose as bait, to flush you out and have you explain your grand plan in a glorious fashion. Ha ha ha. Tuoba Taizhan flushed and coughed. Explaining the enemy's ploy was one of the rare joys of a commander, filling him with pride. Yet to use such a glaring weakness had the old man embarrassed. I'm not one to be haughty, just a bit prideful. Is that so bad? Tuoba Taizhan cooled and asked, what's the point of it all? Just to take a bite out of me? Hardly. though it did do the trick, getting Sir to stick out his neck. Dugu Feng grinned. Tuoba Taizhan shuddered and his instinct screamed at him. Slaughter Wolf mocked. What good will knowing do? I don't see any men you can spare to take him out. Do you? Not one extra. They're all you see. Dugu Feng's confidence never dropped though. Provided the fifth brother knows your location, he'll be sure to come killing. All that's left is to surrender. Fifth? Humph, you only sent him. Slaughter Wolf sneered. Is your memory on the fritz? Commander just said that Jalahan is there. He's not coming back. Even if by some miracle he does slip away, by the time he gets here the commander will be gone, to say nothing of us still being around. Yet you are still sticking to that preposterous notion that he'll even touch commander. Dugu Feng showed a vague smile. Wanna bet? Fifth will come any second now with Jalahan in chains and you'll be soon to follow. There's no way one division holds so much power. That will be outrageous. Slaughter Wolf kept on looking down on them. A cry came just in time to cut him short. General? What is that? And here he comes. Dugu Feng grinned with his brothers. Slaughter Wolf's side stared with dumbfounded and goony looks. A black swarm was flying from the main camp right towards them. What were written off as birds, a closer look found them to be men with wings. This ruthless and savage division had no one else in the lead but Luo Yunhai. What the hell is this? Tuoba Taizhan didn't fare any better. Dugu Feng felt generous today. That is the 100,000-strong Flying Tiger Army our Marshal trained himself, under Fifth's command. Flying Tiger Army? As in really flying? Tuoba Taizhan was slack-jawed. For all his military career, he'd never heard or seen such a division. Dugu Zhantian did attain flight through a desperate move, but it was short-lived and because of an art. Many soldiers died to fuel the Dragon Soul's skill, while these men each flew by themselves. An army has chi condensation experts as soldiers, bone-tempering experts as elites with a seldom profound heaven or radiant stage here and there, but when flying they'd leave their division. While half this team is made up of radiant stage and profound heaven stage experts and the rest are bone-tempering men with wings, truly a flying division. Their 100,000 can beat 1,000,000 without any problem. Commander Tauba, let's see you get out of this one. Dugu Lin grinned at the Chuanrong. Slaughter Wolf blurted, profound heaven and radiant stage experts make half of it? That means there's 50,000 experts. Tuoba Taizhan was speechless, his mind a wreck. He'd never come close to even considering the possibility that Zhuofan would pull something like this against him. He knew Zhuofan was shifty, outstanding and a prick, but this was too much. No human could pull this off, not a normal one that is. Tuoba Tieshan's decades of bloodshed on the cruel field of battle had put him face to face with countless opponents. But no one came close to the likes of Zhuofan. He was damn sure there wouldn't be a second either. He's not human. Tuoba Taizhan, give up. Luo Yunhai was on top of him with his men, their crushing aura choking the enemy. Slaughter Wolf brought his men to the front. Protect the commander. Slaughter Wolf Division. Help me block him. Yes, sir. The men howled. Luo Yunhai shouted, formation charge. Like a guillotine from the heavens, the two sides slammed into each other. Whoosh. Flying Tiger Army ran Slaughter Wolf's division through, killing close to 100,000 and maiming half. Slaughter Wolf himself didn't fare much better, trailing blood on his way to kiss the ground. Luo Yunhai's team just kept on going and going. The other wolves tensed. Slaughter Wolf was the strongest of them all, yet he couldn't do a thing. Looking back at their commander, they all knew they had to meet the enemy if they were to protect him. Sky-piercing Wolf, Howling Wind Wolf, and Blood Shadow Wolf were the next to go. The three divisions fused into a mighty attack to meet the Flying Tiger Army's charge. Even behind the formation's aura, Luo Yunhai felt the pressure. Scatter! Luo Yunhai made prompt decisions. The three wolves hit nothing but air. Gather! Luo Yunhai was behind the wolves while the Flying Tiger Army was behind him, ready to attack. The wolves' morale hit rock bottom. They knew how to fight ground battles and could jump, if the situation demanded it. But switching formations wasn't done on the fly. While the Flying Tiger army had free movement all around them, and could scatter and gather on a whim, the sudden strike from behind had driven them to the brink of despair. Whoosh! Flying Tiger army's charge took down even more men this time. The wolves were flung into the air, out of this fight and out for the count. It was hardly an effort to reach Tuoba Taizhan. Looking at his distraught face, Luo Yunhai smiled. Speaking from above, "Commander Tauba, you've lost. Surrender now." Tuoba Taizhan sighed and shouted, "Soldiers, stop fighting. The Chuanrong army has lost." Tuoba Taizhan choked on those words. Getting them out sapped him of every bit of strength, slumping to the ground. He had never known defeat, and now his first one had proved to be devastating. Tauba Liener went to him in tears. Tuoba Lufeng, the stand-in commander, was every bit unwilling, but relented in the end. Everything was going like clockwork, until this freak team showed up, turning everything upside down. All say Zhuofan is shrewd, but pulling out this trick is a complete cheating. Ha ha ha. Tuoba Lufeng mourned his fate. Outside Windgaze City, out of the million men drafted to fight the Chuanrong, barely any had survived. Tianyu had many cultivators, but on the field of battle anything could happen, stopping them from going all out. Lone wolves as they were, they easily fell under the might of Chuanrong's military discipline. These people were in qi condensation or bone tempering stage and were nothing more than cannon fodder. Zhuofan had no hope for cannon fodder, putting them in front of the enemy just to buy Windgaze City some time. The real winning move was executed by the Four Tigers and Luo Yunhai. Although now this cannon fodder was about to collapse. Windgaze City's gate was about to crumble any second because of the Chuanrong siege. The house lords standing on the walls were waiting for any sign of Zhuofan. All they had was hope. What's Steward Zhua doing? The city's about to fall. It was at that moment that Chuanrong's commander declared surrender. The fighting stopped right away. The Chuanrong were stumped knowing they had over 2 million men's advantage and were this close to taking the city. Commander's orders left them lost and confused. While the Luo clan's recruits were so touched that they started shedding tears of joy, being able to keep their lives intact. Their next hope was for a reward, hugging a big shot and shooting through ranks. Nami, that was tough. Crying sounds came from everywhere. Chuanrong were crying for losing and going home defeated while the recruits were crying out of joy and their new lease on life. The house lords eased a breath, cheering at the victory. If not for seeing it with their own eyes, they'd never have believed that a ragtag bunch labeled an army could win against the likes of God of War that Dugu Zhantian fought for decades, the Chuanrong's elite army. It was like a dream come true. Steward Zhua is amazing, a miracle worker. The three sages saw the exuberant joy and the crushing sadness being played on everyone's faces and frowned. Commander like Tuoba Taizhan had lost. Lost to Zhuofan, who was a newbie in the art of war. Human sage, what now? We haven't yet dealt with this little freak. Holding his gesture, Heaven Sage had a tight expression, watching the furious Gu Santong. Shadow King hesitated. If it were anyone else, our tri-barrier would have had him sapped of strength and they would be dead by now. But this brat is no human to still be so lively. For the love of God, are you that dumb to not be able to see the truth staring you in the face? Does that thing look like a human to know? Earth Sage glared. Shadow King was annoyed. Why not? Forget it. We'll settle our debts with him next time. With us stuck like we are, the Luo clan's men will come for us. Just where in the blazes did Fang Qiubai run off to? I never saw him once during this battle. He'd be able to at least buy us some time. The other sages nodded. Let's take the barrier down and leave. We'll think of something else the next time we deal with the freak. Heaven Sage proposed. While they reached a decision, Gu Santong was still raging. You know good two-bit pond scum. Once I get out of here, I'll trample you to pieces. The trio jerked back to reality, with Earth Sage saying, let's not do that for now. If we take the barrier down, how will we shake him off our tail? Right at that moment, the tri-barrier suddenly lost its golden glow. And right away, Gu Santong started snapping the chains binding him like twigs. Heaven and earth sages cried out. In their confusion and shock, they turned to the missing Shadow King for answers. The bastard made a run for it. "What are you doing, human sage?" they shouted at him. Shadow King grinned at them. "With the barrier gone, the freak will kill us. It's better if you stall him while I get a head start. You twisted goddamned son of a bitch. You sold us out." The two sages roared at the betrayal. Shadow King perked up. "Ha ha ha. You've betrayed me once before as well. This seems only fair," and floored it away, leaving those suckers holding the barrier. Dropping the barrier now would have Gu Santong go to town on them. Just looking at him would tell you all about his rage. Yet by the sounds of those snapping chains, Gu Santong's freedom was but a matter of time. Not to mention the Luo clan was bound to come over any minute now, and then they'd truly be doomed. They were dead no matter how they swung it. The sadness and hatred from having such a fate left them unable to choose. A new voice sounded which seemed to help. "Hey, you two. Weren't you on Prime Minister Zhuge's side? So you're the Emperor's men. His Majesty sure is insidious. No wonder Zhuge Changfeng had such a cruel fate." The two sages swung around and paled. "Zizizhua Fan, shouldn't you be dead at the hands of those ethereal stage experts? It's them who are finished." Zhuafan put on a sadistic smile, revving up the fear the two sages were feeling many times over. "If even those three ethereal experts are toast, what'll happen to us?" Gu Santong twisted his huge body, roaring, "Dad, just in time. Kill those bastards. These chains hurt." Giving an assuring wave, Zhuafan returned to the two oldies. "A couple of adults picking on my kid when there's no supervision? Are you taking advantage of my compassionate and merciful heart?" These questions drove one painful nail after another into the sages. "Not one of you two is normal. It's you who is picking on us. And how the hell are you compassionate? Stop faking sainthood." With Zhuafan here, they knew their plan to finish off Gu Santong was a bust. With a sigh, they entered the pits of despair. They relaxed their hands. Gu Santong laughed at his newfound freedom and stomped. "Time to die!" The two just stood there, welcoming it with no intention of resisting, resigned to their fates. "Wait!" Zhuafan postponed their deaths. Gu Santong's hoof froze. "What's up? Young Sanzi, you can't write off chaining you with such a light sentence. Feed them bloodworms. Let your dad handle it." Zhuafan's grin was about to split his face. Gu Santong lit up. "Good point." Turning back to his childish self, father and son both grabbed a neck each and clutched. The sages had to open their jaws and cry. Zhuafan threw a bloodworm in. "What the hell did you give us?" Heaven Sage shouted. Zhuafan was vague. "The good stuff." Zhuafan made a sign and the two folded from the gut-wrenching pain. Their eyes were red and were reduced to flopping on the ground in a cacophony of incomprehensible screams of agony. Gu Santong clapped, finally getting to dish out some payback. Zhuafan nodded at his cheerful kid. He had someone take the sages into custody as they returned victorious. Their news of this resounding and total victory spread all over Tianyu. Zhuafan and Luo clan's fame soared. Luo clan was hailed as the savior of Tianyu. Repelling an enemy invasion was the same as making one a nation's founding father. Not to mention Zhuafan had started this war on the pretense of helping his lord, demonstrating to everyone his loyalty towards Tianyu. Oblivious as the people were, the Chuanrong invasion was ushered in on a red carpet by the emperor himself. While Zhuafan's high-class act in defending his country was just a jab at his lord, shooting for the crown and throne. Moving on, Shadow King was speeding towards the imperial palace to report. But a loud roar from a huge black dragon blocked his path. He didn't even get a peep out and was swallowed in one gulp. The black dragon flew back into Li Jingtian. The ethereal stage's soul shape. "Amazing!" Qiu Yanhai praised. "Last time Shadow King had us on the defensive, but now Elder Li has finished him off in one shot. Such is the gap between stages." Li Jingtian grinned. "That brings Stewardship's tasks to an end. All that's left is to settle it with the emperor. The servants ran to and fro in the imperial palace, hanging lamps and decorations for some big occasion. There was no big celebration, though, since the sound of festivities never left the walls of the imperial palace. In the witching hour, the moon hung high in the sky and the imperial palace shone like daylight, revealing 4 people in the wide hall. The emperor seated on his throne, crown prince on the seat to his right, his largeness to his left, and Princess Yongning was seated further to the left. 2 generations of Yuan clan had gathered here for a family picture, while servants stood to the side at attention. Looking at his children, the aged emperor showed kindness. Today is my birthday. It is not as lively as the celebration I had last year, but it is peaceful. It's been too long since we sat together as a family. Imperial Father, may you live for millennia, to care for our nation and be carefree. It is my privilege to be here with you and just talk at leisure. Crown Prince bowed. Fatty followed, while Yongning was still sour, flicking her head away. The emperor began. Crown Prince, I know you always go by the rules, but you are among family here. Can't you let go of those old pedantic and empty formalities? I obey the imperial father's order. Crown Prince bowed again. The emperor sighed, from the imperial power and imperial grief. Even his own flesh and blood treated him like a stranger. By comparison, Yongning never had trouble crossing the line many times over with her cheerful nature. Only around her did this old emperor feel like a father should, spoiling his children rotten. He turned to the apple of his eye, not minding it one bit that she always went against him. Yongning, do you still blame me? It's been 6 months. Imperial Father, you brought invaders into our lands, harmed our people, ruined your image, and yet still think it was justified? Yongning rebutted. The emperor said, Yongning, to prevent the corrupt world from staining you, I have kept many things hidden from you. One thing you should always remember, everything I do it for you all, for the future of Yuan clan. Cough. The emperor's coughing fit earned Yongning's sympathy, but she toughed it out and refused to forgive her father. The emperor smiled at her worried gaze. He turned to gesture at the empty hall. Crown Prince, Songer, do you recall my last jubilee? With outsiders, officials, and many more coming to show respect. So why is it so empty today? The 2 opted for silence. Isn't it obvious? With so many wars happening one after the other, the factions have all fallen. But coming from the emperor, this question ought to have a deeper meaning. Imperial Father, it is because Chuanrong holds us captive. Crown Prince bowed with a prideful smile. Holding a feast right now will be like declaring that we and Chuanrong are allied. This closed celebration is unworthy of Imperial Father, but you always have the grand scheme of things in mind. The emperor nodded. Crown Prince, you're always so thoughtful and careful in your analysis and affairs. I am relieved. Crown Prince's heart sank. The emperor's praise had a foreboding feeling. Shrewd or thoughtful is the same thing. Relieved? Ha, the slave handles everything while the lord merely orders. Imperial Father must mean. Crown Prince's eyes glinted. Songer, what do you think? The emperor asked. The fatty bowed. Imperial Father, I believe the court is barren as you've removed the rebels. To restore life and prosperity to the court and nation, we have to promote talents to benefit the people and bring back our former glory. The emperor nodded. Songer, you have good eyes. Good. Good. Ha ha ha. The emperor returned to his throne. Crown Prince's face was looking gloomier by the second. For God's sake, Imperial Father was testing our policies, not judging how we handle the situation. This was a serious lapse of judgment. Imperial Father must like the old third more now. Crown Prince pushed down the rancor, returning to his seat morosely. The emperor motioned for the feast to begin, having a nice family dinner. Everyone seemed happy, except Yongning, choosing to ignore her traitorous father. The emperor still watched her with the same fond eyes. Cough. The violent cough turned the emperor pale. A servant rushed over with a bowl. Your Majesty, please take your medicine. The emperor drank it all. One second he felt better and the next he spurted black blood, with black mist hovering around his face. Poison! The emperor groaned. Fatty inspected with caution and Yongning was flustered, rushing to her dear father's side, tearing up. Imperial father, why is there poison in the medicine? Fatty and Yongning glared at the servant. But the guy had lost it from fear and was about to soil himself. Poisoning the emperor was a capital offense. Of course he'd panic. A flat voice came. Imperial father, you have gotten on in years and should pass down the mantle. I ask that you come to a decision. Crown Prince stood up with pride, brushing the non-existent dust off his shoulder. You! The emperor shook. This news was devastating. With his twisted smile finally out in the open, the Crown Prince admitted to patricide. It is me. I had someone slip poison in your medicine, a 7th grade poison. Once it sets in, there's no cure. Why, big brother? Why must you poison the imperial father? Yongning lamented. Fatty glared at him as well. Crown Prince mocked. Yongning, imperial father is right. You're too innocent. The less you know, the better. I want to know. Tell me what possible reason drove you on the path to regicide and patricide. Yongning shouted. Crown Prince smirked. You really want to know? Fine, I'll tell you. You call this patricide and regicide. But has dear father ever seen me as a son? I am a mere pawn in his games. How can you speak of your imperial father like that? He may have brought invaders to his lands, but he never once treated you wrong. Yongning cried out, filled with disbelief. Crown Prince pointed at the poisoned emperor, his face dark. Ask him if he has never done it before. Yongning watched the disdain on the emperor's face. Oh? Do tell, Crown Prince, when have I done you wrong? Do you really want me to say it, or is it to understand my thinking? Crown Prince sneered. Doesn't matter, I will explain. You made me the Crown Prince of this nation without any intention of handing the throne to me. I am just Old Third's shield. Crown Prince flicked a hand at Fatty. The tubby's largeness wobbled in shock. The emperor said, Go on. Imperial father, everyone covets the Crown Prince's position. You appointed me early on and had everyone's attention plastered on me, so that Fatty will have an easy time filling his future role. Crown Prince squinted. The emperor is ruler supreme and is clear about every little thing happening in Tianyu. Over the decades, it was only the Fatty roaming the lands. You didn't seem to like him, giving him the worst tasks while you actually favored him the most. You alienated him to protect him. All the tasks you picked for him were to shape him for the throne. While the great Crown Prince was still stuck with a target on his back, drawing everyone's hostility, only to end up kicked to the curb at the end. Crown Prince's eyes were bloodshot. The other two were hateful and unwilling but still turned to the emperor, stunned. Yet the emperor only stared back at the Crown Prince. Crown Prince, believe it or not, I have never, not once, abandoned you. The emperor spoke up. But all Crown Prince heard was the most outrageous joke ever. Shaking his head. Never? You're still trying to fool me. Even now? Your last jubilee made your choice painfully clear. You gave Old Second your men to keep the peace. You gave me a scepter, a symbol of power and fortune, to do as I wished. But tell me which Crown Prince in our entire dynasty could do as he wished. When have you, Imperial Father, ever managed to do so? It was clear as day that you never cared for this Crown Prince. And what did you say to the Fatty? No reward. Humph, only the Emperor doesn't need a reward in this world. Do you think I am dumb? Big brother, you've got it all wrong. How can you jump to conclusions over some jokes? And think that Imperial Father wants to throw you away? The innocent Yongning stared back at him as Fatty remained silent with his thoughts. The Emperor sighed. Crown Prince, is this why you kept sending assassins after your third brother? What? Yongning cried. Big brother went after third brother too? Crown Prince grinned while the Fatty's face widened. The Emperor sighed. I've known it for years. Crown Prince has sent his men again and again. Even as I had him go to Wingate City, miles away from the imperial capital, the killer was right behind him. And with the last jubilee, the attempts only intensified. Your brother never once mentioned this, but I'm sure he was aware. Isn't it true, Songer? Yes, Imperial Father. Fatty spoke with resolve. The Emperor smiled. Why haven't you told me? All I had was no proof and empty words. Fatty shook his head. The Emperor praised. A real man shows patience, just like a monarch. Crown Prince, you said I favored your third brother and you're right. But ever stop to think as to why? You're a stickler for formality and quick to anger. When going after an adversary, either finish him off the first time or you might as well not try at all. In all of your frequent attempts these past years, not once have you prevailed. You are a sore disappointment. Crown Prince gnashed his teeth, face ashen. Yongning watched her father lost. What are you saying, Imperial Father? You would just let them kill each other? This is why I kept you in the dark. The throne is singular and the one to take it is the one to come out on top from the killings. He is the sole ruler of Tianyu, defender of the Yuan clan's domain. He sighed. I never could bear to watch the three brothers tear each other apart, but this is our fate. Survival of the fittest. This will reveal the perfect candidate for the crown. Success is built on the bones of others, by killing with impunity, while the throne is created on a mountain of corpses. The fatty nodded and Yongning was so overwhelmed that her tears never stopped. What kind of family is this? Father against son, son against father. Doesn't anyone have the slightest compassion? Clap. Crown Prince snickered. Imperial Father, you make damn good sense. The sole survivor shall inherit the throne, which would be me. Since we're in understanding, Imperial Father, hurry up and make it happen. It should at least justify my assent. Ha ha ha, Crown Prince. When did I ever say you're fit for it? The Crown Prince spoke. Imperial Father, you said it yourself. The last one to survive will be king. Now that I have dealt with everyone, even you, the throne belongs to me by right of heaven. I'm not finished. The Emperor shook his head. Crown Prince, your methods are ruthless and had good timing, unlike your second brother. But you're just too fixed on your path, too narrow-minded to hold the weight of the lands on your shoulders. Not to mention your short gaze. Like I said, you can't see beyond your nose, unlike your third brother. What a load of crap. Why do I get the feeling that you're still testing our reactions, our policies? Crown Prince bristled. The Emperor mocked. And that's where you are lacking. A ruler has his own reasoning, not jumping to conclusions about everyone's intentions. Following the monarch and going with the flow is how a lackey does it. An emperor needs to be firm, to have his own judgment, and you sorely lack in this department. Enough! You're breathing your last, so stop splitting hairs and give me Tianyu. Crown Prince flicked his hand. The Emperor smiled. Crown Prince, you're not worthy. Guards, to me. 5 radiant stage men landed before the Emperor. Crown Prince was unfazed. Ha ha ha. You've spared nothing in getting rid of Zhuo Fan, sending even divine dragons and shadow guards. All that's left are the dregs. Men, get them. Whoosh. Behind him were 10 radiant stage experts. The winner was obvious just from numbers alone. Although the Emperor kept his cool. Attack! His guards went for it and Crown Prince's men reacted. The imperial court became a maelstrom of auras. Emperor's guard fought tooth and nail, even at a disadvantage. Though they lasted only 15 minutes. Crown Prince grinned, his prize within sight. Yet the Emperor still had that unnerving calm. Songer, Yongning, turn the dragon head on the throne's left armrest and take the tunnel out of the city. I've already placed the imperial seal inside. Just take it and flee to Commander Tauba. They should be on their way back from taking Windgaze City. Say you'll rescue the Emperor and he'll help you. The only way to get his share of Tianyu is by having the agreement signed with the seal. He has to help you. Weak as he was, the Emperor showed his mettle. The fatty was overwhelmed by complex emotions. Imperial Father, my time has come. I can only stall them. The Emperor smiled. Father, Yongning sobbed. Fatty saw the Emperor's loving gaze and his insides twisted with indecision. Just as 2 guards fell. The emperor said puzzled. Songer, why aren't you going? You're not one to be so sensitive. Fatty spoke firmly. We don't need to go. Big brother can't win. The emperor was taken aback. A white sword strike butted into the fight. Crown Prince's men lost their heads and spurted blood like fountains. Crown Prince panicked. A man in white, of impressive aura and holding a green jade flute floated there wrapped in green flickers. Fong Choubai, why you're supposed to be gone? Imperial father sent you with the Chuan Rong. Crown Prince gulped, then flicked his head over to the emperor. Is this another one of your plans? The emperor was just as confused. Mr. Fong, I didn't call for you. I did. The stunned emperor met Fatty's beady green eyes. This day is also the first time I've acted. Master wanted to lend me support for a while. The emperor shook his head. Songer, I have read many people in my life, had the world at my fingertips, but you are the last one I ever expected to elude me. Songer, you're truly my one good son. The emperor spoke heavily. Whether from excitement or anger, Fatty avoided the emperor's gaze. Father, didn't you say to do it right the first time or don't do it at all? Yes. The emperor dulled. It was wonderful news that his son had surpassed him, but for the situation to devolve to this state had him forlorn. Among his sons, he knew them all inside and out except Fatty. Not because he was blinded with fatherly love, but because the kid kept everything too close to the chest for years and years. There was nothing the emperor could pick on to even make a rough sketch. Crown Prince's greed and hypocrisy, second son's impulsiveness, all were easy targets for his ploy. Only his youngest son never left anything out. Until the very last moment. The emperor would welcome his first two sons' attacks with open arms, having contingencies in place of course. While his third son's move would come out of the blue for sure. You knew about the Crown Prince's poisoning trick? The emperor sighed. Fatty nodded. I had planted someone in his circle, but didn't the imperial father know about it as well? With your cautious nature, the only way to get poisoned is if you let it happen by choice. What? Crown Prince and Yongning were shocked. The emperor gave a bitter nod. I did know, but I was even more aware of how my body is waning one excruciating day after another. I realized that using Crown Prince's crimes today will be much better for paving your future. Crown Prince choked. Imperial father, am I not your son? Why are you using me for him? It's not using you but simply guiding you. What happened today is because of your greedy nature. The emperor snickered. You reap all you've sown. A saint is void of desire, though that is easier said than done. Fatty bowed. I shall take it to mind. No, it is I who should. The emperor said. The last topic was to give the Crown Prince one last chance. He just had to give me a proper response and I wouldn't have drank the poison. Would you have made the same choice, Songer? Fatty replied. Success is built on the bones of others. No, I would not. I knew I made the right choice. Always strike true or never strike at all. Even if it is your kin that stops you, you shall crush them with the same impunity like anyone else. That's what makes you a ruler. The emperor praised. Crown Prince was bleeding inside. Princess Yongning watched it all with sightless eyes, before all coming back to her and she raved. You're insane. Everyone's insane. She ran away in tears and bumped into someone's wide chest. As she moved past, the man grabbed her. It's been so long, princess, but your feisty nature hasn't changed a bit. The imperial family frowned at the familiar tone. Yongning raised her cute face and welcoming her was Zhua Fan's trademark evil smile. Zhua Fan. Yongning jumped in his arms, crying for her life. The best steward beneath heaven froze there with a dumb look. Yun Shuang at his side was annoyed for some unknown reason, pulling at Yongning's clothes gently but firmly. Yongning, what's wrong? Yongning just hugged tighter and cried harder. The four tigers of Tianyu's mouth twitched. What's with Marshall always getting the girls? We're no less cooler than him. Just because his martial title has the cool character inside. Does that mean he's the catch? Luo Yunhai held his head high and rolled his eyes. At least my jealous sister isn't here to blow out. Only the elders took it in stride with a vague smile. Steward was a real Casanova. Too much in fact with the sobbing princess, Xuefan was so lost that he had no idea what to do with his hands. Sighing, he knocked her out with a precise blow to the neck. His entourage froze stiff. Steward Zhua, what are you doing? Li Jingtian asked. Xuefan handed Yongning over to the dumbstruck Yun Shuang with a shrug. She's just too distraught. This is the only way to cool her down. The hell? Everyone sported dark faces. Steward Zhua is just too crude. One should treat the fairer sex with compassion. That goes double for the princess. Not rough 'em up like you, sir. The 4 tigers of Tianyu cried dry tears. Why is it that a boorish brute gets the girls while we the handsome forget nada? Star Reader. The character for handsome and cool can also mean general/commander. Yun Shuang took away her dear sister, but made sure to bore a hole into Xuefan with her eyes. Though for some unknown and mystical reason, she didn't hate him for it. In fact, she was perkier. At least Xuefan has no feelings for her. The scared witless servants woke up at Xuefan's call and took her away while he strutted into the hall. The mastermind, Tianyu's emperor, soon came into sight. Time to end this. The emperor watched them come in with a stunned look. I've lost completely. Fatty watched Xuefan with a deep look. Ha ha ha, your majesty, we meet again. Xuefan saw the dark-faced emperor, poisoned obviously, and laughed. What's this, a family squabble? PFF. The men behind him chuckled. If this is a squabble, then why are their bodies around? I dare not think what a power play would be like. Ignoring his biting words, the emperor said, Your arrival means Tuoba Tieshan's defeat. My divine dragons and shadow guard won't be returning either, right? Bingo! I, for one, never leave loose ends. Xuefan chuckled. The truth hurt no matter how much the emperor foresaw it. All he could do was lament. He took a long time to say, Xuefan, I know all about you and Luo clan. You didn't have the power to succeed, so how? Ha ha ha, it goes on to show, in fact, that you know next to nothing about me. Xuefan looked behind him at his men, and they laughed too. Luo clan had been going about just as the emperor wanted, powerless to resist. Then Xuefan spent mere days in building a 100,000-strong army of war puppets against Tuoba Tieshan's millions, while letting loose Impermanence 5 on the beast-taming sex elders. Just these 2 aces alone had flipped the tables. Neither of them was a scenario the emperor could predict, no matter how much he brainstormed. Or that Xuefan was with the demon scheming sect. That last one would have helped the emperor come to a totally different plan. In fact, it would have made him throw his plan out the window for that matter. But through ignorance he planned it all, directed it all, and then lost it all. Xuefan's men knew everything, of course, and laughed it out like winners, lacking the details, but knowing the ending, told the emperor that Xuefan had done something monumental to turn it around. And these were all steps Xuefan took after knowing the board and its players. The emperor sighed. You had it all figured out right from the start. Even my deal with Chu and Rong, and made plans. Few people were in on it, and they were my most trusted aides. How did you know? Xuefan put on a sadistic smile, pointing at Yun Shuang. Just like your majesty, when in doubt ask the high priest. Miss Shuanger is the help Yun Xuanji personally offered me. And with a little help from my fate-breaker self, I got to exploit everything. Ha ha ha. Yun Shuang blushed, her mind going to a certain event. Parrish's eyes can only see fate's direction, not the details. I am fully aware of their shortcomings, and there's no way the stars would have revealed about me and Chuanrong having a deal. The emperor eyed Yun Shuang but shook his head. Xuefan nodded. Right, Shuanger couldn't tell the facts. Only whose fate went up, went down, went bust, or struck gold, which was more than enough. Xuefan grinned. The moment the Chuanrong delegation entered the imperial capital, they were at the top of their game, since they came for their share. Regent Estate and Zhuge Chongfeng's readings showed growth as well, which was reasonable as well. It may be from being in cahoots with Chuanrong or Chuanrong's movements serving their purpose. And then there was the Luo clan's prediction. looking mighty flat, if I may say. Quite fair, since Chuanrong didn't come for us, but to give this cesspool a good whirl. And with Luo clan's shaky foundation, it affected us quite a bit. Although, Shuafan turned his creepy smile over to the emperor. How come your majesty's fate spiked the moment Chuanrong were here, higher than the other four even? This made no sense. Chuanrong and Tianyu are enemies. How can the first's arrival boost your majesty's fate? I'd never considered your shady deal, your majesty, since it was downright taboo. The slightest slip-up will have everyone in on it and your power will be revoked. I had Shuang'er watch the fates many times over to confirm it. By eliminating all rational possibilities, you arrive at the answer no matter how improbable it is. Your majesty, you just turned your back on everyone, making shady deals with Chuanrong. That's when all my planning started, and I had the elders dig a bunker to prepare to fight off Chuanrong's attack. Shuafan trailed off. The emperor sighed. You're very smart. With Holy Maiden's help, this is the result. No need to patronize me, your majesty is the true genius here, even though dogmatic, driving everyone away. Yun Xuanji, Dugu Zhantian, Zhuge Changfeng, the list goes on. Shuafan chuckled. Yun Shuang froze. Why, you mean grandfather? Shuang'er, I know old Yun's death has been torturing you. I said I'll get you revenge, but back then wasn't the right timing. Now I present you with the murderer, for you to take revenge yourself. Shuafan continued. Isn't that right, your majesty? You had Yun Xuanji killed. What? Yun Shuang watched the listless man with red eyes. You! The emperor nodded. High priest was a valued minister for our nation, and me. I had confided in him many times, giving him too much information. He found out about my plan and worked against it, even relying on Shuafan, a betrayal that couldn't go unanswered. Yun clan works for the betterment of this world. At the founding of our empire, the ancestors must have thought of the people as well. But your majesty acted for his own selfish reasons, even bringing enemies into our lands, letting Chuanrong trample Tianyu's people. Sir Yun Xuanji would not stand for it. His only choice was to appeal to me in changing this future. Shuafan sighed. With fate and luck, I fought back the tough Chuanrong army. The emperor let out a self-deprecating smile. His strongest ace had been thwarted. It went to show that heavens continued to look after its people. Yun Shuang's eyes burned, her fist tight, her anger spiking. Dugu Feng bowed. Miss Shuang'er, you are not the only ones with a grievance against the emperor. I myself have some questions. Once it all comes to light, Miss Shuang'er is free to end it. Yun Shuang nodded, bottling that raging torrent. Dugu Feng began. Your Majesty, how did the Chuanrong's millions of soldiers just crossed over practically overnight and ambushed us? There's no way you could have hidden this from the Dugu army. Ha ha ha, even old Zhuge Changfeng could only sneak in 100,000 at most. There was no way for me to do it, not without catching two pillars' attention. The emperor turned. Shuafan, you're smart. Can you answer it? Shuafan squinted, but laughed. National elemental stones. The emperor's eyes bugged out. Dugu Feng was stunned. The national elemental stones used in the esoteric debate? The very same. National elemental stones are the best in moving troops and are under everyone's sight. Your Majesty used the esoteric debate as a cover to get them out of the imperial palace. And while in Beast King Mountain, I met a certain Chuanrong lass. They had to have been there to get the keys. And when esoteric debate ended, everyone would focus on the 7 noble houses while they slipped in, laying in wait. Zhuofan's explanation was like he was there. He turned towards the ever-silent Feng Qiubai. Sir Feng, you were in charge of these matters and should have been aware, right? Feng Qiubai nodded. Correct. Ha ha ha. I had underestimated you, Shuafan. I see now why I lost it all. You knew everything. The emperor laughed with tears. Yet you were never worried as you tangled with the regent estate that I would set my sights on Windgaze City? Not one bit. Your Majesty had planned on using outsiders when the civil war was over, not a day sooner. Zhuofan was cocky. Chuanrong was your majesty's biggest ace and their delegation's location was the first place to strike. While you always egged Regent Estate and Luo clan's war on, sending Dugu army, divine dragons and Shadow King over to take our heads, it was all a cover. Your one true aim was to remove Dugu Zhantian and Zhuge Changfeng, your greatest ministers. Once the court was nice and clean, you'd start the campaign on the weakened Luo clan. Easy pickings for the mighty Chuanrong army. The emperor stared at him. Then why didn't I move Dugu Zhantian to kill you all and settle this once and for all? Your Majesty knew Marshal Dugu best. He was loyal to a fault. He would have never agreed with your deal with Chuanrong. You feared his revolt, so after Zhuge Changfeng was out of the picture, before the news got out, you eliminated the Dugu army. You figured, by that time, the Luo clan was but a handful of experts and overlooked us thinking we'd be no trouble at all. Shuofan sighed. Yet it was us who came out on top in the end, with none the wiser. The emperor had a dull look, taking time to come up with a reply. Steward Zhua is godlike. My defeat is justified. Giving the throne to Steward Zhua will be for a brighter future. Everyone was shocked, Fatty and Crown Prince included. With Zhuofan's shrewd nature and strong arm, no one in Tianyu could contend with his hegemony. The two's hearts were in their throat, waiting for the answer. Zhuofan shook his head. Your Majesty, this might be late to say, but I borrowed Demon Scheming Sect's men and owe them a big favor. I need to report to them in a few days. I can't be the emperor, not when I'll be returning God knows when. Demon Scheming Sect knows about this. That's great, ha ha ha. The emperor perked up. Songer, be very careful to not reach for more than you can grab when you are on the throne. You need to show gratitude whenever you're called Your Majesty. Shuofan praised. Your Majesty sure is shrewd. Fine, since I and Fatty had a deal, he can walk up there. Hold it. The Crown Prince was flustered, offering his full service to the great Shuofan. Steward Zhua, since Sir can't take the throne and has no intention of letting others take it, why not support me? I vow to do all your bidding. You will be the retired emperor. Zhuofan was the supreme winner here, with the title of emperor being at his discretion. And from Luo clan's stance, Crown Prince figured that no one else wanted the job. So he rushed to grab that big thick leg. Glancing over, Shuofan mocked. You think it's that great fighting over a glorified empty chair? Sure is, totally. Get me on it and I'll do anything. Crown Prince bobbed his head. All he got were looks of contempt. Cough. With a violent coughing, Emperor spat dark blood. His voice was faint. Shuofan, you're a smart man and know that even when choosing a puppet, it has to have some value. Crown Prince is narrow-minded. It's only a matter of time before he slips and throws everything into chaos. Ha ha ha. Shuofan pondered. Crown Prince looked at the Emperor like he wanted to choke the dying old man. For God's sake, am I your son or what? I get that you won't give me the throne, but can you at least stay out of this when it's not your call who the next emperor is? Stop kicking. Just what did I ever do to you that you won't even let me be a puppet? Crown Prince blamed his fate to the point of crying. The Emperor grinned. Crown Prince, it's not that I hate you, it's just that you'll fail at the job. At best, you'd have been a muddled emperor. But now, with the situation calling for a puppet, one needs extreme caution. The slightest impulse might very well be the end of Yuan clan. What end? Is that how useless you think I am, old man? Crown Prince had had enough of his mockery and went to the dying emperor to shake him in tears. Why doesn't Imperial Father ever believe that I can be a good emperor? The emperor's only reaction was to smile as his spoiled son spit like a dummy. Even as his life ebbed away, his smile never lost its brilliance. Imperial Father, Fatty shouted with a trembling lip. Crown Prince watched the familiar face, feeling a sudden sense of loss. He was ready for the emperor's death when he poisoned his father, yet experiencing it proved to be painful nonetheless. Shuofan watched it all with a cold eye. Fatty, you should handle your family's matters. In 2 days you'll sit on the throne. The others gave the passing emperor one last look before following Shuofan out. Crown Prince slumped to the ground, a mess of disappointment inside. Why? Why was the imperial father like that? Zhuofan was the same. Why did they choose you? Wiping the tears, Fatty's gaze hardened. Master. For Crown Prince's heinous crimes against our nation, patricide and regicide, seize him. Understood. Fong Chobai pointed and sword energy entered Crown Prince, knocking him out. Fatty still held on to his father's body, his eyes swimming in tears. As Zhuofan exited the palace, Li Jingtian asked, Steward Zhua, was the emperor certain, even on his deathbed, that we'd be helping the Yuan clan ascend the throne, even as a puppet? Of course, this empire has 3 sects behind it. Zhuofan huffed. And to keep them at its back, the empire has to keep handing over resources. Kicking Yuan clan off the throne for someone else will bring about unrest, be it willing or not, affecting the tribute to the sections. To keep Tianyu at peace, they must have the Yuan clan on display. But what the emperor did was against the 3 sects' bottom line. From the Chuanrong's confessions, the emperor would cede 1/10 of the lands, the one with the most spirit minds. It's the same as cutting at the empire's 3 guardian sects' interests. The 3 sects have lost all trust in the Yuan clan. They will find another party to be the true emperor while it remains a pawn. That's where we come in. Li Jingtian smiled. Does that mean the Luo clan will be the true emperor of Tianyu and will control the lands? Of course. I turned the war to fight back the invaders into quite the buzz, adding to our fame. There's no one else like us in Tianyu. Becoming rulers is justified. The key is to take control of everything the imperial family had, spirit mines, military, commerce, and so on. With all of that in our grasp, we won't even need figureheads in court. Zhuofan instructed. The Luo clan bobbed their heads in glee. He. From this day on, the empire is ours. There's also the task of reorganizing the Dugu army as our private army. It will be led by the 4 tigers of Tianyu, their generals. Zhuofan turned to the grieving tigers and Yun Shuang. What's wrong with you? Yun Shuang sighed. When Godfather died, I vowed to take revenge. Now that all the enemies are gone, I have lost all the drive to hate and feel morose. The emperor is a sad man, giving his life for the imperial family, only for all his efforts to be in vain. Yeah, Dugu army vowed loyalty to his majesty as well. Who'd have thought we'd be betrayed yet fought in his name? Ha ha ha! A cruel irony. Dugu army sighed. The other tigers echoed his sentiment. Zhuofan said, Nitpicking bunch. Enemies are enemies and friends are friends. If your enemy lives on, are you content to watch your friends die? Nothing but a load of brainless fools. Zhuofan flicked his hand and left. You go on. I have things to do. And was gone. Yun Shuang and the tigers cocked their heads. True. Anyone would sympathize with the emperor's cruel fate. But he was still an enemy. Recalling how he had their godfather killed, had them gnash their teeth in hatred. The 5 saw Zhuofan with more esteem. Zhuofan is a wise man, his gaze always seeing the truth. Letting enemies roam free will get our friends killed. It will bring us more pain. Zhuofan turned to a dark building, where a man was waiting for him inside with a bow. Steward Zhua, allow me to congratulate you on your complete victory, in grasping this nation and becoming its true ruler. The youth in gray robes paid his respects. Zhuofan smiled. I'll have to congratulate Brother Yu Ming as well for figuring it out and choosing my very glorious bridge, for your far sight. Your future is limitless. Ha ha ha. Oh, you're too kind. I have Steward Zhua to thank for his kind reminder and for lighting up the murky darkness. You were right, I can't become a great mind cooped up in one place. I needed to elevate my condition to observe the powers that move across the board. Yu Ming's eyes lit up. Revenge for my master blinded me, while master had the house tying him down. Now, without such weights dragging me down, I can roam the lands free, uncaring for favors and enmities, for gains and losses. My gaze can now see the horizon. Zhuofan nodded. You have grown to the ranks of Lung Wuchang and Zhuge Changfeng. I can now form new checks and balances inside the Luo clan. Does Steward Zhua want me, Zhuge Changfeng and Lung Wuchang to stand together? Yu Ming perked up. He knew Lung Wuchang was on Zhuo Fan's side, and now he had come here for Zhuge Changfeng. This young mastermind had endless respect for his seniors. What he never expected was Zhuo Fan giving him such a lofty position inside the Luo clan, of the same rank as the other two. As for the future of Luo clan, he had no doubt whatsoever. Against Zhuo Fan's shifty mind, Imperial family and the 7 houses fell like a tower of cards, with Luo clan climbing over their bodies to its rightful place as the supreme lord of Tianyu. That will be the best stage for my skills. Yu Ming's heart jumped in joy. Take this first. Yu Ming took the bloodworm. Zhuo Fan nodded. Where is he? If you'd kindly follow me, Steward Zhuo. Yu Ming led the way. On the 2nd floor, Zhuo Fan met an aged man laying in bed, Zhuge Changfeng. But with how stiff he looked, it gave the impression of him being dead. Zhuo Fan corked an eyebrow and Yu Ming fed the old man a pill. With a light cough, Zhuge Changfeng woke up. Where am I? Prime Minister Zhuge. How has life treated you lately? Zhuo Fan smiled. Zhuge Changfeng frowned at Zhuo Fan and then noticed Yu Ming. He moved his gaze from one to another, but the fog hadn't been uplifted. You too? What is this? Shouldn't I be dead? Dead? Zhuo Fan eyed Yu Ming. What is Prime Minister Zhuge talking about? Yu Ming explained. Steward Zhuo, the emperor sensed his time was coming and feared a world with Prime Minister Zhuge in it would stir the lands. He had me put Prime Minister Zhuge down. But since I had answered Steward Zhuo's call of wanting Prime Minister Zhuge, I had Prime Minister Zhuge fake death with a pill. Now, safe and sound, I gave the antidote. Zhuo Fan nodded. Zhuge Changfeng said, I see. Sir Yu Ming is with Steward Zhuo. What has happened? With His Majesty's cunning mind, there's no way he'd leave Yu Ming alive. The two laughed. He hasn't been on my side since last evening. His Majesty had no way of figuring out our connection either. All we had among us was a transaction. Zhuo Fan grinned. Yu Ming nodded. Before His Majesty's Jubilee, I and Steward Zhuo met, to my great benefit. In those times of anarchy, with everyone going for the throne, Steward Zhuo made me a promise. I had to do just 2 little things for him and he'd have me on board. No matter how much my future actions affected the Luo clan's interest afterwards, once he seized the world, I could use this promise to join the Luo clan, becoming the victor in this civil war. Zhuge Changfeng gave a thumbs up. Steward Zhuo, why didn't I think of that? Not only binding the opponent but enticing him as well. It will make roping others easier. And this method wasn't successful on just him, right? Just one other. Zhuo Fan shirked off the praise. I made promises with potential candidates. One is Yu Ming, the other being Lung Wuchang. What about me? Do I have no potential? Zhuge Changfeng's eyebrow shook. Zhuo Fan laughed. Prime Minister Sir has that aplenty. But in those times you were just another contender. Was I supposed to draw in a rival? That's like asking for it. Ha ha ha. Quite true. Prime Minister Zhuge nodded. Yu Ming continued. Steward Zhuo had me urge the 2nd prince into a quarrel at the Jubilee, making up an excuse to leave the imperial capital to set everything up, while also instigating the war with everyone in passing. The other matter was egging on the 2nd prince's rebellion while he was fighting Regent Estate. Though there were many people asking me about this at the time, Regent Estate and Steward Zhuo both wanted to use an attack on the court as a way to delay Dugu army, while the emperor used it to draw the prime minister out and take you down in one fell swoop by dumping the nation betrayer on your list of crimes. Oh, the rebellion had been this old man's greatest mistake. Let's not mention it. Zhuge Changfeng sighed. Zhuo Fan and Yu Ming smiled. Yu Ming added, after these tasks, Steward Zhuo presented me with an optional task, saving the prime minister from death. I didn't want to at first, afraid that the emperor would find out. But Steward Zhuo is just too mean, setting his sights on Hell Valley as the first house to wipe out. That's like cutting my way out. Soon came the end of Regent Estate and I was only left with the imperial family and Luo clan. Of course, I had to listen to both of them. Yu Ming eyed Zhuo Fan with a bit of annoyance. Yet the man had the same ineffable smile of a winner. Zhuge Changfeng asked in doubt, Steward Zhuo, why do you show me such care? Ha ha ha. I respect Prime Minister's ability and wish to invite you to Luo clan. Zhuofan cupped his hands. Zhuge Changfeng paused. What would Luo clan do with me when it has the invincible Steward Zhua? I will only become a burden to Steward Zhua. Prime Minister sir, I was able to see today only through some shady methods. But when it comes to governing Tianyu, Prime Minister takes the crown. Zhuofan turned forlorn. To deal with Chuanrong and imperial family combined, I had to tough it out and make a request to the demon scheming sect, thus owing them. To return the favor, I have to report to the sect, unbeknownst when I'll be back. I need Prime Minister Sir's wisdom to lead Luo clan, control the grand scheme of things and steer it clear from disaster. The demon scheming sect? That means you've beaten Chuanrong and His Majesty all while keeping the Empire's 3 guardian sects from catching wind of this matter. Zhuge Changfeng shook. That will spell the end of Tianyu's imperial family as we know it, becoming a puppet, with the Luo clan as the ruler supreme. Ha ha ha, Prime Minister Sir has the same vision as me. Coming to Luo clan, Sir will have the stage set to display your skills. I will not disgrace the greatest mind of Tianyu. Zhuofan smiled. Zhuge Changfeng paced around the room. That will make Luo clan's steward position no different than Tianyu's prime minister. And with you leaving, to whom will that fall to? Zhuofan beamed. Prime Minister Zhuge has held Tianyu in balance for a century and knows the ins and outs. Since this position and Luo clan steward are the same, after I leave, it will belong to Prime Minister Zhuge. Ha ha ha. It struck a chord in old Zhuge Changfeng's heart. He'd been a prime minister for as long as he knew, yet had no hard feelings leaving that life behind. Calming down, he realized he could do nothing else. But resuming his old trade, he wasn't exactly used to working under someone. This made the Luo clan's steward position the best choice. Zhuge Changfeng showed a bashful smile. The moment you leave, I'll steal your position. That wouldn't be very nice. It's all fine. The steward is in charge of all clan affairs. And with an ever-growing Luo clan, those affairs will only expand. This position shall never be empty. Someone will always be there to take it. If Prime Minister Zhuge finds joining the Luo clan a poor choice, no problem. I'll just have Lung Wuchang take it. He doesn't like his current spot as a military advisor. Zhuofan grinned. Zhuge Changfeng waved around. Oh no. That will not do at all. Lung Wuchang has been a regent estate steward all his life, seldom minding matters. With Luo clan growing into its role as an emperor in the shadows, Lung Wuchang's light experience wouldn't help in dealing with Tianyu's complicated matters. I come from an even smaller clan, yet you don't feel the same about me? Zhuofan darkened. Zhuge Changfeng shook his head. Steward Zhua, please don't tease. You are of unseen talent, capable of anything and everything, of immense majesty and open-mindedness. What small-time steward can do that? I don't know Steward Zhua's past, but I am confident you are a worldly talent. Prime Minister Zhuge, you sure know how to flatter. It's fine though. All I want to know is, are you in or out? In. Zhuge Changfeng nodded. Zhuofan relaxed and presented a bloodworm. Per clan rules, any new addition needs to eat this. What is it? Zhuge Changfeng asked while swallowing. Zhuofan would have long killed him if he wanted to. Why go through all that trouble? The wiser one was, the quicker Zhuofan laid out his conditions. With a nasty grin, Zhuofan's hand shifted into a sign and Zhuge Changfeng started sweating buckets from the bellyache. Easing up on the sign, Zhuge Changfeng felt terror like no other despite how short-lived the pain was. Ha ha ha, this? Zhuofan snickered. Zhuge Changfeng grumbled and whined. Steward Zhua? Was that necessary? I'm just a scholar. I'm no expert and don't need these methods to control me. Ha ha ha, scholar? Prime Minister Sir is too modest. You're a devious and unscrupulous mastermind. I won't rest easy unless I have you on a leash. Zhuofan sighed. Luo siblings are neither shrewd nor tough, mere sheeps. Bringing so many beasts around their pen is all to protect them. Yet by the time I return, won't I have the pen empty from the beasts eating them all up? Giving you all a leash is within reason. Ha ha ha. Zhuge Changfeng and Yu Ming shook their heads. finding no retort against this demon's logic. "'Cause this demon archon is too damn right." Next morning, Zhuo Fan took Yu Ming and Zhuge Changfeng to Prosperity Compound. With the emperor defeated, taking back its mansion in the imperial capital was easy for Luo clan. The streets they passed were filled with white clothes and all the stores were closed. It was a nationwide mourning for the emperor. Stepping through the gates of the compound, the guards shouted his arrival and everyone came to meet Zhuo Fan. It came as a shock to see the great prime minister behind him. Lung Wuchang took it the hardest, not liking where this was going. "Allow me to clarify. Prime Minister Zhuge is now on our side." Zhuo Fan smiled. "This is Yu Ming, the advisor of Hell Valley, also with us. Steward Zhuo is back with more talents, and with none other than the head of the Four Pillars too. His recruiting style is invincible." They all greeted the newcomers with cupped hands. Lung Wuchang opted for a snort. Zhuo Fan was about to leave and Luo clan, as a great power, needed a wise advisor in the years to come. But Zhuo Fan's mind is so twisted that he got Zhuge Changfeng to join as well. "It's to keep me in check. There goes my promotion." Lung Wuchang lamented. With the pleasantries over and done with, he had all others leave. "Sir Lung, walk with us." He took the three tacticians to his room. Taking a chair, he eyed them. "We're all smart people here and know by now my intentions. Yes, you three will establish checks and balances in the Luo clan. Kudos. Ha ha ha." Zhuo Fan put on a bright smile, but Lung Wuchang sighed his discontent. "Steward Zhuo, you had ruled the Luo clan all alone for so many years, and since I learned of your departure, I figured my time to shine has come at last, to show my skills. But you planned for two others to hold me back. Ha ha ha, balancing power is a leader's quality, especially now when the officials are stronger than the Lord. Without Steward Zhuo holding the others in check with the worms, the Luo siblings would have long since fallen prey. Steward Zhuo's actions are all within right." Zhuge Changfeng understood as much from their talk last night. Yu Ming nodded. These three were all masterminds. The only reason Zhuo Fan could control them was through a nifty little trick, or he'd never let them see tomorrow. To say nothing about leaving them around the naive siblings. To grasp power, to establish an unshakable foothold, ha ha ha. Any of these three can do it in days. But only with all of them will things keep growing. Lung Wuchang could see it, but the disillusion was too much to bear. Zhuo Fan smiled. "You are all capable men. I may hold you back for safety reasons, but I will not stand in the way of your talents. Instead, help you unleash it to its full potential. By then you will be so busy that you won't have the time to play tricks on each other." Zhuo Fan's hand held 3 jade slips. "Here is the next phase of my plan. Each of your duties are included as well." Sir Lung noticed something, but this is the final policy. The three read it and all cried, "Luo Alliance? Luo Alliance." Zhuo Fan nodded, his eyes flashing as he revealed his master plan. The 7 noble houses vied for power, for these lands, but even if they did grasp it, they'd be limited to Tianyu alone. We are now Tianyu's shadow, free of the emperor's shackles and can go beyond the boundaries of this nation to take in renowned clans. Grow and grow without limits to become a colossus that the likes of the upper sects have never seen. The trio were dumbstruck. Zhuge Changfeng pointed out, "Steward Zhuo, this is huge. By breaking down the nation's barriers, taking in outside clans, we'll become an organization outside of this nation's boundaries. We will have countless men and resources. We might even contend over the control of the Western lands, becoming its supreme power in the shadows. And only we can do it since we are this empire's shadow, out of its control. By luring the other area's clans, it won't come back to bite us and the other empires won't even notice. We'll grow so big no nation could hold us." Zhuo Fan snickered. Will the 3 controllers have the mind for petty schemes when in control of such a behemoth? The trio looked at him filled with praise. Zhuge Changfeng cupped his hands. "Steward Zhuo is amazing, just through his ambition alone. I see it now why you told me that your sights are on a bigger prize. It's all become clear now. My skill is indispensable in accomplishing such a great undertaking, and I would accept it without hesitation. Ha ha ha. Lung Wuchang was pleased. Shuofan continued, the Luo Alliance project is only known to the four of us for now. It will do more harm than good, letting the houses, bent on rebuilding their legacy, in on it. I never want to see the same chaos like the time of the 7 houses again. You 3 are all men of wisdom. Your first task will be to turn these houses into abandoning their plans of rebuilding and become our first supporters of the Luo Alliance. The trio had the same patronizing smile. Reverse psychology can't be simpler. Shuofan nodded with a wide smile. With these 3 at the heart of things, Luo clan's future is assured. I'll be going now. You can handle each other's scope. Shuofan left. Lung Wuchang asked, Steward Zhua, your mind is a true mystery. How did you come up with this project? I saw it happen. Shuofan grinned. The trio were mystified. Saw it? Which clan on this continent did it? How come we've never heard of it? No one knew that the great sacred domain had the Shang clan at its core, with all other clans in its alliance. A mountain driving fear even into sex. Shuofan entered another room, where 2 sages awaited. Though with their sealed cultivations, they couldn't move and could only sit there with ashen faces. It's been ages, friends. How has life been treating you? Ha ha ha. Shuofan made a sign and the 2 could move. It's just that I've been a little busy and couldn't attend to you. Do pardon my lack of manners. Stop with the theatrics. As the true winner, what are you going to do, torture us? Bring it. Heaven Sage spoke with resolve. Shuofan sneered. You've got me all wrong. Have you ever seen a torture like this? Letting you live at ease for 2 months. What do you call those 3 days of ghastly pain right when you caught us? It felt more like 3 years in hell. Earth Sage spat. Shuofan sighed. Oh, come on. I was doing you a favor. With torture as an excuse, I kept your lives from ending up splattered under young Sanzi's hoofs. Once I got him to leave, the pain stopped and I even had you dine in style. Did you forget so soon? The 2 exchanged a glance. We did, didn't we? Ever since Gu Santong's job was over, he left Luo clan and their torture ended. What do you want? Spit it out. Shuofan wasn't one who believed in charity, so Heaven Sage shouted. Shuofan smiled. I hope that you'll join me. What? The 2 mocked. No way. And why not? Shuofan asked. The imperial family is finished. The emperor is dead and the fatty is just about to sit on the throne as my future puppet. What's so great about following him? Don't tell me you are undying loyalists too. Heaven Sage mocked. We're not Dugu Zhantian or human sage. We are simply on the imperial family's payroll, so we deal with their matters. But if there's one side we'll never join, it's the Luo clan. All because you're with that little freak. What did my son do to you, for you to hate him so much? Shuofan frowned. Ethereal Stage snorted. That freak broke our body's core 300 years ago, cutting any prospects of ever reaching Ethereal Stage. You tell me if hatred isn't warranted. Shuofan presented a vial. That's it? See here, this is Luo clan's heaven-reaching pill, 10th grade. It mends meridians and knits bones. The broken elder Li took one of these and was up and running within seconds. He even became ethereal. You only need to let go of the hatred with my son and join the Luo clan to have it. The 2 were shell-shocked. Luo clan has such a panacea? Though fear of being fooled again had the sages hesitant. There's no way Steward Zhua will take thanks as payback for this little favor. We'll be your errand boys. We can overlook the matter with your son. But if you play with us, are you dumb or what? Your lives are in my hands. What good will it do to lie? And from how long you've stayed at peak radiant stage, the instant you heal you'll advance. You will know it once you take the pill. The sages stared at the vial and gulped. The desire was too much for them to ignore and they swallowed it instantly. A gentle energy entered their very fiber, getting a moan out of them. A 10-meter pavilion rested on a tall peak, with a cloud dancing around it. A youth in soft black clothes sat at the table, partaking in tea. Though his twisted smile ruined his good image, turning it sinister. like a viper about to strike. Whoosh! A light trailed the skies and landed right before the youth. It revealed an old man in white with golden edges holding a horsetail whisk, the very picture of an immortal. The youth laughed and waved. Mystical heaven sex Xianxia, have you been well these years? Xiaoyue, we hardly interact and there's nothing cordial between us. Why the sudden invitation then? What are you up to? Xianxia snorted and took a seat. Putting on a vague smile, Xiaoyue shook his head. To discuss important business, of course, though it's too soon to tell. There's still one person left. Whoosh! Another light appeared and the immense power swept the peak. Even the two of them jerked for a moment there. Xianxia cried, "Sect leader Ran, what are you doing here?" It was a middle-aged man with sharp features, his expression bidding and resolute. Sparse hair grew on his chin, giving him a wild look. "Sect leader Ren, greetings." This time Xia Wuyue's evil smile turned respectful, bowing at the man. Xianxia did the same. Grinning, the man flicked and spoke with valor. "Please, sect leaders, I've only come here to talk business. Don't stand in ceremony for my sake. Ha ha ha." The two had known sect leader Run for a long time and sat right away. Sect leader Run took a seat as well, looking at Xiaoyue with a cold glint. "Sect leader Xia, is what you said true? Yuan clan has the gall to play dirty tricks behind our backs. I never make light of such grave matters." Sect leader Ren. Xiaoyue nodded. Xianxia was stumped. "Sect leader Run, what is going on? You don't know, sect leader Xian?" Sect leader Ren eyed Xiaoyue and asked, "Sect leader Xia didn't explain it in the Sending Jade? Yuan clan sold 1/10 of Tianyu to Chuanrong." "What?" Xianxia shuddered, turning shocked to Xiaoyue. "Is this true? Are they that outrageous? And why didn't you tell me sooner?" "I told you now, didn't I?" Xiaoyue snorted. Xianxia glared at him. "The punk is messing with me, calling for a meeting without stating why." These two sects weren't exactly friends and now Xiaoyue was playing deaf, letting him get duped. Sect leader Ren was the head of the Empire's 3 guardian sects. Heaven-trailing sects sect leader. By showing indifference in such a grave matter, it would only strain the relations between me and sect leader Ren. And this was where Xiaoyue succeeded. He had forced mystical heaven sect to come without explaining anything to Xianxia. "You didn't say a word. It would be this big." The two sects had a competitive relationship, so why would anyone come just because the other said so? But from the looks of it, the matter isn't that grave. Xianxia wiped his brow and glared at Xiaoyue. The youth found it more interesting to enjoy the scenery with a cold smile. Sect leader Ren knew everything but laughed instead. "All right. It's just sect leader Xia forgetting to mention. Sect leader Xian needn't mind it. What is important is understanding the situation and its causes before settling it." Sect leader Ren smiled. "Sect leader Xia, since you found out, you must have done something before calling this meeting." Sect leader Ren is wise beyond his years. "I indeed acted the instant I became aware of it. Now everything is settled. Though it will require all 3 of us if we want to take it out on Chuanrong and Beast Taming Sect." Xiaoyue explained the entire chain of events. "Pa!" Xiaoyue placed a gourd on the table. "Here are the 3 Beast Taming Sect's elders' souls. We can use them to strike a blow at the Beast Taming Sect, but we'll need Sect leader Run to consider what might we get out of it." "Humph, what else is there? Chuanrong live in the mountains and forests with rich lands, plenty of mines, and are filled with herbs. I've been waiting for ages to get my hands on it." Sect leader Ren snickered. "Didn't they want 1/10 of Tianyu? This time we'll have them bleed instead." Xiaoyue nodded. "Rightfully so. I am in full accord with sect leader Ren's idea. We'll send a team of experts to Beast Taming Sect for compensation." "Understood." Sect leader Ren laughed. "It's only a matter of time before our shares increase. Ha ha ha." The others laughed as well. Xianxia and Xiaoyue weren't always on the same page but were content when both sides had a bite. Though Xianxia frowned, The foreign matter is resolved, but that still leaves the internal one. Due to its outrageous attempt, Yuan clan is unfit to lead Tianyu. We need someone else. Someone to guarantee our interests. No need to worry, sect leader Xian. Isn't the choice clear as day? Xia Wuyue grinned. Xian Jianfeng jerked. You mean, the Luo clan? No. Everyone knows you've got their steward Zhuofan to join you. Making them our choice will elevate your prowess. Xian Jianfeng, why be so petty? The Luo clan and demon scheming sect do have some ties. But it's nothing to fuss over. I'm not one to affect the sect's interests and earn heaven-trailing sect's ire over some crumbs. Do you take me for some narrow-minded and ignorant fool? Xia Wuyue bowed. The usual distribution was heaven-trailing sect getting a third, each other sect a fifth, and the remaining was left to Tianyu. But with Luo clan being Tianyu's representative, an extra tenth will be divided among us, leaving it with only a fifth. Sect leader Ren lit up and nodded. This is everyone's share. No matter who controls its distribution, it will be a gain for all. All that matters is paying the tribute on time and not skimming the top. Exactly so. Xia Wuyue chuckled and gave Xian Jianfeng a taunting look. Xian Jianfeng saw sect leader Ren's smile and the eerie chill behind it. He nodded too. But sect leader Ren, we now have a new representative, so what do we do with the old one? Yuan clan has ruled Tianyu for a millennium. Its roots are deep. Moving against them will throw the lands in chaos and affect our shares. When Tianyu was founded, it needed 100 years to attain peace, a time during which the 7 houses were at war and the people were struggling to survive. How could the empire's resources be extracted in such desperate times? We were left with meager profits then. No, Tianyu must not fall into anarchy. Sect leader Ren said, Sect leader Xie, is your representative confident in controlling the Yuan clan and grasping the entire imperial family's power? Ha ha ha, sect leader Ren, he's doing it as we speak. And besides, doesn't he have demon scheming sect in case of hiccups? Sect leader Ren nodded. Sect leader Xie, so young and promising. I'll leave it to you. Goodbye. Sect leader Ren vanished. Xia Wuyue bowed. Xian Jianfeng stared at him. Xia Wuyue, you sure looked big in front sect leader Ren. But I am warning you, you better not have your representative controlling Tianyu be up to something. If anything happens to mystical heaven sect's share. Yes. Xia Wuyue raised an eyebrow. It's not my fault Tianyu's representative is in my court. When I took the kid in, all you knew was how to mock. Now look at what he has turned into. While that lass of yours hasn't done anything. Ha ha ha. Xian Jianfeng clenched his fists but opted to snort and left Xian Jianfeng with, don't get too cocky. That kid is more than you can handle. You will be sorry. Humph, useless talents are of no danger. I like the kids with some bite. But no matter how dangerous, he still won't escape my grasp. Xia Wuyue snorted and clawed the air with a vicious look. We bow at the emperor's coronation. It was early morning and the imperial palace echoed with an announcement. Fatty in his golden dragon robes climbed onto the highest chair in the lands, with the officials bowing behind him. Ever since Chuanrong army showed up, the imperial capital had been sealed and the imperial palace was silent. The officials had long since missed court, waiting in fear for the dire news that the empire was finished. This all became possible at the hands of Zhuge Changfeng, colluding with the Chuanrong and imprisoning the imperial family. The situation was so that besides Zhuge Changfeng and his traitorous officials entering the imperial palace, the entire imperial capital was in the dark to the truth. And those traitorous officials had already been dealt with. After months of silence, the first court attendance became possible after Zhuofan strutted in like a winner just as the emperor died of poisoning. The reason was quite justified. Zhuofan hailed the banner to save his lord. This brave, loyal and daring official forwent the danger of death and marched in and saved the imperial family. Alas, no amount of bravery could save the emperor and crown prince from an unfortunate fate as Chuanrong's victims. Once the late emperor's funeral came to a close, Fatty prepared for his ascension. Among the entire imperial family, he was the only candidate. Resting on the large dragon chair, Fatty's beady eyes glinted as he took on a royal air. grandmother. Long Yifei and Xie Xiaofeng were among the bowing officials, shouting, "May your majesty live a long and prosperous life. At ease." Fatty spoke with dignity. "My fortune of coming out alive is all due to the protector of our nation, the greatest steward in Tianyu, Shuofan, who through cooperation with the Luo clan, drove off the barbarians in a valiant effort to save his lord. Today I present Shuofan and Luo clan with the awards for their bravery." The herald shouted in a sharp voice. "May Shuofan and Luo clan step forth for their awards." The high voice echoed everywhere, and Shuofan with Luo clan walked to the center. Fatty looked on heavily, his heart sinking. Shuofan by himself is bad enough. But now, Fatty had accepted his role as a puppet emperor, but still held some hope. From what he heard from Yun Shuang and Yongning's chats, Shuofan was going to leave soon. This news brought him great joy. With the most annoying pest out of the way, Luo clan will fall into chaos. No elder of theirs will simply bow to another. No one can keep them in line except Shuofan. He would then swoop in to mediate and might even wrest Tianyu's power for himself. But the current display had his hopes crushed and flushed down the gutter. Shuofan walked in front of Luo clan. Among them were 3 people known to Tianyu as the greatest minds: Zhuge Changfeng, Lung Wuchang, and insidious demon's pupil, Yu Ming. Yu Ming didn't get that much attention, but Fatty was certain. The kid isn't a pushover. With these 3 weasels and goddamned elites, Luo clan had robbed the new emperor of any chance. Plus, looking further back, one would see the peak of Tianyu's power. Li Jingtian, Qiu Yanhai, and other Luo clan members, and even the Yin Yang elders. Judging from their auras, they were even stronger than before. Fatty muttered, "Brother, did you have to take everyone and leave me hanging? What am I supposed to do now that I've got no one to help me? Can it be that your majesty has other thoughts?" Shuofan mocked. Fatty sighed. "Some, but now they are gone. Becoming emperor is enough. Cheer up and be happy with what you have, ha ha ha." Shuofan spoke like a true winner. His attitude had no ounce of respect, with the whole court looking at him speechless. Some loyalists even jumped in, criticizing Shuofan. "How dare you speak to His Majesty with such gross disrespect? You should be hanged. Not even the nation's defender has the right to be so crass with His Majesty. And who the hell are you to blame me?" Shuofan mocked. "Fatty, what do you say I should do? Such insolence to call His Majesty. I am ashamed to say it. Off with your head. Shut your yap." The fatty barked, holding his head helplessly. "Guards, take him away and execute him." "Ugh!" The old man was dumbstruck. "Your Majesty, I am protecting your honor. Why am I the one sacked?" "Your Majesty, the laws of the court must be upheld. Don't encourage such arrogant display." The old official raved, showing his loyalty, as he was dragged away. The fatty sighed. "Truly the worst allies one can have. Are you blind? Do you not see me here yet still toot your horn? Guys like you would one day have me killed. I can do perfectly well without die-hard loyalists like you. Thank you very much. All you know is to show off and act blindly. Listen up. Shuofan and Luo clan's bravery is laudable. Saving myself from certain death. They are the saviors of the world. I treat them with the same respect as heaven and earth. You all must learn restraint before Luo clan. Understand?" The fatty shouted. The audience was chilled on the spot, with many of them bug-eyed. The emperor's words carried a heavy weight. The savior had more esteem than one's own parents. Such respect couldn't be violated. The emperor said it to honor Shuofan, to make him the retired emperor. But how? Star reader, the literal meaning for retired emperor is beyond emperor. While it can also mean father of the emperor and puppet master, figuratively. A lord can revere the heaven and earth but nothing else. No matter how strong this guy is, he's still an official and can never be above the lord. Yet the emperor treated Shuofan above his own kin, above heaven and earth. It left them all in shock. At Shuofan's gaze, all bowed their heads. Regardless of what the emperor says, there must be something else lurking beneath the surface. But it's not our place to speak. Wasn't one of us just dragged out moments ago? One peep and your whole clan will follow. Better zip it and play oblivious. The officials sighed. Xuefan sneered. The whole court had come to know of his current position, that his power would go even higher than the emperor's. It was the first step in making the emperor a figurine. Xuefan signaled Fatty to continue. Though not without some hesitation, Luo clan's example of bravery for their lord and nation is a reflection of heaven and earth. They were first in the fight against barbarians, saving their lord and helping the people. I proclaim the Luo clan as the best house under heaven, holding key positions in Tianyu, managing the army, managing resources, to defend the nation and help me in guiding the people. Where they go, they carry my name. The fatty slumped in his throne, spent after that little speech. The court was boiling. Military and resources, all under Luo clan's control? How is that Yuan dynasty then? And he even said they'll manage the people and lands together. That's like giving someone half your home. Luo clan might be the greatest in its merits, but no way equal to the emperor. That's digging your own grave. Some of the officials were lost. What the hell is wrong with the new emperor? He just sold his fatherland. Even a fool knows to keep his stuff, not give it away. Many were bowing and ready to admonish. Zhuge Chongfeng's interjection was perfect though. In management, what matters most is reading the signs. His Majesty is more astute than any of you, so don't get carried away and butt in. The officials glared at him, but his hint worked like a charm. Zhuge Chongfeng has been prime minister for ages, so why jump ship over to Luo clan's side? Looking at the emperor's defeated face, they all hesitated and fell back. Something reeks of a mystery here. Let's gloss over. But that'll make Luo clan the sole holder of Tianyu's power. A shift in dynasty will only be a matter of time. Not that it was any of their problems. If the Yuan clan didn't care, why should they? The officials calmed, their minds dumbing down. Zhuge Chongfeng flicked a pleased look Xuefan's way. The more desolate they felt about the emperor, the more estranged they'd be, and the emperor would accomplish nothing. Xuefan turned to the fatty, shouting, "We'll be going now." As they left, there was no one blocking or berating Xuefan's uncouth manner. It was out in the open now, that the emperor couldn't mess with him. Hold on a minute. Fatty's eyes shone. We brothers haven't seen each other in ages. I ask that you stay and have a talk with me. Xuefan raised an eyebrow. What's he thinking? In the back gardens of the imperial palace, Fatty dismissed all his servants, except Fang Qiubai, as he walked with Xuefan down a secluded path through the woods. Fatty sighed. Brother, do you recall the time we swore brotherhood in Windgaze City? I was a prince and you were a servant of a ruined clan. But look at us now, a monarch of a nation and the true ruler of Tianyu. Doesn't time just whistle by? Get on with it. Xuefan groaned, making him awkward. With an ahem, Fatty continued. What I mean is, you walk alone with me around the imperial palace with no guards. It proves our brotherly trust. Nah, you just don't have anyone good enough to finish me off. You take me for Zhuge Chongfeng, so weak that I need to resort to treachery to stay alive. Xuefan mocked. Fatty choked. Fang Qiubai grew red too. Xuefan wasn't pointing fingers but did hit quite close to home. Not even divine dragon Fang Qiubai could scratch Xuefan from the shadows. The rest of Imperial Palace didn't count. He was that confident. Fatty sighed. Brother, I know you are cunning and powerful across all the lands, but can you not sting me every time you open your mouth? I had the whole friendship speech going here to get closer, yet you dumped it all in 3 lines and ruined the mood. Get closer? Fawning without reason proves you're up to no good. Xuefan mocked. Say it. What do you want from me? Fatty's beady green eyes steeled. Xuefan, it's just us here, so I'll be frank. Does our brotherhood stand? Of course it does. Did I ever break a promise? Xuefan stuck out his chin. Fatty nodded. That makes us brothers still. But you can't always pick on your brother. I am a monarch here. Taking my power has many implications, but you don't even treat me with respect. Could you at least spare my imperial self? Let me have something to survive with. What would a puppet emperor need power for? Shuafan raised an eyebrow. Didn't your pops ever warn you to sit back like a good puppy? Forget about the world, or it will soon come to burn you and your entire clan. This here and now is much better. Living the high life of an emperor, uncaring for its problems and taking on more serious matters, like losing that extra fat. You're like an immortal. What's not to like? Shuafan patted Fatty's wobbly belly. The fatty bit back. I am an emperor with an ideal and ambition, not to live in obscurity. And when we became brothers, I didn't offend you, so you can't do the same to me. Now, are you going to ruin my clan for my words? Fatty, you can say whatever you want. Shuafan squinted. If I wanted to kill you all, I'd have done it by now. I just don't want to throw the lands in chaos and mess up my plans. And I still recall us never overstepping our bounds in those days. But how come you just asked for your power back? Sure, I can give it to you, all of it, though mind the consequences. Consequences? Fatty was erect with worry. Feng Qiubai interjected. Empire's 3 guardian sects? Exactly. Shuafan nodded. Late Emperor's plan brought danger to his lands by encroaching on the sect's interests. If all had gone well, he'd be holding the power and the sects wouldn't doubt him. But since he failed, they've lost all faith in Yuan clan. Looking into Tianyu for a replacement representative. Talking about fame and power, only Luo clan fits the bill, thus we took all the power and benefits of the empire. In the off chance that we didn't become the Shadow Emperor, the sects would have just raised another clan and you'd still end up a puppet. It's all a matter of getting a handler here. Shuafan smiled. We're all old pals here. Your clan and mine know each other well. Shuanger, young Miss and Princess Yongning are very close. Any trouble you may have, we can help you out, being flexible too. While with some other clan, how much better do you think you'll fare? Fatty trembled and sighed. He took Luo clan as his only opponent. Taking back his power from their grasp, he'd become a real emperor. Only to find his real adversaries were those sects, always in the shadows, always in control for thousands of years. The fatty's hopes sank. Father wouldn't have carried out the secret pearl order if he knew. Secret pearl order? Shuafan asked. Yuan clan actually has it? I thought the emperor was just messing with the board to play his hand. Fatty sighed. As the Yuan clan is doomed with its plight, the secret pearl order has lost its meaning. It is an order passed on to the next emperor on the previous deathbed. It's only for the emperor's ears and a standard of conduct. Roaming dragon enjoying the pearl. Star Reader. Funny enough, it's the name of a dish. What's that? Shuafan asked. Fatty sighed. It is a secret path Father prepared for me, to throw the pearl and let the dragon play with it. All Yuan emperors have done in the past millennium is to incite chaos among the factions, in order to weaken them. We all have to pursue this creed, or create the situation if one couldn't. The War of the Houses 1,000 years ago, Gu Santong wrecking Tianyu 300 years ago, are prime examples. Even Luo clan's emergence, pushing the factions to fight. In simple terms, the emperor sat on his throne enjoying the play, while unity of factions will make the throne unstable. That makes sense. Shuafan nodded. The way of rulers is all about checks and balances, impossible without hatred. Does that make the story about Windgaze City's 3 ancient houses a lie? Fatty shook his head. No, didn't I say, if you don't have the conditions, create them. To make it believable, everything had to be true. Just that, the founders' words were a catalyst, with each emperor paving the way for the next in case they didn't succeed. The 3 clans of Windgaze City were Tianyu's officials once. Planning for 1,000 years. Your clan is of imperial stock. Two-faced and using your posterity to exhaustion. Shuafan sighed. Fatty nodded. An emperor leads a solitary path, surrounded by enemies. Even if an emperor is kind, it is seen as weakness, and he will ultimately be put down. Yet our clan lost to you regardless. The roaming dragon enjoying the pearl has come to a close, ruined at the outrageously strong hands of soaring demonic dragon killing us all. The two kept a long stare, then laughed. Fatty said, Brother, could you help me with something? What is it? Proposal. Fatty grinned. You know how fond I am of little Kuei. I vowed that the day I ascend I will make her empress through any means. With the current reversal, Veiled Dragon Pavilion will look down on the Yuan clan. So I ask you, brother, to help me. Ugh. Shuifan nodded after a while. No problem. I can ask them, but it's out of my hands if they refuse. If you plan on using my name to steal a wife, think again. Ha ha ha, the great steward's mind is a maze. How could I ever use you? Fatty said, I do not want your name, just for you to help me. The Chuanrong Emperor sent a letter not long ago, to redeem Tuoba Taizhan and the others by ceding Chuanrong's most fertile lands. I can only accept it with my seal. You will have to kill me to sign it, though. I'll never do it without little Kuei. I want to give this land to Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Veiled Dragon Pavilion would probably accept the proposal with open arms. But they have few men and the lands are at the border. They're sure to come to you for help. You have the Dugu army and can use it to absorb the Veiled Dragon Pavilion completely to achieve peace. We'll each get what we want. Shuifan nodded. Nice one. You're just as wise as your father. Be honest now. Have you ever thought of attacking me? Never. Fatty's response was quick. Shuifan stared at him for a good while and nodded. I will help you. But leave the talks up to me, I can squeeze more conditions. I can't have you lose out with just a wedding. Ha ha ha, to you it might be nothing, but to me that wedding is everything. Fatty sighed. I can see my lands are forfeit, but I won't lose my love as well. I'd rather have the beauty over the lands. Shuifan eyed him with doubt, though still trusted him. A shrewd man in the grips of love will never claw his way out. I'll be going then. Goodbye. Shuifan walked away. Fatty sighed. Oh, brother. I always thought of attacking, but never had the courage. He turned to Fang Qiubai. The Yuan clan is now entering hibernation for a few days. I don't want to do anything. Let's go deal with the last variable. Fang Qiubai nodded and followed closely. The two arrived at the Imperial Palace's southwest corner, a prison for most heinous criminals. Shuifan, wait! Walking out of the Imperial Palace, a soft voice called for him. He saw Yongning running over with Yun Shuang. Shuifan asked, What is it, princess? I would like to thank you for defending Tianyu from Chuanrong's invasion, saving our people and easing father's crimes. She made a deep bow. Shuifan mocked, Princess, you're no fool. Since I've ruined your father's master plan, worse days await your clan. Yet you are thanking me? I have to. I know father was wrong in his ways, earning the ire of everyone. This was just righteous retribution. I do not hate anybody. Of course you don't. How can your weak body hold it in? You always let it out in a hissy fit. Ha ha ha. Shuifan teased. Though I have to admire your father for the ingenious plan he came up with. Alas, fate wasn't on his side. With me and Shuanger joining hands, things might have been different otherwise. The princess merely gave a smile and a sigh. Father's success was only for the imperial family while the people would have suffered. I'd rather see my father fail than watch such an outcome. Yongning gazed upon him with pleading eyes. Shuifan, could you please do something for me? What? Glancing at Yun Shuang's hopeful eyes, he turned to the princess. She mumbled, Big brother is guilty of regicide and patricide. His fate is death. But he is still my brother. I hope to see him, but I do not know where he is. Third brother won't tell me. I can only ask you. To avoid the scandal of the crown prince's crimes, Fatty said he died at the hands of Chuanrong. How do you think Fatty will handle him? Life in prison or death? Shuifan eyed the princess. If it's the latter, he must be dead already. The princess panicked inside. Yun Shuang pouted. Well, is he dead or in prison? Beats the hell out of me. It's Fatty's problem now. Save it. Elderly told me you have spies everywhere in the Imperial Palace, watching the new emperor's every move. Yun Shuang meddled. Princess lit up and watched him with hope. Since when is Elder Li's tongue so loose? Shuifan admitted. Yes. I know where the crown prince is being kept. He is in the royal prison. Can we go see him? The princess asked. Shuafan refused. I and Fatty are sworn brothers. I will not interfere as long as he doesn't overstep. Yongning's mood fell. Yun Shuang glared. When have you ever been so righteous? Humph, all I hear is excuses. Don't help us, we'll just force our way in and say it's your orders. See how those guards stop us then. Hold on a minute. Shuafan sighed in the end. Fine. I'll take you, but you are to speak of this to no one. I want to keep an eye on Fatty for some more time. His every move impacts his future behavior. The girls nodded with a smile. Shuafan sighed and snaked his hands on their waists. His right eye flashing golden. We're off. Ah! The two blushed, appearing in a yellow prison corridor. The girls shirked him off and watched Shuafan point at the third cell. Crown Prince is there. The princess nodded with a lowered blushing head. Same as Yun Shuang. They were pure ladies. With Shuafan making a move on them on the fly, they felt embarrassed. Yet the main culprit only looked at them oddly. What's with them? 1 minute they nag me to bring them here, the next they stiffen up. The Emperor has arrived. A sharp voice echoed in the damp prison and the girls panicked. Yongning whispered, Shuafan, let's leave. Third brother is here. Shuafan shook his head. No, with this prison being a secret, it's the best way to test him. I want to see just what is on Fatty's mind. And if his words are true. Keep quiet and don't move, Shuafan urged. His eye lit up in 3 golden halos as he activated Mirage World. The three's images warped and soon vanished. Shuafan had created an illusion to house them from prying eyes. Fang Chubai and Fatty walked over. Clang. The cell door opened and the two walked in to meet a very familiar figure, Crown Prince. Though with his sealed cultivation, his body was covered in wounds from all the torture. Big! Shuafan covered Yongning's mouth as she cried. With a twisted smile, Fatty paced before Crown Prince. Big brother, I've been a bit busy as of late, with father's funeral and my ascension, so I couldn't see you. Crown Prince's pale face sized Fatty's new golden threads with a feeble gaze and he mocked. You fat pig, clothes do not make you an emperor. To think I fell to your hand. You sure kept it to yourself. Ha ha ha, I had to play the uncouth boor. Endure with humility under faked civility or you'd spare nothing to get rid of me. Fatty put on a winning smile. Crown Prince gnashed his teeth. This should have all been mine. Blinded by what's in front of me, I lost sight of the bigger picture. I have failed. Crown Prince sighed then mocked. But there was someone else behind it all. Old third, you're just a figurehead. How does it feel? The real winner is Shuafan. No? Ha ha ha. Fatty didn't give in to the cawing in his ear. Yes, he is the true winner here. I knew that already. He may have been had by father, assaulted on every turn, but I didn't join them. I was convinced he had plenty of ways to return the favor. Father's win wasn't guaranteed. Oh, you were so optimistic, weren't you? In times when his allies drifted off, fighting father and the entire nation, the only reason those allies returned was because Regent Estate ruined their homes. How were you so sure that he would have the last laugh? Don't tell me you're a visionary. Fatty shook his head. The world shook at the shake of the Earth Dragon's tail. Then came the Celestial Dragon to quell the chaos. As both the Celestial and Earth Dragons exist, the land and rivers shall each call their king. This was High Priest Yun Xuanji's prophecy, when Shuafan swallowed Huangpu Qingtian's dragon soul, and the world trembled. Shuafan had been disrupting Tianyu since then, and the factions were falling into dissent. It was then that father grasped his chance, enacting his great plan in wrestling power back into his hands. Crown Prince sighed. But the fatty grinned. Wrong. It's all wrong. High Priest's words are an enigma. The first line, father could make sense of it, but he read the last line wrong. The land and rivers shall each call their king isn't an omen of the collapse of Tianyu. Think about it, what does rivers imply? Water. With water and each combined, you get what? Luo. The last line clearly states the Luo clan will come out on top, by providence. Star Reader. It's a play on words or characters. What? Crown Prince was speechless. Heaven decreed for Luo clan to replace Yuan clan. Turning back towards the crown prince, Fatty smiled. For this very reason I never cross swords with Xuefan and Luo clan, in fear of Providence's retribution. My position bears, in fact, Heaven's stamp of approval. To hell with your approval, you're just a puppet. Is that something to take pride in? Crown Prince snorted. Fatty merely chuckled. Yet I am an emperor. Father's last words were, whatever you can grasp, it's yours. At least I have grasped the throne while dear brother of mine laments even failing to be a puppet. Why you? Crown Prince gnashed his teeth. With a sadistic smile, Fatty clapped. Bring the medicine. Rotten ball of fat. What are you planning? Crown Prince cried. Fatty beamed. You used medicine to kill father, a scandal I had to cover up. But for father's revenge, I'll have you go down the same way. A servant approached with a reeking bowl. The awful stench was to die over. Yongning struggled to go there, but Xuefan held her back, repeating over and over to stay calm. Crown Prince shuddered at every step of the incoming bowl of death. Damn Fatus, stop justifying killing me with your petty excuse. If it weren't for me acting first, you'd have stepped in as well that day. You dare come at me playing the timeless virtue? A damn hypocrite? You're right about one thing. We're both cruel and sinister. Fatty raised an eyebrow. Easing my conscience by taking revenge the same way you killed father is one reason. While I'm more unsettled about letting you live. We have lost the trust of the guardian sex and Xuefan limits my actions. If by some miracle you manage to escape, and use your name as Crown Prince to fight me, those sects will squash you in clan. For the safety of our clan, Big Brother, have an early hereafter. Fatty took the bowl to Crown Prince. Crown Prince couldn't even move, only snapping back. Rotten piece of fat, you're gonna regret this. I never regret my actions, or I'd have never made it to the throne. Fatty snickered, his eyes shining with cruelty, as he pried Crown Prince's mouth open and force-fed the slimy medicine. Crown Prince put up a feeble fight. With his cultivation sealed, all he could do was seethe with hatred as the disgusting slime poured down his throat. Yongning was wrecked with tears, shaking like a leaf, only keeping quiet thanks to Xuefan holding her mouth. Fatty threw the empty bowl away and cackled. Ha ha ha! I can rest easy now. Ha ha ha, Fatty, joke's on you. You won't have a carefree reign even as a puppet. Crown Prince was bleeding from everywhere, his eyes bloodshot, yet laughed as he cursed. Fatty mocked. That's not for you to decide. What can a dead man do anyway? Oh really? Humph, you may kill me, damn Fatty, but don't think for a darn second you'll be at ease. There's someone else who wants your seat just as much. Second brother? Fatty snickered. Thanks for reminding me. That brickhead will cause a mess sooner or later. But you can rest easy now, knowing I'll make sure he follows you soon enough. Crown Prince cackled. Ha ha ha. Follow me? You'll have to find him first. What did you say? Fatty frowned and shouted. Didn't father imprison him? What did you do? Crown Prince's face was covered in black blood, life ebbing out of his every pore. Yet only his smile remained. I don't mind telling you. To make sure father's anniversary went as I planned and old second wouldn't flee in the chaos at Imperial Palace, I had set up some contingencies. First was poisoning the father and then killing your lard ass in passing. The other was to have someone take old second away. If I succeeded, old second would die. If I failed, he'll be my avenger, turning Tianyu upside down. Why did you do that? Fatty squinted. If father's plan had worked, Tianyu would have been Yuan clans. You are destroying our lands. Crown Prince mocked. My dear rotten fats, have you forgotten father's teachings already that you just now preached? If I can't have these lands, I'd rather destroy them, even if they're my brothers. Ha ha ha. Crown Prince cackled and Fatty turned grim. How can old second do it? He isn't capable of that. Yes, he alone has no hope, and that is why I had prepared some things for him. One of those things is the same gift I had obtained for father, lands of our nation. Fatty blurted. Western lands' greatest man? Dan Xingxin? Rumor has it that whoever holds lands of our nation, Danqingxin, will fulfill their wish. What, pray tell, do you think old Second's wish will be? Crown Prince's eyes were mad. Fatty stared at him coldly. Danqingxin has been missing for 1,000 years with no one catching any sign of him. He may even be dead. This hope is a pipe dream. No matter how abysmal, as long as old Second lingers on, Danqingxin will one day come to Tianyu. Your days as an emperor are numbered. Have a taste of constant dread looming over your shoulder. Fattass. Ha ha ha. Crown Prince cackled as the light in his eyes faded. The proud smile remained even as he bled from every orifice. Fatty squinted and snorted as he stormed out of the jail. Put out a wanted notice for Second Prince Yuanyong. Anyone catching him dead or alive will be greatly rewarded. Yes, sir. The jail guard's shout echoed out. With everyone gone, Xuefan turned towards the prideful but dead Crown Prince. With a flash of golden, he brought the girls out of there. Whoosh! The trio returned to the same spot they had left from, and Xuefan let the girls go. Princess Yongning fell to her knees, sobbing, "Big brother, how could you do this to your third brother? It's simple. If he won, Fatty would have been the one lying in there instead." Xuefan's flat tone came, masking the chaos within. Witnessing Fatty killing Crown Prince with such cruelty let him understand why Fatty was so at peace with his role. Perhaps it was Yun Xuanji's prophecy at work, that heaven could not be denied. Perhaps because of the three sects' ever-watchful eyes, ready to snuff him out the instant he strayed like the old emperor. That's why he wants to end the princes, to safeguard his future. It will stabilize his position in the short term, while the rest would be left for the future. By that time, Luo clan would be a behemoth not even the sects could shake, and all of Fatty's machinations would not achieve anything. Not while the greatest minds of Tianyu steer it. He could leave with an easy heart, breathing in and out. After so many years, my heart has found peace at last. Demons, all of them. Princess Yongning sobbed louder. She was oblivious to the deep-rooted hatred and hostilities between her dear brothers, a matter of life and death. All of it, just for the throne. You're brothers of the same flesh and blood. You can't even let each other live. Xuefan scratched his nose at her, crying, To be honest, I'm a demonic cultivator. Practically a demon as well. Steward Zhua, you don't count. Yun Shuang looked him in the eye with rosy cheeks. At least you want the best for Luo clan and the elders. If you're a demon as well, what will that make everyone else devils? A chord moved in Xuefan's heart and he frowned. I, a great and grand demonic emperor, true believer of the demonic path, is not a demon. Either everyone else is a demon or I'm straying farther from the demonic path. Xuefan was perplexed. His heart was at peace, yet his mind couldn't pierce the ever-thickening fog. Is this my demonic path? He used to be so clear-headed, but it has kept getting clouded as of late. Am I to tread ahead or take a step back? Yun Xuanji's words came back to him. This life might be just another way of cultivating. And he regained calm. Regardless, the demonic path isn't definite. Just follow your heart. Xuanger, tomorrow we're returning to Windgaze City. Fatty's actions have put me at ease. Xuefan spoke. Yun Shuang nodded. Yongning looked up at him and pleaded, Xuefan, I beg of you to take me with you. I do not want to stay in such a painful place. Yun Shuang nodded before he could refuse. Of course. You'll come with me to Luo clan and live in the Yun clan. It's improper to take the great princess away. Xuefan's dissuasion felt flat and Yun Shuang said, We're the biggest clan there is. What's improper about that? Come on. She pulled Yongning away, leaving Xuefan speechless. How come even Xuanger has turned feisty? So out of her character. Am I a bad influence? Sigh, I'm such a bad uncle. Xuefan shook his head. In a gloomy cave, Second Prince was asleep on a stone bed. Drip. An ice-cold droplet trailed down the cave wall and landed on his head. He flickered his eyes open with a shiver. Your Highness. A deep voice came from his side. Second prince looked through the haze at a kneeling man covered in black. Startled, he jumped to his feet and shouted, "Who are you? Where is this place?" "Your Highness, I am with the Crown Prince. He had me rescue your Highness." His tone was cold, his words flat. Second prince recalled that on the eve of his father's birthday, someone barged into his cell and knocked him out. Next thing he knew, he was here. Second prince frowned, looking suspiciously at the man. "So you are Big Brother's man?" "Humph, what is he up to now? Father had me imprisoned for life and I am no threat to his throne." "Your Highness, all Crown Prince has done is to save your Highness." The man cupped his hands. Second prince became even more suspicious. "Save? That's not the brother I know. And who would want to kill me, father?" "Your Highness, many things have happened while you were imprisoned. In short, third prince colluded with the traitor Xuefan, conspiring against his majesty and crown prince. As the crisis came upon his highness, he ordered me to save your highness in hope that Sir might one day restore the Yuan clan and eliminate those vile traitors." "Impossible. Old third is just a fat pig, he can't do anything." Second prince refuted in mockery. Or more like he could not once believe that where his rebellion failed, Fatty succeeded. "That'll be the crown jewel of humiliation. Am I a bigger loser than even a fat pig?" The man shook his head. "With the third prince's ability, yes. But he had Xuefan's cunning in catching his majesty and crown prince unprepared. Though that's not how the world sees it. Your highness needs simply to take a walk outside and can learn who is the emperor and who has the world." Third prince betrayed his ancestors, surrendering Tianyu to that foul Xuefan and becoming a puppet. Luo clan now reigns supreme, holding power above the imperial dynasty. Whole of Tianyu knows. And they've issued wanted notices for your highness to weed you out. These are facts Sir may find out just by stepping outside. I am telling no lies. Second prince eyed him skeptically, yet gave credence to the words in the end. Because these conclusions were simple to reach, he found them to be sound. Being stuck in a cell all this time, Second prince was oblivious to the great civil war in Tianyu, of the emperor and Chuanrong's deal and even Zhuge Chongfeng's rebellion. At this point he'd gobble up anything that was thrown at him. The man in black's fabricated story was based on facts. That Luo clan was Tianyu's apex, and the emperor had changed. What was more, the second prince was in complete denial that Fatty had it in him to become emperor. He must have resorted to some underhanded deeds to pull through. Second prince grew outraged, oblivious that he was playing into crown prince's hand of inciting chaos. The man in black's order was, if crown prince ascended, kill second prince. If crown prince failed, make second prince his avenger. Yuan Yong had become the departed crown prince's tool. The man in black grinned inside, hidden behind a grieving facade. Damn you pig, you stole my crown. You even gave away our lands. You are a stain upon Yuan name, a disgrace to our ancestors. Second prince ranted. Then sighed, alas, their power is beyond my reach. How am I to succeed in restoring our dignity, in getting revenge for father? Second prince, crown prince has made plans. The man in black presented a black package. Your highness, this is what crown prince has prepared for sir. Therein lies the hope of revenge, of restoring our nation's glory. Second prince opened it to find 3 items. The first was a painting second prince was most familiar with. Lands of our nation? Why did you give it to me, big brother? Am I to find the long-lost apex of Western land's power? Dan Qingshin, to help me? That's not possible. He's been gone for 1,000 years now. Where do I even start looking? Second prince shook his head. This is too thin, way too thin. He moved on to a hand-sized box. On opening it, he cried, what is this? A sparkling orb rolled around inside, just like an eye. The man in black bowed. Second prince, it is High Priest Yun Xuanji's eye, capable of reading the stars. When His Majesty obtained it, he had tried hundreds of ways to pierce its mystical ability, only to fail every time and give up. Crown Prince had the chance to get it. It is unknown what it can do, but it must be incredible for sure. He has passed it on to you, in hope that it may help Sir Yun Xuanji's eye? Second prince shook, eyeing the ocular organ, feeling a power taking over his mind. Staring at it for a fraction had him shaken to his core, his soul unsettled. He clenched his hand and took a good time to settle down. Evil. Putting it back in the box, second prince eased a breath. I can't use it for now, nor do I know how. I know my limits not to mess with it. The man in black found it natural. What could he figure out when the emperor's whole gang couldn't for so many years? Second prince turned to the last item, an ancient piece of cloth, engraved with a map. At a corner was an enlarged Yun character. Your Highness, this map was part of the imperial palace's treasury. Rumors say this map is what great ancestor used to find the Yun clan, their homeland. But with the Yun clan having gone from their ancestral home for so long, many have forgotten this detail. By following this map, Your Highness can find it. The man reported. Second prince frowned at the tree items. High Priest's Eye, Yun clan's ancestral map and lands of our nation. Big Brother wants me to. Correct. Yun clan's high priests can read fate, so their ancestral home must be the only place to unravel the eye's mysteries. By using the mystic eye, you might even catch Dan Qingshun's trail among the flow of fate. The man in black cupped his hands. Second prince sighed. Big Brother is thorough to think of such a plan of exceptional talent. If he could find Dan Qingshin, he could take back more than just Tianyu Empire, even the whole western lands. Second prince shouted. All right, since Big Brother has gone to such lengths, I will complete his design by finding western land's greatest expert. Then, Old Third and Zhuofan, your deaths shall be nigh. Second prince steeled himself and the man in black slipped on a wide smile. Crown Prince, your soul can look on in peace knowing your design carries on. Second prince is on the path you paved. Your avenger. Meanwhile, Zhuofan paid Veiled Dragon Pavilion a trip to tell them about Fatty's proposal. Long Yifi couldn't be happier, agreeing on the spot. With 1,000 miles of rich lands at their disposal, anyone would accept. Though with it being on the border, carrying out operations was risky. Of course, he'd ask Zhuofan for troops. And the man agreed just as quickly. Sharing a secret glance with his masterminds, everyone enacted psychological warfare on Long Yifi's mind by explaining the benefits of Luo Alliance. With so many upsides to it, Veiled Dragon Pavilion hopped right on the bandwagon. With one down, the other two allies weren't far away either, all coming over as easy as breathing. With Luo clan being the one true clan here, with them they'd live the high life, but against them an early grave. Adding the three old weasels' sly and smooth speech into the mix, it worked to cower and awe the trio into falling in line to the extent that they thought they were the ones better off. It was Zhuofan's way of showing gratitude to the old allies for all that they had done. But when did heaven ever flung a pie in anyone's lap? Every single benefit they received was followed by an equal if not larger price. Having joined the Luo Alliance, they'd make it big, sure, but they had lost independence, reduced to mere members of the Luo Alliance, unable to direct their own development, and being at the whims of the organization. Just like the other clans were vassals to the houses. Only now, the relations were much tighter, yet still had a defined hierarchy. The alliance leader was a no-brainer Luo clan, with the rest being members they controlled. Not that the others minded. With the Luo Alliance in inception, they'd get a little something and that proved to be enough to forget about vapid stuff like freedom. Now came the time of consolidating Luo clan's power. Although Zhuofa had no hand in it, leaving it to the clan's newest steward. It was time to leave. Commander Tauba, let's meet again someday. Back in Windgaze City, Zhuofan had the Tigers escort Tuoba Taizhan and the rest of Chuanrong to the borders, for the trade-off. With all of them having their cultivation sealed, the 500,000 Dugu army had no trouble escorting these 2 million prisoners. At the foot of Blackwind Mountain, Zhuofan put on a kind face watching the Chuanrong army. But Tuoba Tieshan's reply was cold, even when cupping hands. Let's not. I don't ever want to see you again. Ha ha ha. Commander Tauba surely jests. The least we are is adversaries and should have each other's respect. No? the same way you and Marshal Dugu treated each other. Humph, I respected Dugu Xianxia for his exquisite military talent, but more for his character. While you're inhuman, all you do is trick, cheat and steal. And that flying tiger army is the last straw. Where the hell did you come up with such a dominating army? Tuoba Taizhan clearly had some misgivings about his loss. Zhuofan laughed. He noticed the eyes of the Chuanrong generals having some resentment as well, but there was more respect and fear than anything. By fighting Zhuofan they learnt what godly skill meant. His leadership was average, but he more than made up with his twisted bag of tricks. At any given time, he would just pull something out of the hat so freakish, he'd make you pee your pants. No one wanted him for an opponent. It was too taxing to figure him out. Tuoba Lufeng was of the same mind. The 8 Wolf Warden sighed, while only Taubeliener had a complex smile and ended up shouting, Zhuofan, you still owe me half of those herbs in Beast King Mountain. What half? Please mind yourself, sister. You're my captive here. All of you are. I owe you nothing. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan teased. Taubeliener blushed, whipping her head away and muttering, Who's yours? Damn blabbing jerk. Zhuofan said a few words to the tigers before sending them off. He went to Blackwind Mountains Hall, which was packed with people. As it marked his final day as Luo clan's steward, he had to check everything to leave with an easy heart. Li Jingtian, Xue Qingjian, Qiu Yanhai, Heaven and Earth sages, step forth. The 5 people obeyed and bowed at his command. The sages had endless admiration for him too. They were in the 3rd layer of ethereal stage after 300 years of constant regret and suffering for being stuck at peak radiant stage. So grateful, they were devoted to the point of laying their lives down if Zhuofan ever asked them. You 5 elders are the strongest and shall henceforth be Luo clan's venerables, keeping clan head and young miss safe. Zhuofan spoke and the 5 nodded. Yes, sir. Zhuge Changfeng, Lung Wuchang and Yu Ming had a gander at Zhuofan's true intentions. In his time as steward, Zhuofan only ever made Luo clan strongest, elders at best. By lifting these strongest 5 to the title of venerables, he was absolving them of the steward's control. Zhuofan copied the emperor, making the military and officials balance each other. Even with the bloodworms, Steward Zhua isn't assured of young master's safety. He feared being unable to hold back these monsters. Zhuge Changfeng shook his head. Zhuge Changfeng, Lung Wuchang, Yu Ming to the front. Zhuofan called again. Zhuofan said, Zhuge Changfeng shall be the steward of Luo clan, assisting clan head with the Luo alliance, effective immediately. Lung Wuchang shall be the overseer, in charge of Luo clan's resource collection and related matters. Yu Ming is to be the military advisor, assisting the Shadow Corps and Dugu army with foreign intelligence and raids. Startled, the trio resigned themselves. Yes, sir. Zhuofan had effectively cut their jurisdiction, with each holding the other in check. Zhuge Changfeng had people to handle as he was in charge of the Luo alliance. Lung Wuchang was in charge of the economy, having a monopoly on all the resources. While Yu Ming had the military, these 3 powers helped each other while also holding each other back. It was obvious not everything was at their whims. Flicking them away, Zhuofan went on with his preparations and repeated warnings, to Lei Yuding and Lei Yuntian in particular. Being enemies with Yu Ming just wouldn't do. Yet with Yu Ming leaving Hell Valley for the Luo clan, the 2 no longer cared. At long last, Zhuofan called Luo Yunhai to his side. Little brat, did you learn the gestures I taught you? Yes. Luo Yunhai was tearful, his words choking. Give it a go then. Zhuofan snickered. Luo Yunhai made a sign and the hall was filled with all kinds of wondrous tonalities of pain and agony, resulting with the experts crumbling on the floor. With the end of the torture by another sign, they collected themselves and now had fear for the young kid. Zhuofan actually gave control of the bloodworms to him. The next time any of them had bad thoughts about clan head, they'd be toast. Worried to the extreme, they each saw the bitterness in their neighbors' eyes. Zhuofan smirked, nodding at their terror-stricken faces. Leaving without holding clan head in fear is not happening. Young miss, give me the thunder ring. Zhuo Fan turned to the crying Luo Yunchang. She held the ring close to her heart as she denied. Why? It's mine. Do you want to take it with you? You won't even leave me a keepsake. Zhuo Fan chuckled and shook his head. He used his eye instead of talking and the ring landed in his hand. You? Luo Yunchang went to take it back but Zhuo Fan placed it in Luo Yunhai's hand. His tone stoic. Clan head Luo Yunhai. Today the steward shall leave and with my return a mystery. I will be unable to see your clan head ceremony. I give you the thunder ring. For that the next time it flickers, know that I have returned. Zhuo Fan's tone wasn't just for Luo Yunhai, but for everyone else, as a warning. Don't you dare think my departure is final. You better behave. Luo Yunchang halted her step and held her mouth, with eyes swimming in tears. Zhuo Fan had gone above and beyond the call of duty for the Luo clan, even forced to go to demon scheming sect, all for Luo clan's safety. Or with Zhuo Fan's skills, nothing and no one would ever catch wind of him. Leaving this time was because demon scheming sect had to have him. The times ahead could very well be dangerous and life-threatening. He might not even return. In spite of it all, Zhuo Fan's last thoughts were about Luo clan's safety. Swallowing the lump in his throat, Luo Yunhai forced himself to be calm as he raised his arm with the thunder ring and proclaimed, I, Luo Yunhai, vow that this thunder ring shall be clan head symbol for generations. Luo Alliance's token of authority. This ring represents the clan head. No matter how big the Luo Alliance becomes, it will be Steward Zhuo's supporter. No matter what danger Steward Zhuo may face, be it the three sects themselves, the Luo Alliance will stop at nothing. Not for resources and not for men, to help Steward Zhuo. Luo Yunhai's voice echoed out, filled with determination. Zhuo Fan looked at his own thunder ring. I am no longer of the Luo clan, and any danger I face will be unrelated to them. Yet the Luo clan would stick with him no matter what. Such a display of devotion left him touched to the core. People looked at Luo Yunhai with respect. Although young, he was loyal, a rarity in this world. Watching the all-grown-up kid, Zhuo Fan smiled, patting his head. He then walked past him and stepped out. People made way for him, watching the ineffable steward who raised a third-rate clan to be the best in Tianyu walk on by. Luo Yunhai shook, choked with emotion. He finally got a hold of himself to let out one last shout. Big brother Zhuo, you must come back. The words carried far, while Luo Yunchang sobbed next to him, her eyes red from crying. At the foot of Blackwind Mountain, Zhuo Fan walked among the shadows of the forest, his eyes glowing, feeling for his heart. It's not hurting. The demon is gone. Demonic Emperor Zhuo Yifan and the once servant Zhuo Fan were of one heart today, a firm belief that the Luo clan was safe. Yet even without the heart demon, there were many other matters inside his heart that he couldn't throw away. You're crying. No, something fell in my eyes. Zhuo Fan turned towards the cute voice, to see Yun Shuang and Yongning. He then looked away and blinked the lonely tear away and made a rushed excuse. Yun Shuang giggled and Yongning covered her smile, all while their fondness for him grew. Even this obnoxious and tyrannical steward had a hidden face. What are you two doing here? Shuanger, as the Yun clan head. Weren't you saying you'd take your clan around Blackwind Mountain to establish an observatory? Angry, the two girls saw something unmanly. Zhuo Fan snorted. To these two though, he looked like pouting and they laughed. Yun Shuang had a soft gaze. You saved the people and you took revenge for my grandfather. Now that you are leaving, I must see you off and give my gratitude. No need. It was all in passing, just by chance. Zhuo Fan shook his hand and mocked. I was never someone to do good, only thinking about ruining my enemy. If it were a righteous and benevolent ruler standing in my way, I might be the one throwing these people in chaos. My eyes only see my opponent and nothing else. Yun Shuang frowned, but shook her head. You always call yourself evil, and maybe consider yourself to be heinous, but unlike all those twisted people, you have a sliver of conscience. You're redeemable, that's why. Yun Shuang blushed and came up to him to whisper in his ear these sweet words. I shall follow grandfather's wish and will always be in Luo clan. waiting for you to save you from eternal damnation and become a good man. Even if you aren't willing, I'll just stick with you forever. Zhuofan shook, his face taking an odd expression. He saw Yun Shuang blush harder, her clear eyes filled with unspeakable softness. Yun Shuang avoided his gaze and muttered, "No matter if you want to or not, remember our promise. You must come back." Yun Shuang skipped away while hugging her face, though now her ears were red. Zhuofan blinked in a daze. "What promise? You decided all by yourself without asking me. Just who could have taught her how to behave so rudely? Why does it feel like me, though? PFF. Yongning giggled and presented a green bracelet with tender eyes. "Zhuofan, look after it. My mother left it for me. We will be worlds apart now, but never forget me. Save it. There's no reason why I should take your bracelet, let alone always remember you." "What the hell are you up to?" Zhuofan glared. Glum, Yongning resorted to stomping. "Are you dense as a brick or what? I can't be any more obvious than that. You're not happy unless I spit it out." Zhuofan raised a suspicious eyebrow. Yongning shouted in annoyance. "Zhuofan, I shall inform you today that this princess has taken a liking to you. I have made the trip to Blackwind Mountain to be around you more and grow closer. Yet just as I've arrived, you plan on leaving. No choice but to use the last resort, exchanging vows through keepsakes in hope that you will never forget me." Wait, hold your horses." Zhuofan waved all over the place. "Your Highness, are you high? We barely know each other. There's nothing between us. Isn't it a bit sudden dumping this on me now?" "Not one bit. Haven't you heard of love at first sight?" Yongning blinked her purty eyes. "Mom used to tell me as a child that no matter the danger, never fear, because Prince Charming will come from the heavens, holding me in his safe embrace and keeping the danger at bay. On that day, outside the Imperial Palace, the same moment my life was at peril, you appeared. It's just like Mom said. You're my destiny." Face twitching, Zhuofan sighed. Princess, that's just a fairy tale for children. You're too old to be reading those. No, this is my mother's will that I must honor, just like Shuang'er grandfather's will. Besides, you accepted Shuang'er, so why not me as well? I do not care for being second since we're close as sisters. When did I do that? Zhuofan was confused. Didn't she just say she'll be with you for life? Not refusing is accepting. Someone like her, so kind and shy, taking the initiative is remarkable. And I too shall lower my status by throwing myself in your arms, willing to share you with others. That's even more remarkable. Grinning, Yongning noticed the stars in his eyes, presenting the bracelet like a nice alluring auntie to a sweet little boy. Zhuofan, take it and we will be together forever in happiness. Gulping, the once fearless steward crumbled in sweat on the battlefield of love with such a mighty adversary like General Yongning. They were right. Women are just like tigers. PP Princess, calm down now. I am but a nobody with even my life uncertain. You need to be cautious before being with me. Your end will be bitter. I am cautious. A wife follows her husband. She'll remain a widow for life. But I am more than happy to walk this path. Like you always say, follow your heart. This is what I'm doing. Listening to your words. Yongning giggled with her eyes tinted with desire. Zhuofan grimaced and felt like slapping his rotten mouth. That's what I get from spewing crap. Now I have to answer for it. Princess, take it easy. You, a glorious princess, should have a better future. Like the 4 tigers, yes, they are renowned generals always crying for a wife. Think them over. Don't want to. I only need you in my life. I am dead serious. Yongning blinked her charming eyes at him. Even our tempers match. Match your head. I felt sorry for leaving Luo clan, but now I see that I need to get out of here fast. Thinking so, he then jerked his head and pointed behind her. Shuang'er, did you come back for Princess? Shuang'er. Yongning turned. It was the window he desperately desired, and Zhuofan grasped it like his life depended on it. Yongning did look back at him, only to find him gone. Stomping, Yongning looked bitterly at the bracelet. Her eyes clouded with anger. I only wanted you to take my keepsake to remember me by. I'm no tiger, so why did you run off? Humph! Stinker! A chilly wind passed by her legs. Standing there, she had lost her lively spirit, now turned desolate with tears streaming down her face. She, a great princess, had just made her first confession only to be rejected like that. Somewhere else, Shuafan appeared a mile away from Blackwind Mountain filled with trepidation. He didn't hate the ladies, but no way was he going to accept them. Their sincerity is touching enough, but I am a demon. He wouldn't fall in love out of principle. He had been like this all his life, and it had turned into natural behavior. His heart was too heavy for it to contain love, while that made dealing with hypocrites a breeze. Wait! Another soft voice stopped him, and all he could do was look at the sky with a long drawn-out sigh. For the love of all that's holy on this God's green earth. Am I the only man alive here? What are all these girls coming at me for? Shuafan turned around lazily, only to jerk at the sight of her. It was Veiled Dragon Pavilion's Long Kue. The lass never liked him, and every time they talked, they always ended up bickering just like enemies. When Luo clan was still a no-name clan, this girl looked down on these hicks. For the same reason, he made the 10-year promise in anger. That Luo clan would rise above all the houses. Shuafan almost forgot it had been that long. But on seeing her, an evil fire lit up in his heart. Damn lass, right on time. I'm gonna show off till you drop. Long Kue noticed him jerk at her call, then a trepidation, and lastly confusion. But right now he had turned evil, putting on a haughty look, his nose way high. She was lost to what came on to him. What's with him changing tunes in a split second? Did he hit his head or something? Heard you are leaving Tianyu? Long Kue said softly. Shuafan smiled. Word sure travels fast. Why? Have you come to see me off? Of sorts. What matters is the promise from 10 years ago. Long Kue smiled. Shuafan was stumped. That was supposed to be his line, to mock the lass and put her down. Why is she the one bringing it up? It was the same as getting paid rent without asking for it. It made no sense. Long Kue saw past his angelic face and smiled. 10 years ago I was young and rash, looking down on you in my ignorance and speaking out of place. I offer you my deepest and sincerest apology. Long Kue made a deep bow. Shuafan was speechless. All the work I put into showing off just got washed away. With the other person apologetic, he had nothing to build his act on. He could only shirk it off. It's fine. I already forgot such trifles, ha ha ha. Liar. Long Kue straightened up and her eyes took a crafty glint. You've surpassed everything that stood in your way these years, turning a nameless clan into a monster. A commendable act no ordinary person could ever achieve. I have seen your trail one step at a time, and you have left me stunned every single time. I now understand why you mustn't look down on youth. Ha ha ha, you're too kind, please. Shuafan chuckled, beaming with the pride of his achievements. The lass sure holds me in high regard. His pride was short-lived though, as Long Kue drove her attack fully in, catching Shuafan on the wrong foot. Crud. She got me. Though you can't look down on youth, is it fine to pick on defenseless girls? Long Kue's tone had some bite. Shuafan was lost for words. Long Kue's apology was fake in order to condemn him. It was all smoke and mirrors to lift him high, only to slam him down to earth with a well-placed blow to the hypothetical gut. She fed my ego to strike back. The day finally came for even the grand Shuafan to grow so complacent to fall for such a basic trick. Shuafan worked his brain matter for some excuse, only to come empty, not getting why Long Kue got so aggressive. He put on an awkward smile. Miss Long Kue, why, may I ask, are you so angry? Why? You should ask yourself, Humph. Long Kue glared. Did you not go to Pavilion Lord with a proposal, to marry me off to that accursed tub of lard? Oh, so that's how it is. Shuafan cooled on the spot, having grasped the reason. I was just the messenger. I didn't force anyone. The decision was up to Pavilion Lord Long. Though. What? Long Kue frowned. Shuafan snickered. though he's the only tub of lard offering such a grand betrothal gift. Pavilion Lord Long couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. In fact, I don't think anyone could. That's a 1,000-mile stretch of fertile land. For Fatty to offer so much only goes to show his love for you. You will have happiness. Humph, my happiness is my business. A busybody like you has no right to interfere. Long Kuei's anger burned even hotter. Zhuofan slumped his shoulders and shook his head. All I did was to pass along a brother's words. You can be against it all you want, but take it out on Pavilion Lord Long and Fatty, not me. I'm leaving Tianyu and don't need any more annoyances. Zhuofan, playing the victim, only incensed her into shouting. Some brother you are. Would you have done the same if Fatty wanted Ninger? Zhuofan frowned, his heart a mess. His eyes darkened and his heart grew icy. But that didn't stop Long Kuei's berating. What if he went for Chu Qingqing? Would you play the messenger then as well? Zhuofan's heart sank, finding it impossible to make a coherent sentence, just standing there with a hardened gaze. The answer to that was clear, a resounding no. Long Kuei struck a frail figure as she nodded. I see. Next month I will marry His Majesty. A shame the best steward in Tianyu, the great steward Zhua, won't be there to see it. Long Kuei sighed, rambling on before walking away in silence. Zhuofan noticed as she turned, 2 trails falling down her cheeks. Zhuofan had a puzzled gaze as he saw Long Kuei empty inside and rambling on. Wasn't she blaming me just now? How is it that she's the one to leave defeated? Doesn't that happen after a big fuss or fight or something? Peculiar. Zhuofan shook his head and sighed, putting this affair behind him as he went on his way. Oddly enough, no one noticed Fatty and Fang Qiubai close by. Fatty sighed. Brother Zhua, I can never take you on, but I can play little tricks. Your Majesty. This should make her give up. Fang Qiubai turned to Long Kuei. Fatty nodded with a wise gaze. The proposal would have worked with that stretch of land alone. But to have little Kuei look forward to the wedding is impossible, not while she loved someone else. Zhuofan. Fang Qiubai spoke firmly. Fatty smiled. Correct. Ever since Luo clan's ceremony, outside the imperial palace, I saw something growing in little Kuei for the brat. I was hesitating whether to fight such a man over a woman, only to find it wasn't necessary. Little Kuei's one-sided love was something he had no clue of, nor did he much care for her. This was little Kuei's path she had to take herself. So I had Zhuofan be the messenger, making it look like Zhuofan threw little Kuei into my lap. In pain, little Kuei had to come to Zhuofan to confirm it. Now she knows there's no place for her in his heart and should give up. A woman with a dead heart will be sure to accept her fate next to me, as Empress. What if Zhuofan finds out? With his mean streak? Fang Qiubai frowned. Fatty waved it off with a smile. No worries. Do you know why despite his sharp mind did I still get to use him? He never gave a damn about little Kuei, so he just overlooked everything. I borrowed his luck with women, but he didn't lose either. In fact, by having Veiled Dragon Pavilion enter the Luo clan, even if he did find out, it won't matter. I have finally grasped Zhuofan's character. He is selfish and won't act unless someone encroaches on his people. Ha ha ha. Fatty's eyes shone with wisdom. He turned and said, Sir Fang, any news of the second brother? No, he has disappeared. Fang Qiubai shook his head. Fatty shouted, Keep searching. Don't stop until I see him or his corpse. In the meantime, Zhuofan went to the meeting place with the demon scheming sect. Then, cackles announced the arrival of 4 black smokes. They took the form of the 4 scheming demons. You're the one receiving me? Ha ha ha. That's great. Zhuofan laughed. The 4 pygmies were ordered to return to the sect before the war with Chuanrong, by the Impermanence 5. They had spent too long outside after busting out of prison and had to get back to the sect. Helpless, the 4 pygmies returned to get their punishment. Zhuofan figured he'd never see them again, either put in a corner or thrown in jail again. Yet here they were as Xie Wui's men acting as his guide to the sect. He was pleasantly surprised. With the sect in a remote and hidden area, the secular world having no clue of its location. Only its disciples could guide him there. And since they all knew each other, it'd make the trip easier. But the 4 scheming demons, on seeing that it was Zhuo Fan, puffed out in cockiness, with Violent Demon presenting a jade slip with all the arrogance he had. "Are you ready to enter our sect, new disciple? We are the demonic cultivator hero quartet, the greatest and handsomest in the demon scheming sect, for scheming demons, coming to receive you. State your name, age, birthplace, date of birth, cultivation. Do you shits have such short memories? Allow me the honor of refreshing it, of those thrilling moments long past." Zhuo Fan made a sign. The 4 screamed in pain, now rolling on the floor from the bloodworms acting up. "Steward Zhuo, we'd never. It was all a joke, see? Let us go. Steward Zhuo, we're just doing our job. You'll soon be a disciple while we have a higher status. You can't always treat us like this. Steward Zhuo, it hurts. I can't take it. Make it stop." The 4 demons flounced around in pain and pleaded. Zhuo Fan only smiled, his eyes icy. "No matter how high you climb, get this straight. No matter where I go, I will never be beneath anyone. Steward Zhuo, your temper hasn't changed, I see. Still as violent, ha ha ha." On a gloomy lone path, 5 people walked. A youth with a sinister smile and 4 5-foot midgets. Violent Demon was fanning Zhuo Fan and sucking up at the same time. Zhuo Fan mocked. "Do you think less than half a year is enough to change anyone? Then again, you 4 shits only get more outrageous after a few days away from my side. You even had the nerve to show off to me. Steward Zhuo, please. That was just the perks of the job," Wimp Demon explained. "Besides, the sect is filled with nasty people, always acting tough to the newbies. We were only helping you stay out of trouble." Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. "Did you just think, I'll be railroaded?" The 4 jerked and shook their heads at once. Violent Demon cuffed Wimp Demon over the head. "Ignorant fool? Who do you take Steward Zhuo for? It's already a miracle if he doesn't railroad others. But if others did that to him, that's a death sentence." All bobbed, Zhuo Fan included. Others aside, "If you 4 don't know me by now after all this time, now that's ridiculous. A mere demon scheming sect, an average sect of the mortal domain, can't have anyone that can stand up to me." Zhuo Fan's grin widened. Violent Demon checked the time and was all wishy-washy. "Steward Zhuo, there is the matter of overdoing things. We should hurry along since we're already late. It won't do for us to earn sect leaders' ire. Let's fly at least. Where's the fire? I've been cooped up in Tianyu for years, and now that I get to travel, can't I enjoy the view, have a taste of the great outdoors?" Zhuo Fan shot him down. He had no intention of fitting in just yet. Who knows when he'd get out? He'd need approval for any outing or relaxation once institutionalized. And with no place to vent, he'd go stir-crazy. So if he could drag it out, he'd go the distance, on foot. The 4 scheming demons, though, were feeling quite tense. It was a mission from the sect to receive new disciples. Being late would get the sect leader on their backs, the one who they couldn't mess with. Yet he paled in comparison to this new guy, the great Steward Zhuo, having fed them bloodworms. They'd be on someone's bad side no matter the choice, and the 4 felt like crying. Since when did taking in a new disciple become such a toil? To any rowdy disciple, there were so many ways to get him to wait on the guides. By the time they reached the sect, he'd be a meek lamb. While on this lord before them, the usual tricks never worked. In fact, they'd be happy if the steward stopped waiting on them. To say nothing of what other dirty tricks his twisted mind might cook up. One wrong word and it'd be hell on earth. This is no new disciple, but an ancestor's detail. Steward Zhuo, think of our fond times together and help us out a little. Let's fly. We can just carry you if you want. Going like this will really make us run late. Violent Demon implored while sobbing. The other 3 put on sad faces and puppy eyes. Zhuo Fan eyed them and snorted. "What are you scared of? Xia Wuyue invited me in. You think he'd mind some slight delay? Bro, he won't mind it with you, but he'll ruin us." Violent Demon cried a river and wailed. "Steward Zhuo, we've risked life and limb in the old days. For you. You can't always treat us like dirt, or the sect leader will have us thrown in a thunder prison for another century. The others nodded with pleading faces. Shuafan shook his head and sighed. Fine, we'll fly as a favor for those days. But you'll carry me. Yes, sir. The four grew ecstatic, and Shuafan shook his head. Xiaoyue must have everything in a tight grip to have even these wild and unpredictable pygmies wrecked with fear. The four joined hands in lifting Shuafan high above. Shuafan closed his eyes, feeling soothed just like in a deck chair. The clear blue sky, the warm rays of the sun, all felt like utter bliss. Though the fighting sounds from the nearby woods broke the mood, the four scheming demons looked at each other to see the glee in their eyes. Someone's fighting. Let's have a look-see. Wimp Demon said, thrilled. Violent Demon was in total agreement. Who is it, I wonder? Sucka Ruckus is bound to be interesting. Even if it is, should we go? We don't have much time left to return. Scrooge Demon calculated the pros and cons. Sly Demon asked the final question. Do we go or not? After a moment of silence, looking at each other's eyes, the four's decision was unanimous. Damn right we go. They threw Shuafan off their backs while they turned into black smoke to go in the battle's direction. Shuafan had some me time, basking in the sun's warm glow, only to have a very rude awakening, smashing face first into the ground. With a raging glare he searched his quarry, to find none. Blast and thunder, now I see why Xiaoyue would want to throw them in prison for a century. It'd be a thou dash. 10,000 years if it were me. Shuafan patted the dust off of him, his face burning with rage, and noticing the sounds, he flew straight towards it with an insidious mind. You like to watch, don't you? See how I'll make you the stars of the show. 15 minutes later, Shuafan found the pygmies at a valley entrance, with their butts stuck out and heads in a bush. Shuafan grinned and grabbed them. Now I got you, you little shits. The four panicked all right, yet for some odd reason they kept shushing him while pointing at the bush. Shuafan paused, noticing it was an odd behavior even for these clowns. Curiosity got the better of him as he let them go and stuck his head into the bush. The valley was more like a trench. Their bush's position offered a good vantage point and clear view to the sheer drop below and the two groups of men at the bottom. One was clothed in black, with the character for soul written on them, exploding with savage energy. Demonic cultivators. While the other side wore all white with the word mystical sewn in golden on one of their shoulders. The two sides were in a deadlock, their eyes only for the small plant with 3 leaves of red, yellow and blue between them. Its intoxicating aroma was felt all the way up to the spectators. 9th grade spiritual herb, tricolor soul-fixing grass. Shuafan muttered. Violent Demon used this prime chance to suck up. Steward Zhua is wise and far-seeing. It is indeed the rare tricolor soul-fixing grass. The pill made from it can protect one's soul from scattering. Even after months of soul drifting, you'll still be at peak. It is the most rare and precious herb in assuring an ethereal stage expert's life. Shuafan nodded. For anyone below the ethereal stage, it would keep their soul in one piece and save their life. If he had it when Ninger's soul was wounded, he wouldn't have needed Xiaoyue. While in the case of an ethereal stage expert, it would slow down the decay of the soul while devoid of a body and help them seize another. If Elder Shi had it, he wouldn't have panicked so much on losing his body. Tricolor soul-fixing grass was such a rare safety measure that one would be hard-pressed to find it even in sections, which explained the impasse below. Do you know who they are? Shuafan asked. Violent Demon nodded softly. Steward Zhua. Those in black are from the Demon Soul sect, demonic cultivators like us both of different factions. Their sect is even stronger than ours. Best left alone. While the ones in white are on our side, from one of Tianyu's 3 guardian sects, Mystical Heaven sect. But righteous and demonic factions can't coexist, walking different paths. Mystical Heaven sect? Shuafan was shocked. Isn't that the same one grandmother said Xianxia went to? Third Master Han, our sect found the herb first. What is the meaning of your presence here? Are you trying to steal it? The leader of the Mystical Heaven sect's group was a charming and valiant girl. her eyebrows delicate, her eyes pure, complementing her beauty and tenderness, but the fire in her worked as a deterrence, especially that ancient jade sword, unleashing a chilling and sharp sword intent even sheathed. None from the demon soul sect met her gaze, afraid the sword intent might split their heads open on contact. One feminine man, with a sneer and sinister air, had no qualms about facing off. Jade Sword Fairy of Mystical Heaven Sect, Shui Ruohua, is worthy of her reputation. Even unpolished can exude her brilliance. Sword still in its sheath, yet the sword intent can cripple one's heart. I bow before the master. Enough patronizing. Do you give up the spiritual herb or not? Shui Ruohua spat. Young Master Han smirked. Spiritual herbs have no owner, belonging to the one who can get it first. Why should we give it to you? Then again, dual cultivation in the company of Fairy Ruohua might give me pause. Swine! Shui Ruohua blushed and her sword came out the sheath. Waves of light and sword energy flashed about as it whistled for Han Sanshao like a dragon. Anyone struck by it would find himself an extra-large breathing hole. From up above, Shuafan lauded her in silence. Women like her are quite rare, unleashing such a sharp sword strike. She's just like that sword fanatic Xie Tianshang. I bet she's a real feisty one even casually. Yet no matter how good the attack was, with her being in the 5th layer of Radiant Stage and him in the 7th, it wouldn't hit anything if he had some skills as well. To say nothing of the danger, it only got worse from here. By unleashing such a strong attack, she left herself open for a killing blow. Shuafan sighed. Sure as he lived, Han Sanshao laughed at the incoming sword, reacting with a palm attack. Great timing. Since Fairy Ruohua has no qualms, neither will I. A 2-meter-tall scarlet palm shot in front of him. High profound martial art, soul-seeking scarlet palm. PFF. With a muffled sound, the sword and the scarlet hand clashed into a deadlock. Shui Ruohua lapsed for a second, then gnashed her teeth as she pushed the sword forward harder. While Han Sanshao waved and the palm split into countless stars, hammering Shui Ruohua's body. Being so close didn't give her room to react. She was flung away and spat dark blood. Senior sister, her group shouted while the demon soul sect side snickered. Han Sanshao mocked. Jade Sword Fairy, your sect is but a low-ranked one while ours is a mid-level sect. We are better than you in every way, be it martial arts or cultivation methods. You've seen it yourself. So walk away, knowing your limits, and not fight us over the herb. So what if you got dibs? In this world, power is everything. Everything belongs to the winner. Han Sanshao snorted. Up on the vantage point, the 4 scheming demons laughed inside and nodded. The dumb broad is toast, hee. She asked for it, going against a demonic cultivator. Violent demon laughed at her expense. Sly demon giggled. That's not all. If the young leader from the demon soul sect took her away to dual cultivate, that old foggy from mystical heaven sect would choke on it. Hi. True, true. The rest bobbed their heads excitedly. Shuafan asked, do you mean to say demon scheming sect and mystical heaven sect are bitter enemies? Why do I get the feeling that you want mystical heaven sect to suffer a worse fate? Nope, we can't stand either of them, but mystical heaven sect is on the righteous path. As demonic cultivators, we want nothing more than to see them squirm. Ha ha ha. Violent demon laughed. Shuafan shook his head. Be that as it may, such a course of action was born out of ignorance. Tallying everything up, one looked at the profits and not one's alignment. All to further one's self-interests. Yu Ming escaped the interests of his house to achieve what he was now, standing shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Zhuge Changfeng and Lung Wuchang. If all of the demon scheming sect was so narrow-minded, its future was hopeless. Pa! With a faint sound, Shui Ruohua leaned on her sword to stand, watching the herb with a killing gaze. Again! Shui Ruohua lifted her sword with gnashed teeth, facing Han Sanshao again. Han Sanshao frowned. You've lost, going further will mean death. Is that what you want? Humph! Hand over the herb or take my life. Shui Ruohua's eyebrows shook, filled with unwillingness. The life of my young master depends on that herb. I must have it. Han Sanshao mocked. Oh, that retard? Ha ha ha. Death suits him better. What's a born cripple like him still living for? Taking up space. Shut up. I won't let anything happen to my dear brother. Shui Ruohua stomped as she thrust her sword. Her attack this time was far weaker, not even a tenth of the first. The wounds were taking their toll on her. Han Sanshao waved in mockery and unleashed a gale. With a loud sound, Shui Ruohua flew and spat blood again. Her eyes were desperate and hopelessly in tears. Little brother, forgive me. I can't protect you. Pa. At this particular moment, her body stopped, feeling a strong arm holding her. But what came into sight was a foreign face. Why you're... Shui Ruohua spoke weakly. Shuofan smiled. We don't know each other. It's just that Miss Character is very much like someone I know. Shuofan was reminded of Chu Qingcheng and her desperate attempts to save drifting flowers edifices. He sighed. You're so much alike. I'm sure you'd be close friends. Shui Ruohua frowned, not understanding any of his words. Hi. Creepy laughter announced the arrival of 4 black trails of smoke. The 4 scheming demons were standing there while cackling. Ha ha ha. When 2 fight, the 3rd wins. You guys continue, while the demon scheming sect takes the 9th grade herb. The demon scheming sect? Shui Ruohua was on guard around Shuofan, pushing away from him in a rush. Han Sanshao raised an eyebrow at the 4. Demon scheming sect? A herb was discovered, yet here are 3 great sects fighting over it. Things sure got interesting. Shuofan smiled and shook his head at the demons. You 4, repeat what you said. The spiritual herb is ours, right, Steward Zhua? Violent demon beamed. The resounding crack on his face was Shuofan's answer, along with a serious tongue lashing. Of course. Right, your rotten head. You've been around me for so long and you can't even tell that much about me? Is a 9th grade herb worth fighting for? Are you beggars? Ugh. Shuofan's shout echoed around the gorge, and the demons looked down with crestfallen faces, while Mystical Heaven Sect and Demon Soul Sect grimaced. Who the heck is he? Are you calling us beggars? Is that it? Han Sanshao's smile iced over. Since when did Demon Scheming Sect got so tough, so rich, that even a 6th layer of profound heaven disciple spits on a 9th grade herb? That would mean we, the mid-level Demon Soul Sect, should be currying favor with the Demon Scheming Sect. Moneybags, let's be friends. Han Sanshao patronized, and the rest of the Demon Soul Sect party laughed. Where the hell did he crawl out of? He's putting up such an exaggerated show. No one'll believe him. 9th grade herb aside, the entirety of Western lands had no sect that outstanding. But the 4 scheming demons knew something they didn't as they saw the unfazed mocking smile on Shuofan. Steward Zhua, since you don't want it, what did we run over here for? Couldn't we just watch the live show? Violent Demon asked, holding his burning cheek. Shuofan smiled as he pointed at Shui Ruohua. I came here for one reason, to save her. All stood speechless. Since when did the demon scheming sex people save mystical heaven sex? Whenever the 2 sides met, there was bound to be an altercation. Shui Ruohua was just as stunned, but blushed at his hard gaze, her heart jumping around inside. What is he trying to pull? Clap. Han Sanshao had a savage look as he watched Shuofan with a light clap. Oh, a hero in shining armor. And here I thought some reject had jumped in. That being said, you must have good taste like mine to set your eyes on such a fine fairy for dual cultivation. Demon Soul Sex side snickered. Shui Ruohua grew angry as she watched the 2 with her guard up and her heart stuck in her throat. They're both the worst. If worse comes to worst, I would rather kill myself than let them touch me. Those on Mystical Heaven Sex side were all keyed up, their brows soaked in sweat. What rotten luck. Meeting 2 demonic sects and both are enamored by senior sister's looks. Her killer body is going to kill us all. Shuofan eyed them coldly before stopping on Han Sanshao with a smile. All I want is easy. Save the girl and take the herb. If you have your head on straight, you'd scatter this instant before you regret it. Regret it? Ha ha ha. Who will make me regret it, you? Just a sixth layer of profound heaven cultivator. Han Sanshao had heard the joke of the century, laughing harder. Looking closer at Zhuo Fan's party, something clicked in him and he mocked, "Are you Xie Wu's son? Being all cocky in the sect and now you've come out to die? Didn't your dad ever tell you to keep your head down?" Mystical Heaven Sect's side was filled with doubt. Demon Scheming Sect's sect leader has a son. They were both Tianyu's 3 guardian sects, so how come they've never heard of him? Zhuo Fan chuckled. "What gave you that idea? It's those 4 little freaks behind you. They're in the 6th layer of Radiant Stage, elders or executives of the sect. They'd never show such respect to just any disciple." Han Sanshao put on a prideful look, having seen it all. Yet a profound heaven disciple like you berated and slapped them, and yet they showed no anger. It's clear as day that you're above them in the sect. The only possibility for a profound heaven disciple to piss on Radiant Stage experts is if you were sect leader's son. Han Sanshao's analysis was so damn logical even Mystical Heaven Sect's side watched Zhuo Fan speechless. He must be Xie Wu's son after all. But why haven't we ever heard of him? Demon Scheming Sect sure knows how to work in secret. Zhuo Fan only smiled and sighed. It made so much sense that even Zhuo Fan would reach the same conclusion if the roles were reversed. With how profound heaven cultivators putting Radiant Stage experts in their place were scarcer than a hen's teeth. The only thing that fits here besides second-hand power was true personal strength. But that was way too outrageous. And yet that's how Zhuo Fan had been operating and getting wins, leaning only on his own 2 hands. Scratching his nose, Zhuo Fan smiled. "Judging by appearances, I see. But that's fine, as long as it gets the job done and you won't butt in, I won't care." Zhuo Fan walked over to the herb with a carefree look, as if everyone present was beneath him. He never considered anyone there a roadblock, cruising over to fetch the herb. Shui Ruohua watched Zhuo Fan swagger on like a hotshot, big shot and the like, and all she could react with was a dumb look. Zhuo Fan's attitude was unlike the hostile demonic cultivators, while also filled with a greater calm than your average person. Han Sanshao's eyes went cold and his mouth formed a sneer. It all makes sense now, why Xie Wu's son wasn't known. He's not worth anything. A demonic cultivator and yet not one demonic bone in his back makes him a garbage. Someone go out there and teach this nobody a lesson. "Yes, sir." A tough guy with thick arms cupped his hands as his aura exploded with the power of a 9th layer profound heaven stage. Whoosh. The guy flashed in Zhuo Fan's face and punched while ridiculing. "Ha ha ha. Dumb brat. This is what you get for looking at young master's possession and girl. Die. Hi hi hi. Death begets all who mess with our steward Zhuo." With a creepy laughter, for smoke trails came from behind Zhuo Fan. The big guy jerked, finding himself pulled by his limbs in 4 directions. Following the cackle, for bloody parts dyed the ground with blood and gore. Mystical Heaven Sect's brows shook, scared by a little blood and guts. Who the hell are they? It's too savage even for a demonic cultivator. Yet these 4 have no qualms doing it. "We get that you want to save your boss kid. But that guy was just a profound heaven cultivator. Isn't it just a little bit overkill for 4 Radiant Stage experts to tear him apart?" This was 4 scheming demons' nature, not giving a hoot about the other side's level or numbers. "We 4 have always worked together. What? Got a problem? Bring it if you have the guts." Han Sanshao barked. Such valor from Demon Scheming Sect. Killing someone from the Demon Soul Sect. "You 4 are dead." Han Sanshao shot for them. For scheming demons snickered, turning into smoke. 4 Radiant Stage experts in the 6th layer were about to fight one in the 7th layer. But 4 scheming demons' eerie moves and combined form had them on the advantage. Han Sanshao sensed the strangeness of the enemy yet snickered. "That form is just like my sect's shadow array. If you think you can beat me with just that, think again." 7th grade demonic treasure, Soul Spider Net. Han Sanshao flicked something gray at the 4 pygmies. It unveiled itself to their shock and trapped all 4 of them tight. Not even as smoke could they get out. And the net kept tightening, sticking the four close to each other so hard they couldn't even breathe. Steward Zhua, save us. This thing is wicked. The pygmies wailed their distress and begged as the pain mounted and the net shrank. Ha ha ha, Han Sanshao mocked. Some sixth-layer radiant stage experts you are. Begging a profound heaven cultivator for help. Ha ha ha. This is too funny. Laugh it up. Messing with us means messing with Steward Zhua. And messing with Steward Zhua will have your head rolling, ha ha ha. Violent Demon cackled despite his plight. His brothers copied him, knowing full well that Zhua Fan had their backs. And that was all they needed. The only way to get these four to truly beg for life with snot on their faces was if he lost as well. Zhua Fan was their thick leg, their tree, their rock. Han Sanshao frowned. Contrary to his belief, the four pygmies weren't Zhua Fan's bodyguards. The norm would be to beg for life, be stubborn till death or urge their young master to flee. Why then are these guys not one bit afraid? Not for them or for the young master. They aren't worried at all. PFF. The muffled sound roused Han Sanshao from his thoughts to see Zhua Fan wearing the same cocky look on his stroll for the herb. The hell? He doesn't care about the fight he just got out of, or that the four are trapped. Han Sanshao's suspicions of Zhua Fan only grew and grew. In this case, there are only two possibilities. He's either an ignorant fool, blind to danger, or of such a stable mind, not even the crumbling world could faze. The latter makes him a tough adversary. Han Sanshao stood still as he saw Zhua Fan take the herb with a smile, and then walk back to Shui Ruohua. It was the same casual gait, same poise, like the world wasn't even there. The mood grew odd, with the audience too tense to twitch. Only Zhua Fan was walking calmly. Demon Soul Sect watched Han Sanshao with a questioning gaze. Young master, are you just going to ignore his blatant disregard of us? Han Sanshao never left Zhua Fan out of his sight, unable to come up with a way to deal with this situation. Zhua Fan was just too freaky in his demeanor, throwing all his thinking into disarray. While Shui Ruohua had a dull look, bearing a faint smile, and her heart was a mess. Just what is this demonic cultivator up to? You want this herb? Dangling the herb in Shui Ruohua's face, Zhua Fan smiled. With how hard you fought for it, you must have wanted it. Shui Ruohua stared at him, on high alert. What do you want? Clever, there's no free lunch in the world. You always have to pay something when you want something. Zhua Fan roamed his eyes over her. Truly alike. Eyes going red, Shui Ruohua faltered back. Her mouth was bloody, her cheeks pale, but her eyes still glared. Demonic cultivator scum. Keep dreaming. Don't think you can just have your way with me. Mystical Heaven Sect stared at Zhua Fan as well. Ha ha ha. Even your temper is the same, just as stubborn. Zhua Fan ignored everything and only smiled. Miss, I have no intention to dual cultivate with you, nor bear any ill will. I only have some questions. I hope you'll be honest in exchange for the herb. Shui Ruohua gave him a long look. Zhua Fan's courteous manner was unlike any demonic cultivator she knew, earning some brownie points but also suspicion. Is he even a demonic cultivator? Zhua Fan smiled. I'll take Miss Silence as agreement. Who said? Zhua Fan's question cut her off. Pardon me, miss, but does your sect have someone called Chu Qingcheng, hailing from Tianyu's Drifting Flowers edifices? Shui Ruohua nodded. Junior sister Qingcheng is master's new disciple, and she does come from Tianyu. Do you know her? Ha ha ha. So she really is in Mystical Heaven Sect. Zhua Fan beamed. Then, how is she? Zhua Fan's heart tensed at the question, hanging on Shui Ruohua's reply. He hid his impatience well, but not from a woman's intuition. Shui Ruohua was troubled. Nodding, Shui Ruohua said, Junior sister is master's last disciple and is always taken care of. She is very well. Great. Zhua Fan eased a breath, feeling a weight off his shoulders. If Chu Qingcheng was having a bad time in Mystical Heaven Sect, he'd be feeling guilty. He finally calmed down. Handing over the herb, Zhua Fan smiled. Thank you. This is for you. Shui Ruohua couldn't believe her eyes. He was serious about wanting only answers in exchange for the 9th grade herb. To say nothing about how common knowledge the information he asked was. He only wanted to know about her junior sister. Shui Ruohua asked, "Who are you? What is your relation to junior sister Chu?" "That is not your concern, miss. You don't need to know about me, and you'd best keep silent about our talk around her as well. The deal is done, so take the herb and go." Zhuofan shooed her, his expression flat. What's with him changing tunes so fast? He was so polite a second ago yet is so indifferent now. Just over some questions? Shui Ruohua was puzzled, even as she got it right. Zhuofan got what he wanted and had shirked all pretenses. Han Sanshao laughed. "What are you two whispering about over there? In the end, strength is all that matters. Who's going to stop me from getting what I want anyway?" Shui Ruohua tensed up, her mood heavy. Right? They only got the herb because Han Sanshao never interfered. Now that she could kiss the herb goodbye. But he'd have another thing coming if he thought she'd just hand it over. Everyone looked at each other in hesitation. Sighing, Zhuofan scratched his nose. One should know his limits and not jump all over the place without power. Zhuofan now walked towards Han Sanshao. Same old prancing, causing Han Sanshao to turn solemn. For some odd reason, he felt put off by a 6th layer of profound heaven cultivator. "Kid, you took the words right out of my mouth. Without strength, you'd better stop bouncing around. It's more apt in your case than theirs." Han Sanshao probed. Zhuofan mocked. "You've got it all wrong. It's not for them but you. Cocky prick." Han Sanshao unleashed his soul power at Zhuofan while shouting, "What could a puny profound heaven cultivator possibly teach me?" Zhuofan's mouth perked up into a smirk, releasing a soul attack. Bam! The air around the class shimmered, with Han Sanshao faltering 5 steps and looking at Zhuofan like he was a monster. Zhuofan never even budged from his place, bearing the same obnoxious attitude. There's no way a mere profound heaven cultivator's soul is stronger than a 7th layer radiant stage expert like me. It makes no sense. Han Sanshao was dumbstruck, as were the rest. Who the hell is this kid? A profound heaven expert using his soul like a radiant stage expert was rare enough. But for him to even punch above his weight, ignoring the weird looks he always seemed to get, Zhuofan got to the trapped scheming demons and smiled. Soul spider net, made of a spiritual beast soul to target souls. These shits were bound to be caught. Ha ha ha. Steward Zhua, save us please. The pygmies whined. Han Sanshao gnashed his teeth. That's a 7th grade demonic treasure only I can control. Ha ha ha. Arrogant, narcissistic and shameless to boot. Zhuofan threw in there. Once you know it's made of souls to capture souls, removing it is easy even without knowing the signs. Zhuofan's fingertip released an azure flame. He flicked and the azure flame fell on the net. With a beastly cry, wails and crackling of fire, the net snapped apart. The 4 scheming demons cackled at their newfound freedom. Hi hi hi! Ignorant little gnat, told you so. No one can match our steward Zhua. Violent demons skipped around. The other 3 joined the mockery. Han Sanshao was bug-eyed. His dear 7th grade demonic treasure had snapped like a twig. Not that he had any clue about Azure Flame's soul supremacy. As his demonic treasure was made from a beast soul, the flame had no trouble ruining it. Han Sanshao squinted, glaring at Zhuofan. Damn brat, faking weakness. I underestimated you, but now I will show you my true power. What it means when they say that the world will always have someone better than you. Is that so? Zhuofan patronized, lifting his right arm as it glowed in a ghastly red. I have no interest in fighting you, but you better remember this and never step out of line. Zhuofan flicked his hand. A red light flashed in everyone's eyes, followed by a kaboom as the world shook. Rocks were flying, dust was picking up, just like the end of days. As the earth swayed under their feet, the audience had to focus to stay steady yet failed miserably, collapsing in tears. What the hell? It was the unanimous thought, scrambling all over the place for cover. As the earth settled at long last and the dust cleared, the scene had their eyes pop out of their sockets, their frail hearts stuck in their throats. The tiny gorge they were in now sported a 1,000-meter-long scar, while the center was a black abyss and its edges worlds apart. Han Sanxiao, on one side of the abyss, felt weak in the knees, looking at Zhuo Fan as if he was a monster. Where the hell did he come from? He's not human. He was lucky that Zhuo Fan didn't attack, or he'd be insta-killed. Recalling his previous taunt, Han Sanxiao was seething with regret. He realized Zhuo Fan was talking about him when he spoke of not having strength. Yet he still challenged the guy only to have a brush with death himself in the end. Zhuo Fan said flatly, "Yours truly is not Xie Wuyue's son. I am cocky enough because I am strong enough. Cross this line and your head will roll." Han Sanxiao cried inside, panicking. "You dare kill to Demon Soul Sect's young leader, inviting a sect war?" Han Sanxiao wanted to use his sect to threaten Zhuo Fan in a futile attempt to preserve a modicum of self-respect. But Zhuo Fan wasn't buying it. Dead men can't snitch. With Zhuo Fan's trademark evil smile back on his face, he scared the living daylights out of Han Sanxiao. His meaning was crystal clear. If I wanted to kill you, you'd all be dead. How would you snitch to your sect, when a flick from me will have you all pulverized, with Demon Soul Sect none the wiser? Han Sanxiao was soaked with sweat and he felt horror like no other. This is a demon among demons. Not showing off, just using simple words to plunge others into hell. Using the same light step and indifference, Zhuo Fan flew away, with the 4 scheming demons cackling behind him. Shui Ruohua had a dull gaze watching him leave, her heart thumping. Who is he? One mystical heaven sect came over, still shaking from fear. Senior sister, he's terrifying. At least he had no ill will towards us, or we'd be goners. Yeah. Another disciple nodded. To think demon scheming sect has such a horrifying disciple with power beyond his cultivation. We best return and meet with our fellow disciples to warn them. On the off chance that any of us meet that kid, the first thing to do is to run. The others echoed his sentiments. Shui Ruohua watched the skies, still out of sorts, oblivious to their talks. Who is he? What is he to junior sister? Senior sister? The cry woke her from her stupor to see a disciple panicking as he pointed at the demon soul sect on the other side of the abyss. Han Sanxiao is getting up. Shui Ruohua saw Han Sanxiao leaning on another disciple, watching her with malice. Shui Ruohua held the herb tight, her heart on guard for any movement. Though Han Sanxiao just got his feet under him, as he looked at the scar just ahead of him, it filled him with fear and he gave up, shouting, "Let's go!" Han Sanxiao's team was soon gone. Mystical Heaven sect breathed easier. Though they wondered, Han Sanxiao has always been brutal in his ways, so how come he's just letting us have the herb? Is the world ending? Fool! Isn't it obvious? That freak from Demon Scheming Sect just warned him not to cross the line. So of course he won't, not if he wants to keep his head. The others laughed. But the same guy frowned still. But, didn't he just leave? What's there to fear? He might have left, but his deterrence remained. Shui Ruohua sighed. This is a clash of powerful men. You won't understand. Yet this man's simple words had Demon Scheming Sect's 3rd young master shaking in fear about crossing the line. Demon Scheming Sect now has an unapproachable man. The disciples recalled the man's flick of the hand, unleashing a gulf between the parties, and their hearts sank. Will he become our enemy? Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan and the Pygmy Quartet rushed for Demon Scheming Sect. Violent Demon went before him saying, "Steward Zhuo, why did you save that lass? Did she catch your eye?" As if, I only wanted to know about Mystical Heaven Sect. Zhuo Fan snorted. Violent Demon nodded. Then why did you let the prick from Demon Soul Sect go? It's not like Sir at all. Are you calling me a born homicidal maniac? Glaring at the 4, he continued. He belongs to a great sect. One needs to think of the consequences before crossing the point of no return. Scaring him was enough. while I threatened with obliteration to keep it quiet. No secret stays hidden forever. Unless forced to, I will never go down this road. The four nodded, with violent demon giggling. Stewardjua's manner has always been flawless, considering every aspect, ha ha ha. No wonder Sir caught sect leader's eye, wanting you so bad. Yep, yep, his brothers echoed, sucking up to the guy. Zhuofan shook his head then frowned. I just heard him say something about the middle 3 sects and lower 3 sections. What's that all about? Ugh. The four choked, then sighed as their glee made way for sadness. Zhuofan was baffled. Violent Demon finally opened his mouth. Stewardjua, it's best if you never mention it, or you'll suffer so bad that not even sect leader could help. What? Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. Violent Demon sighed. The Western lands have 10 sections. Leaving the Apex Double Dragon Manor aside, the rest are split into the superior, the middle, and the lower 3 sections. The greater the power of a sect, the more pull and resources it has. Demon Soul Sect belongs to the middle 3 sects, while Demon Scheming Sect and Mystical Heaven Sect are from the lower 3 sections. So each time our disciples meet them, we all feel lacking and get picked on. Yeah, and that time 60 years ago was the worst. In that fight, us four worked together and were even winning. Only for Scrooge Demon to break formation for some demonic treasure, and we ended up losing instead. That's why sect leader threw us in the Thunder Swarm Mountain for all these years. It could have even been a century. Sly Demon turned to Scrooge Demon. Scrooge Demon glared and barked. Old Third. I thought we said we'd never bring this up. Why are you talking about it to pick a fight? Bam! Scrooge Demon sucker punched Sly Demon, who punched back, of course, and it all degenerated into a scuffle, right there, in the air. Zhuofan took it in stride as he asked, since Mystical Heaven Sect and us are in the lower 3 sects, weaker than them, what is Mystical Heaven Sect doing? Still fighting over a herb? Stewardjua, you don't know, but while we're not up to Demon Soul Sect's level, we are Tianyu's 3 guardian sects, all brothers. Heaven Trailing Sect from the middle 3 sects is our boss covering for us. So as long as nothing grave happens, the Demon Soul Sect wouldn't openly challenge us 2 sects either, or Heaven Trailing Sect will be bound to step in. As both are middle 3 sects, fighting each other would be the worst scenario. Violent Demon grinned. Zhuofan exclaimed inside. He got it now. Demon Scheming Sect and Mystical Heaven Sect were Heaven Trailing Sect's little brothers, with the big bro keeping another middle 3 sect from swallowing them. Everyone was one big happy family. When they went to mess with the Beast Taming Sect with the 3 Elder Souls, I bet all 3 of the sects participated. Or why the hell would the Baron Chuanrong hand over such a fertile stretch for Tuoba Taizhan and company? I reckon Beast Taming Sect felt the pressure of the 3 sects on it and had no choice in the matter. The Chuanrong Emperor saw the Beast Taming Sect agreeing, so he added one more condition, to get Tuoba Taizhan back home as well. He had to get something out of this loss. Thus, the 3 sects nabbed that fertile stretch of land. No wonder in the days of young Sanzi's chaos around Tianyu, the Empire's 3 guardian sects passed the blame. They wanted nothing to do with it. As long as the borders held, they didn't give a flying hoot about Tianyu's politics. That had Zhuofan smiling. The sects extorted the Empire of resources, yet didn't even raise a helping hand. On the other hand, only their indifference led to the former emperor's plan to work. Zhuofan sighed, following the 4 pygmies who were always fighting, ever quarreling. This was how the 5 flew to the Demon Scheming Sect. 2 weeks later, at dawn, 5 dots trailed the sky. Stewardjua, we're here. That's the entrance. Violent Demon pointed at some dark spot in the woods below. All Zhuofan saw was trees and more trees. Oh, and some random beasts as well. It wasn't hard to understand why. Demon Scheming Sect was hiding behind a barrier. Whoosh. The 5 figures landed before the trees, with the pygmies making some signs. With fluctuations of space and the shouts of the 4, the space in front of them twisted. A mighty tall mountain appeared up ahead, with them at its foot. But this view rippled about like a pool of water. Zhuofan knew it to be the entrance and waltzed right in. He was now in a whole new world, with thick spiritual energy as much as 10 times thicker than outside. A secluded sect indeed, and the perfect place to cultivate, Zhuofan gasped. Then, a voice with an attitude slammed into their ears. Who dares to breach demon-scheming sect entrance? Whoosh! Something trailed the sky like a cold star, shooting for Zhuofan. He took a step back to look up. A blade brushed his nose, followed by a soft wrist. Quick to react, Zhuofan grabbed the hand, only to hear a charming cry as the elegant owner revealed herself. It was an 18-year-old girl with shining eyes, flawless eyebrows, and innocent looks, though those mesmerizing eyes flashed with chilling murder intent. A demonic sect disciple indeed, so young and so psychotic. Squinting, the seasoned Zhuofan saw through her on the spot, yet shook his head. Walking the secular world, he had seen Luo Yunchang's kindness, Ninger's innocence, Qingqing's righteousness, and Shuang'er's mercy. Now that he was back among his people, among demons, he found himself out of place. Seeing this girl, he recalled the first time he ever entered a demonic sect as well, the cruelty and blatant ruthlessness to everything mortal. He came to borrow in his very nature. As if his sole purpose on this God's green earth was to wreck it. Demons were born and died in the heart. Having seen the wonders of the world, it had a negative effect on his demonic nature. Or more aptly put, it transformed, growing to a whole new level. Clueless as to how high, all he knew was that he had a steadier heart than even the past demonic emperor. Ha ha ha, newborn chick. You've just stepped into the demonic sect and so you challenge an eagle. The young sure are filled with ambition. A shame you're far from being an eagle. Clang. Zhuofan twisted her hand behind her, making her grimace. She swished her head back at him but never made a peep, only gnashing her teeth. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. She sure is obstinate. The girl then twisted her body, dislocating her shoulder with a crack. Her other hand sported a short blade and drove it towards Zhuofan. Zhuofan was shocked. This lass is the quintessence of the demonic path. She's just like me back in the day. A kind of empathy grew in Zhuofan's heart. The girl had the same cultivation as him, but that was where the resemblance stopped. Zhuofan's soul was tougher than a radiant stage expert. There was no way for her to catch him off guard, not while he used his soul to scan her every movement. Yet Zhuofan didn't mind giving her a freebie. Snicked. The short blade plunged into Zhuofan's chest. The girl lit up and beamed. You're happy over something like this? Getting overconfident over a fluke leaves one wide open for a sudden death. A mistake common in youngsters. The girl cried suddenly and found Zhuofan smiling back with no anger in his voice. The girl was startled. He's strange. What's he smiling about despite me stabbing him? Did he do it on purpose? No way. No one's that stupid. One thing was certain though, the blade did nothing to him. So she pulled it out to try again, this time going for Zhuofan's throat. Cease at once. The bark announced 4 trails of smoke coming into the sect, then reforming in front of the girl. Watching Zhuofan get stabbed by the girl, the 4 scheming demons were about to tear her into 4. Zhuofan shouted, "You stop! Let her go! Pa!" The girl slammed the ground hard, watching the 4 angry faces in the smoke with daze. Violent demon glared at her. Damn brat! You dare kill inside demon scheming sect? Who put you up to this? Who are you? Why did you open the demon scheming sect's barrier? The girl frowned, yet there was no fear in her features. Zhuofan admired her. The girl has some backbone. The 4 gave a creepy laughter and violent demon mocked. Hi, Missy. You sure are ignorant. We are the demonic cultivator hero quartet, having roamed the lands for years. Everyone knows us. Everyone fears us. Well, I don't know. How could the demon scheming sect have someone like you? So shady, so shifty and so creepy. The girl snorted. The 4 scheming demons exploded in rage. Hey broad, want to see yourself without a mouth? To hell with it, that'll be too easy for her. Let's tear her into 4. No 8. No 16. No 100. The 4 scheming demons went back to arguing over the girl's execution method when a giggle came. "Oh, the 4 executives. Why are you quarreling at the door? Do you want to have an elder throw you in that lightning prison again? Forever? Ugh." The 4 became deathly quiet as they saw a lady in her 30s, seductive and spruced up like a cougar. The girl cried at her appearance. "Senior sister, they're actually one of us? Didn't you say you don't know them?" "Ha ha ha, silly girl. These 4 are demon scheming sects wildly renowned for scheming demons who once shook the world with their names. They only came back not long ago and became executives. You were still in seclusion at the time, training in demon-devouring saber." The lady interrupted with a giggle. The 4 scheming demons saw her buttering them up. They chuckled as well, sticking out their chins in immense pride. Xuefan, though, grinned for a different reason. The girl grumbled. "Is demon scheming sect so empty to even have these weirdos become executives? Hey, I resent that. Think I won't tear you a new one?" Violent demon snapped. Xuefan patted his shoulder. "Miss is just blunt, so let it go. Since I am new, why don't you introduce me to these lovely ladies?" The 4 scheming demons jerked and watched Xuefan with a quirky look. When did Steward Zhua become so interested in women? Having no choice, they complied with a laugh. "He never thought I'd hear Steward Zhua say that. All right, who mayor? Tend to great Steward Zhua." Violent demons snickered at the lady. The girl had a hard glare for them as she reprimanded. "Sex rules forbids affairs. You foreknow this fully well. I'll be reporting you to the sect leader, so await your punishment." "Hey, Missy, I find tearing your mouth off more and more appealing." Violent demon cracked his knuckles, only to have Xuefan stop him. Xuefan said flatly, "Miss, I am a new disciple and only wish to make some new friends. I have no other meaning." All the girl did was huff, while Hu Mayer was very friendly, taking Xuefan's hand with tenderness and tracing her hand in his long white hair. "A new disciple? It must have been so hard for you out there in the wild to have white hair at such a young age. You must be traumatized." "I'm okay." Xuefan smiled. Hu Mayer's hands roamed over him more and more, in clear disregard. "But now that you're here, I will take good care of you. You don't have to worry about anything." "Thank you, senior sister." Xuefan smiled, his heart a rock. Violent demon giggled. "Hu Mayer, he is in your care, so you better not neglect him. I could never have the heart to forget such a cute junior brother." Patting Xuefan's cheek, she giggled. "But why are you calling him Steward Zhua? Is that his name, Guanjia?" Star Reader, with how Steward Zhua is made up of 3 characters, as often Chinese names are, she took the title as part of his name, Zhua Guanjia. "No, I have only been a clan steward before this." Xuefan smiled. "My name is Xuefan." Hu Mayer nodded. "Xuefan? Outstanding and amazing. What a good name." Star Reader. She used his name to make an idiom. Of course, Steward Zhua is an almighty hero that sect leader has personally invited. He is, at the very least, an elite, a future sect leader. A good name is a given. Violent demon laughed with his head back, like he had picked the name. But Hu Mayer blushed while her eyes glinted. As for the junior miss, she sat on the ground with an arm limp by her side, ignoring everything, even the next sect leader she just tried assassinating. If Xuefan were to be Xie Wuyue's successor, her future was destined to be bleak.